cold. A bone-deep, soul-piercing cold. In the endless darkness, Mike Lee struggled to gather the faintest trace of consciousness. His limbs felt impossibly heavy, as if they had been filled with lead. Something cold and metallic seemed to be clamped over his mouth, making each breath feel restricted and difficult. Driven by instinct, he began to struggle. Then, with great effort, he forced his heavy eyelids open. The next second, Mike froze. What entered his vision were dim green indicator lights, thick bulletproof glass, and a dense web of metal tubes coiled around him from every direction. This was clearly some kind of cryogenic hibernation pod. Before Mike could understand what was happening, a torrent of strange and horrifying memories suddenly crashed into his mind. Battlefields swallowed by gunfire. The blinding glory of a superstar worshipped by millions. Deep within the jungle, the twisted and treacherous faces of Payback's former members. And beneath the glaring surgical lights, endless torture. Bullets tearing into flesh. Unknown toxins being injected again and again. Radiation weapons bombarding his body over and over without mercy. Several long minutes passed before Mike's violent breathing finally began to steady. Shock flickered in his open eyes. It seemed he had transmigrated. And not just anywhere. He had transmigrated into the bloody, violent world of the boys. Even worse, the owner of this body was no ordinary nobody. He was Vought's true original icon. A veteran superhero with near-invincible defense, terrifying destructive power, and a name once known across America. Soldier Boy, Benjamin. Hiss, what a hell of a start. Mike silently sucked in a sharp breath. He forced his eyes to move, observing the dim laboratory outside the pod. The entire place carried a heavy Soviet-era industrial style, cold, crude, and oppressive. So what timeline was this, exactly? If Mike remembered correctly, in the original story, Soldier Boy's fate had been downright miserable. A first-generation American hero, yet he had been frozen again and again. 3 full times. The first time happened during the Nicaragua operation, when every member of Payback, the team he once led, stabbed him in the back. Black Noir charged at him first. Even his old flame, Crimson Countess, joined the betrayal. In the end, he was sold to the Soviets as a political bargaining chip. After that, he was tortured like a lab rat in this sunless hellhole for nearly 40 years, drifting between pain and half-consciousness. And the true mastermind behind all of it was undoubtedly Stan Edgar. Vought's perfectly dressed, hypocritical, cold-blooded man in power. The second time happened after Soldier Boy finally saw daylight again. At first, he had agreed to help the boys deal with Homelander, but at the crucial moment, his anger got the better of him. He became obsessed with beating his damn grandson into the ground. Then Butcher, with his usual bitter mouth and cuckold jokes, threw him off completely with one line. "He's my wife's son." That single sentence was enough to ignite the infighting. Soldier Boy ended up being attacked from every side. Once again, he was treated as a dangerous and uncontrollable weapon. Betrayed by the boys, he was locked back inside a cryogenic hibernation pod. As for the third time, that happened in the recently updated Season 5, Episode 7, with only one episode left before the finale. After giving Homelander the V1 serum, Benjamin had originally planned to cut ties with the past for good and head to South America to enjoy himself. But because he casually said, "Good luck, son," to Homelander, that giant, love-starved infant instantly broke down. His emotions completely exploded. Like a rabid dog, Homelander turned on Benjamin, wrapped his arms around his neck, choked him unconscious, and sent him into cryogenic suspension for the third time. After reviewing the original body's tragic history, Mike almost rolled his eyes in disgust. World's Ice Boy, huh? Frozen 3 times. Betrayed 3 times. What kind of first-generation hero was this? He was clearly just a superpowered sucker everyone thought they could push around. And honestly, Butcher had been right about one thing. Soldier Boy really was a massive bastard. No matter where he went, someone eventually stabbed him in the back. But, since my consciousness has completely taken over this body now, and since I'm already awake, deep within his body, Mike could feel a terrifying power slowly stirring, like a nuclear reactor coming back online. Beneath the metal mask, his lips curled into a defiant smirk. Since this cryogenic device could no longer hold him, did that mean devices like this would never be able to restrain him again? Before transmigrating, Mike had never been the kind of person to waste energy tormenting himself over things he could not change. In his previous life, he had no parents, no partner, and nothing worth clinging to. Now that he had arrived in this chaotic world filled with superpowers, he might as well settle in properly. So what if he abandoned the identity of the old Mike Lee? From today onward, he was Benjamin. He would enjoy this perfect body standing at the peak of humanity. He would enjoy the absolute power granted by top-tier superhuman abilities. He would enjoy the endless pleasure of ageless longevity. Since he was already here and could not return, then he might as well live however he wanted in this world. The moment Benjamin fully accepted his new identity, a glowing panel suddenly lit up before his eyes. At the same time, a mechanical notification sounded beside his ear. Ding! Host consciousness fusion detected as complete. Sun Education System officially activated. Current host identity, Soldier Boy, Benjamin. Current abilities. Nuclear Shockwave LV3, can release high-intensity radioactive energy, incinerating everything in its path and erasing the compound inside a target's body. Super Strength LV5, possesses the overwhelming strength of a top-tier superhuman. Super Defense LV5, impervious to blades and bullets. Immune to conventional firearms and most superpower attacks. Self-healing LV5, possesses extremely high cellular activity, allowing rapid recovery from fatal injuries. Radiation resistance LV5, completely immune to nuclear radiation and all harmful rays. Ageless longevity, the body remains forever at its peak condition. Benjamin raised an eyebrow and continued reading. System introduction, this system is bound to the host. Its mission is simple, educate the rebellious offspring, Homelander, also known as John. Mission description, as Homelander's biological father, you have a responsibility to guide this wayward son back onto the right path. Whenever you successfully change Homelander's pathological mindset, correct his outrageous behavior, reverse his twisted worldview, and guide him to make choices for good. Or whenever you simply make him deeply feel the heavy love of a strict father, a reward will be triggered. Rewards include, but are not limited to, unlimited all-around enhancement of the host's basic constitution, acquisition of flight, acquisition of heat vision, improved control over nuclear shockwave, enhanced self-healing, and various other abilities. Looking at the words on the screen, Benjamin, who had remained relatively calm until now, fell into a rare and lengthy silence. The system wants me to educate Homelander. In the world of the boys, most people held almost the same opinion of Homelander. An extremely narcissistic giant baby. A cruel, bloodthirsty, twisted dictator. Many feared him. The members of the boys even dreamed of cutting him into pieces. But when it came down to it, Benjamin did not actually hate Homelander. Or rather, as a transmigrator who knew the story from a god's eye view, and as John's nominal and biological father, Benjamin found Homelander's life deeply tragic. Almost pitiable. From the moment John was born, he had been denied the right to an ordinary family. No toys. No warm hugs from his parents. No childhood memories worth cherishing. All he had was the cold, sterile laboratory of Vought International. Endless blood tests. Electric shocks. Extreme high-temperature oven experiments. The scientists in white coats never treated him like a human being. To them, he was nothing more than the most perfect product created by Compound V. Then, after he grew up, Vought wrapped him in a false halo and pushed him in front of the cameras, forcing him to play the role of a noble, righteous savior. For the first half of the story, Homelander had even been willing to risk his life for Vought International, desperately trying to protect the glory of the Seven. Honestly, if any ordinary person had Homelander's powers and suffered through Homelander's childhood, there was a good chance they would have grown into a sociopathic terrorist 100 times worse than him. The fact that Homelander had managed to come this far was already impressive. Vought had personally turned him into a twisted test subject starved of love since childhood, and now they expected him to become a shining hero? They wanted to use him to rake in money? What a joke. Since I'm your old man now, Benjamin thought silently, Homelander, I'll personally make up for the childhood you were denied. There isn't a father alive who doesn't want to raise his own son with his own hands, or even pass his hero's halo down to him. Benjamin drew in a deep breath and pulled his thoughts back to reality. Feeling the bone-chilling cold around him, a violent red gleam flashed through his eyes. His top priority now was simple. Get the hell out of this damn ice prison. Bzzz. As Benjamin focused his will, a terrifying power that had been dormant deep inside his chest for nearly 40 years began to awaken. A dazzling light flared from his chest, filling the dim cryogenic hibernation chamber until it became almost blinding. Outside the chamber, the needles on every alarm gauge instantly shot to the limit, releasing a sharp, piercing buzz. Woo, woo, woo. Deep inside a secret military base in the former Soviet Union, an air raid siren suddenly screamed to life. Flashing red lights flooded the laboratory. Before long, squad after squad of fully armed Russian soldiers rushed toward the core laboratory, automatic rifles gripped tightly in their hands, as if they were facing a deadly enemy. What happened? A major burst into the control room, sweat pouring down his face. He grabbed the collar of the technician who was frantically hammering at the keyboard. Sir, it's the cryogenic zone where Soldier Boy is being held. The technician pointed toward the energy readings soaring wildly on the monitor. Damn it, Soldier Boy, he's awake. How is that possible? The major shoved the technician aside and roared, that ultra-low temperature cryogenic chamber was built specifically for him? He's been sleeping there like a corpse for 40 full years. How could he suddenly wake up without warning? And yet, the truth was right in front of them. Outside the cryogenic chamber, large numbers of Russian soldiers had already gathered behind layer after layer of steel barriers. Dozens of AK rifles were aimed firmly at the chamber, which was now radiating more and more heat. Fear was written across every soldier's face. The thing imprisoned inside was no ordinary soup. He was the strongest hero of the first generation, a man who could tear tanks apart with his bare hands half a century ago. A monster who could have an AK fired directly into his mouth and still walk away without a scratch. Inside the cryogenic chamber, the dazzling red light grew brighter and brighter, like a miniature sun expanding at terrifying speed. The soldiers opened fire. Bang, 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 bang. Dense muzzle flashes instantly lit up the entire underground laboratory. But it was already too late. Boom. With a thunderous blast, a nuclear shockwave erupted from the cryogenic chamber. A blinding crimson stream of high-energy particles swept outward. The supposedly indestructible cryogenic chamber shattered in an instant, sending metal fragments weighing several tons flying in every direction. The terrifying explosion tore through everything in the laboratory with overwhelming force. Naturally, the Russian soldiers stationed at the front were the first to suffer. They did not even have time to scream before they were erased by the nuclear energy. Soon, more Russian soldiers rushed in from outside the laboratory. From within the thick smoke came the sound of steady, powerful, unhurried footsteps. Step, step. The smoke and dust slowly dispersed. A tall, naked man walked casually out of the flames. Benjamin ripped the warped metal breathing mask from his mouth and tossed it to the ground. In his hand, the mask crumpled as easily as a biscuit. He took several deep breaths and looked around. Monster. The Russian soldiers broke down and pulled their triggers one after another. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Dozens of rifle rounds poured out, striking Benjamin directly in the chest and face. Then, a sight of utter despair unfolded before their eyes. The moment the bullets touched Benjamin's skin, they dropped weakly to the ground. Benjamin lowered his head and glanced at the bullets scattered across the floor. Then he slowly looked up again. A cruel smile spread across his face. 5 minutes later, Benjamin stood amid the ruined laboratory, surrounded by wreckage and bodies. He shook the blood from his hands in disgust. Then he walked over to a relatively intact corpse, bent down, and stripped off a loose green Russian military overcoat before casually draping it over his muscular body. Wind and snow poured in through the blasted opening of the base, making the overcoat flap sharply in the freezing gusts. Benjamin took a deep breath of the free air he had not felt in 40 years. Judging from his guess, the boys had not arrived yet. That meant the current timeline should be around Season 1 or Season 2. He just did not know the exact point. Had Huey's girlfriend already been killed by a train? If possible, he would stop it. He could use that incident as a way to make contact with Vought International. And with Homelander, if possible, he would save Huey along the way too. After all, he was a superhero. The strongest superhero of the first generation. Soldier Boy planned to do a good deed, teach A-Train a lesson, and use the opportunity to educate all of the 7, including Homelander. And if he could use this chance to clean—
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Clean up Vought International, or even take control of it and restructure it from the inside. Then Benjamin would turn Vought International into a true superhero company. He shoved both hands into the pockets of the military overcoat and strode out of the base. New York City, USA. Benjamin stood on the roof of an old apartment building in Midtown Manhattan, holding a smartphone he had only recently activated. On the screen, Vought International's latest stock price scrolled by. He slipped the phone into his jacket pocket, turned, and headed downstairs. 1 week ago, he had still been at an abandoned military base near the Russian border. Now, after ditching the Russian military overcoat, he wore a brownish-green leather jacket he had picked up from a thrift store. With his beard and hair trimmed, he walked along 7th Avenue in Brooklyn and drew an absurd number of looks. To be fair, this face really was handsome. After all, the Queen of England had once ridden it. Benjamin passed the glass window of a convenience store and glanced at his reflection. He was broad and powerful, with hard, striking features. His face carried all the maturity and sharpness a man in his 30s or early 40s should have. The shabby, homeless look was gone completely. The way he looked now, no one would question it if he said he was a washed-up Hollywood action star. He stopped and looked up at a massive electronic billboard across the street. The billboard was advertising some of Translucent's activities as a member of the 7. Benjamin stared at it for 5 seconds, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Translucent was still alive. Now that was interesting. He kept walking, crossed 2 blocks, sat down at an outdoor table at a cafe, ordered a black coffee, and began sorting out the current timeline. A TV in a shop window by the street was playing Vought News Network's midday program. The host was gushing about a bank robbery that had been stopped by superheroes. This was the beginning of Season 1. Queen Maeve was still serving as the 7's feminist poster girl, the Deep was still amusing himself with dolphins at the aquarium, and Homelander still looked every inch the righteous hero. And Starlight, Annie January, that innocent blonde girl, had not officially joined the 7 yet. Which meant Huey Camel's girlfriend, Robin, was most likely still alive. Benjamin finished the last of his coffee, set the cup down on the table, and used his phone's GPS to locate an electronics store. After all, the Benjamin of now was no longer the Benjamin from before. Unlike that 100-year-old man, he was not clueless about modern devices. He spent 3 days scouting the place. By then, he had a clear grasp of the store's location, along with the tall, skinny clerk named Huey, who wore glasses and always had a gentle smile on his face. Benjamin had even gone inside on purpose to buy a phone charger, just so he could observe this future core member of the boys up close. Huey really was a good person. So good that it made you not want to see him go through any kind of tragedy. That was Benjamin's private assessment. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Benjamin arrived right on time across the street from the electronics store in Brooklyn. He was carrying a large metal bucket he had bought from a hardware store. Inside were 3 full gallons of industrial-grade lubricant. It was extremely thick, had excellent adhesion, and could form an oil film on asphalt even slicker than ice. He found a fire hydrant diagonally opposite the store and sat down, placing the bucket by his feet. Through the store's floor-to-ceiling windows, he could clearly see Huey helping a female customer inside. Huey was wearing a Navy work uniform and holding the latest tablet, showing the girl some of its features. His body language was full of enthusiasm as he spoke. Every now and then, he pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, and when he smiled, there was not a trace of aggression in it. Benjamin watched the scene with a blank expression and unscrewed the lid of the metal bucket. Right at the start of episode 1, he thought. It had taken him a full week to make his way from Russia back to the United States. He had no super speed and no ability to fly. His speed was no different from an ordinary person's. But that was the part he was least worried about. Educating Homelander would have to be put on the agenda sooner or later. By then, he might be able to gain super speed and flight. Once that happened, combined with the abilities he already had, he would have no weaknesses at all. The shop door opened. Huey and Robin came out hand in hand, chatting as they walked. Huey laughed as he talked, while Robin poked him in the side with her finger, teasing him for getting too into it. They stood at the entrance for a moment, then slowly walked along the sidewalk. A yellow taxi was parked by the curb outside the store, with an A-Train poster on its roof. Benjamin picked up the metal bucket, stood, and followed behind them. Soon, Huey and Robin stopped at an intersection. Robin stood at the edge of the curb. Half a step behind her was the street, where traffic rushed past. Huey stood in front of her, gesturing with both hands as he talked, making Robin giggle. Benjamin stopped about 100 meters from Robin. He bent down and tilted the metal bucket. Thick lubricant poured from the rim and spread across the roadside. He took a discarded long-handled brush from his pocket, one he had picked up beside a trash can, and spread the oil film evenly, making sure it covered enough ground. This was A-Train's inevitable path. He was too fast, so fast that an ordinary person could barely catch his movement with the naked eye. The instant he hit Robin, her flesh and blood would burst into a mist. At A-Train's speed, even if Benjamin treated it like an old man taking a stroll, intercepting him was not realistic. Benjamin could have used his own body to block him in advance, but he did not need to. He also had no intention of letting A-Train crash into him and getting himself covered in blood. True, with Benjamin's physical toughness, if A-Train slammed into him, A-Train might not die, but he would at least lose half his life. If his body was just a little less durable, A-Train might even be the one smashed into chunks of meat. Of course, if Robin still ended up dead even after this, Benjamin would have nothing to say. He had done his best, hadn't he? Bzzzzz. A low vibration came from the end of the street. A-Train was here. Then his right foot stepped onto the strip of oil. The next instant, A-Train's body shot out like a derailed cannonball, slammed hard into the road, and skidded almost 20 meters before finally stopping by the curb. Fuck. A-Train curled up on the ground. Both hands clutched his right knee tightly. The leg armor of his suit had cracked open, and blood could be seen faintly seeping through from underneath. His face was smeared with lubricant and grime from the street, his expression twisted in agony as curses kept spilling from his mouth. He jerked his head up, bloodshot eyes locking onto Benjamin, who was holding the oil bucket. Benjamin shrugged and tossed the empty metal bucket casually to the side of the road. Then he took a few steps toward A-Train and looked down at this superhero of the seven. "Hey, you dumbass in a hurry to get reincarnated," Benjamin shouted. "If I hadn't made you fall, you would have smashed that woman to pieces. Are you not gonna get the fuck up and thank me?" Huey and Robin both turned around at the deafening crash. Robin's face instantly went white. She saw A-Train on the ground. She saw the oil strip stretching across the road. Then, following the footprints left in the oil backward, her gaze finally landed on the curb beneath her own feet. She instinctively took 2 steps back and nearly fell, but Huey caught her at once. Huey's hands were shaking. He looked at A-Train on the ground, then at the strip of oil, then at the spot where he had just been standing. If A-Train had not slipped, then judging by his trajectory, his next step would have sent him crashing straight into Robin. With A-Train's speed and physical strength, Robin absolutely would have been killed. Exactly like that older man had said. Huey held Robin tightly in his arms, terrified. Benjamin glanced at him, pulled out his phone, and snapped a photo of A-Train lying on the ground. "Bitch." A-Train cursed at him. But he knew he was in the wrong. Aside from throwing that insult at Benjamin, he did nothing else. He got to his feet and prepared to leave. "What did you say?" Benjamin turned his head, raised his fist, and punched A-Train in the head as he lay there. A burst of sharp pain shot through A-Train's skull. That punch left A-Train stunned, and blood started running from his nose. He was a supe, for God's sake. A-Train was shocked and furious. "These punches are to teach you a lesson for being stupid." Benjamin swung his fist again, hammering A-Train's head several more times until A-Train collapsed to the ground, nearly unconscious. It had to be said, although A-Train would find his redemption in Season 5, the A-Train standing here now was a complete and utter bastard. He deserved the beating. After tormenting A-Train for a while, Benjamin knocked him unconscious twice, then beat him awake again. A-Train had finally gotten a real taste of what the old Black Noir and the rest of Payback had once gone through. Benjamin had been about to leave when something suddenly occurred to him. His cold eyes lowered to A-Train, who was lying on the ground. As a transmigrator who knew the plot inside and out, Benjamin understood his current situation very well. He had just saved Robin, who was supposed to be splattered by A-Train, and while he was at it, he had beaten the crap out of this junkie drunk on Compound V. But this was New York, VOD International's territory. The cameras on the street corners, maybe even the satellites overhead, had probably already recorded everything that had just happened. With Vought International's intelligence network, especially under that unfathomably calculating CEO, Stan Edgar, finding out that he was Soldier Boy was only a matter of time. That could bring trouble. Edgar might send a large number of supes after him, set a trap, drug him unconscious, and have him frozen again before he even managed to make contact with Homelander. And Benjamin had no way of knowing whether he would actually wake up again after being frozen. Butcher might wake him up eventually, but Benjamin had no interest in getting involved with that cuckolded bastard. Since he could not avoid it, he might as well flip the table now. As long as Homelander learned right now that Benjamin was his biological father, then with Homelander's twisted craving for family and his extremely unstable mental state, Vought's higher UPS would never dare act rashly. This was his best way to break the deadlock. Benjamin searched A-Train's body. He completely ignored A-Train's furious yet fearful stare, bent down, and calmly pulled out a phone. You, cough, who the hell are you? A-Train clutched his broken ribs, coughing up blood as he tried to threaten him, using Vought's name to scare him off. You touch me, and Vought International won't let you get away with it? Homelander will tear you apart. Shut up, you coward. The only thing you know how to do is run through women. If you've got the balls, try running through me. Benjamin gave him a cold glance. The anger in his eyes instantly made A-Train feel as if he had been thrown into an ice pit, forcing him to swallow the rest of his threat. A-Train did not dare speak, much less charge into Benjamin. With this man's physical toughness, A-Train was the one who would end up hurt, maybe even dead. Benjamin casually swiped at the phone screen. When facial recognition failed, he shoved the screen right in front of A-Train's sweat-covered face. With a click, the phone unlocked. Listen carefully, you woman-splattering coward. Benjamin crouched, grabbed A-Train by the collar, and half-lifted him off the ground. Find Homelander's number in your contacts and call him. Now. A-Train's face twisted in pain, but under Benjamin's unquestionable death stare, he raised a trembling finger and tapped the number he would normally never dare call so casually. The call went through. Benjamin snatched the phone and put it on speaker. Beep, beep. After a few rings, an arrogant, magnetic male voice came through, laced with irritation. A-Train? This had better be important. I'm shooting some dem promo videos with PR right now. Benjamin straightened. Facing the phone, he spoke slowly in an old-fashioned, steady voice. John. The breathing on the other end clearly stopped for a moment. In this world, very few people dared to call Homelander by his real name, much less in that condescending tone, almost like an elder speaking down to him. I'm Benjamin. Though you probably know me better by my other name, Soldier Boy. The moment he said that, the air around them seemed to freeze. At the edge of the street, Huey's brain nearly shut down. He was an ordinary person, but he had grown up reading superhero comics. Soldier Boy, the legendary hero who sacrificed himself in the 80s to save a nuclear power plant. A-Train, still on the ground, was completely stunned. Enduring the pain, he raised his head and stared hard at the man in front of him, a massive figure in a retro green jacket, built like a mountain. In his memory, the old posters on the lower floors of Vought Tower began to overlap perfectly with the sharp, cold, rebellious face before him. That face, like that of the vast majority of readers, was flawless. Holy shit. He was Soldier Boy, the legendary first-generation superhero. But what Benjamin said next was what truly detonated the nuclear bomb. In the fall of 1980, Benjamin said calmly, as if he were talking about some insignificant memory, I was called to Vought International. To that old bastard Vogelbaum's lab. It was a top-secret genetic experiment. The other end of the line went deathly silent. Only faint breathing could be heard. Then I jerked off, into a cheap little cup. Benjamin continued, that madman Vogelbaum used that material to create a child. In the spring of 1981, that child was born. A boy. And that boy was you, John. Silence. Suffocating silence. On the top floor of Vought Tower, Homelander stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. His pupils trembled violently, and for an instant, his mind went completely blank. Homelander did not want to believe it. Yet his sixth sense told him that everything he had just heard was true. Father, origin, test tube baby. Benjamin ignored Homelander's near collapse. As for this bargain bin son of his, he had no intention of having some heartwarming, loving father, filial son conversation right now, because his goal had already been achieved. In the show, Soldier Boy had said the same thing. And Homelander had naturally believed him, though after Soldier Boy said it, he had gone on to search through certain classified files. What annoyed Benjamin was that the current timeline was still Season 1. Homelander was still being controlled by Madeline and did not yet have that ability. But it did not matter. Planting the seed of doubt was enough. Besides, Benjamin was too lazy to wait until Season 3, when Homelander took power. He completely ignored Huey and Robin's horrified, ghost-struck expressions. He also ignored A-Train on the ground, who had gone utterly stupid from what he had heard and seemed to be questioning his entire life. Benjamin spoke coldly into the phone. Pass my words on to Vought. And to that dem Stan Edgar, who thinks he can control everything. I'm back. Click. Benjamin hung up and prepared to leave. Soldier Boy. Huey called out to him. Benjamin turned back and sized up the protagonist of the boys. What? Thank you. For saving Robin. Next time, stay away from the damn curb. A-Train isn't the only supe with super speed. Benjamin's tall, upright figure disappeared completely into the flow of people on the streets of New York. Of course, the surveillance footage had recorded the one-sided beating as well. Woo, woo, woo. The piercing wail of police sirens and ambulance sirens cut through the air. Several vehicles with red and blue lights flashing screeched to a stop at the scene. By then, quite a few bold onlookers had already gathered along the surrounding streets, craning their necks to watch. In this world, thoroughly brainwashed by VOD International and drowning in superhero culture, plenty of people had an almost fanatical, blind worship of supes. Some had just learned the truth. But others who had no idea what had happened had only seen Benjamin beating up A-Train. My god, is that A-Train? Oh my god, he's bleeding so much? That guy in the green jacket is insane. He actually attacked a superhero. He's definitely some supervillain hiding in the shadows. Hurry, take pictures, and post them on Twitter. VOD International will definitely catch that thug. A few young bystanders who didn't know the truth raised their phones, frantically taking pictures of A-Train as he lay twitching on the stretcher like a dead dog. Every word out of their mouths was vicious condemnation of Benjamin and sympathy for A-Train. In their deceived minds, superheroes were always the embodiment of justice. Anyone who attacked a superhero had to be some unforgivable villain. Shut up, you idiots don't know shit. A roar filled with barely restrained fury rang out from the crowd. It was Huey. This young man, who was usually so timid that he would not even dare ask his boss for a raise, now stood in front of the people taking pictures, his eyes bloodshot, like an enraged lion. Attack? Supervillain? Open your eyes and look at the ground. Look at A-Train's skid marks and the blood. Huey pointed at the spot where Robin had been standing, his voice trembling with lingering fear. If that man hadn't stepped in just now, A-Train would have smashed my girlfriend into a pile of meat. Robin clutched Huey's shirt tightly and shouted. He didn't slow down at all. He came straight at me like an out-of-control missile. That man saved me. A-Train tried to kill me. Huey and Robin's accusations on the spot, together with the obvious marks left at the scene, instantly silenced the onlookers who had not known the truth. The crowd looked at one another, speechless. At the same time, Manhattan, New York. The Risk Management Monitoring Center inside VOD Tower. This was the operational brain of VOD International, and also the largest, most tightly controlled information monitoring network in the United States. At that moment, the huge curved screen occupying an entire wall of the Risk Control Hall was flashing with glaring red alerts. At the center of the screen, a short video spliced together from street surveillance and bystander footage was playing on loop. In the footage, a burly man used lubricant to make A-Train slip, as though he had known in advance that A-Train would pass through that exact spot. The dozen or so senior technicians in the risk control department were as frantic as ants on a hot pan, the dense clatter of keyboards blending into one continuous noise. Click, clack, click. The crisp sound of high heels striking polished marble rang out. The previously chaotic risk control room fell silent in an instant. Madeline, vice president of the VOD group and the woman who held the reins of the seven, walked in with a cup of warm coffee in hand, her face cold as frost. Can anyone tell me why, 10 minutes ago, our world's fastest soup suddenly fell over and then got beaten to a pulp on a street in Brooklyn? Madeline's voice was not loud, but it carried a chilling sharpness that made everyone's scalp prickle. No one dared answer. She walked up to the big screen. Frowning slightly, she studied the man in the footage, whose face had not even been fully captured. The longer she looked, the deeper the shock and suspicion in her eyes became. Who is this man? Madeline demanded sharply. His physical condition is absurdly strong. Strong enough to beat A-Train down barehanded. And from the very beginning, he even predicted which street A-Train would pass through. A senior technical director in black-rimmed glasses swallowed hard, then rose shakily to his feet, clutching a freshly printed comparison report. Ms. Madeline, the preliminary results from facial recognition and skeletal feature scanning are in, the technical director said, trembling. The system shows, this man appears to be Soldier Boy. What did you say? Madeline's hand froze in midair, coffee cup and all. After cross-referencing VOD's top-secret internal database, the technical director wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice growing more desperate. Bone density, muscle contours, gait analysis, combined with facial mesh capture, the match is as high as 99%. Madeline's face, always well-maintained and always covered by an elegant mask, twitched for a brief instant. Absurd. She slammed the coffee cup down hard on the table. Are you joking with me? Could it be some extremely obsessed fan doing cosplay? Or a soup with shape-shifting abilities? The former is impossible, ma'am. The technical director pulled up a high-resolution enlarged still. On the screen was Benjamin's cold, unruly face. No matter how perfect the cosplay or shape-shifting is, it couldn't replicate even the exact distance between his pupils and the micro-expression textures in the dermis. More importantly, a trace of terrified disbelief entered the technical director's voice. When compared to the photos in the database from 40 years ago, he hasn't aged. The entire risk control room fell into deathly silence. Shock appeared on Madeline's face. She stared wide-eyed at the man on the screen, her breathing quickening as her chest rose and fell sharply. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Madeline screamed inwardly. As one of VOD's core executives, she knew the filthy history from 40 years ago, the one that had been completely erased, far too well. That man, the first-generation superhero leader who had once represented the American spirit and held absolute prestige within VOT International, had he not been taken away by the Soviet Union long ago? Back then, in order to support a new generation of superheroes they could fully control, and to clear the throne for that Homelander who was about to grow up in the lab, the current CEO Stan Edgar had personally orchestrated that betrayal. They had secretly turned the payback squad against him, getting the members who were normally bullied by Soldier Boy to join forces with Black Noir, who was then at the peak of his combat power, and set up a death trap. They treated Soldier Boy as a political bargaining chip and test subject, secretly selling him to the Soviet Union's KGB. Then they announced to the entire world the lie that he had heroically sacrificed himself while stopping a nuclear leak. More than 30 years had passed. Madeline had thought Soldier Boy had long since been trapped in some cold underground laboratory in Siberia, never to emerge again. Who could have imagined? He had actually broken free from the Soviet Union's cage, and he had returned to the United States, returned to New York, and, with an unstoppable crushing force, crippled an active member of the Seven right under Vogt's nose. This was a slap in the face. It was revenge. Listen. Madeline took a deep breath and said. Immediately lock down all information related to what happened on the streets of Brooklyn. Delete the cloud data. Send the highest level PR gag order to everyone present today, including that damn couple. We have to notify Homelander. Tell Homelander to drop everything immediately, take every other member of the Seven with him, deploy under the highest authority, and bring Soldier Boy back to me, dead or alive. Madeline spoke through gritted teeth. She had no idea. At that very moment, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on a higher floor of Vought Tower, the Homelander she was so proud of had just hung up on that man and was standing on the verge of emotional collapse, his entire worldview shattered. In the conference room on the top floor of Vought Tower, Madeline sat at the head of the long table. In front of her were the current members of the Seven, Homelander, Queen Maeve, the Deep, Translucent, and Black Noir. Madeline turned her tablet around and pushed it across the table. On the screen, footage played of Soldier Boy beating A-Train. Within 3 days, I want the Seven to bring Soldier Boy back to Vought Tower. Dead or alive, though alive would be preferable, of course. Across the table, Homelander replied, I'm not going. The other four all turned to look at Homelander at the same time. Queen Maeve frowned slightly. The conference room was silent for a full 3 seconds. Translucent, seated nearby after rushing back from a fan meet and greet in Times Square, shifted awkwardly in his chair. The Deep lowered his head and stared at the glass of water on the table. No one knew what he was thinking. Queen Maeve stood with her arms crossed, her expression hidden behind her mask. She looked at Homelander, then at Soldier Boy on the screen. Homelander's refusal left her puzzled. Could he be afraid? The more Maeve thought about it, the more possible it seemed. This was Soldier Boy, after all. Madeline paused. Homelander. Homelander finally raised his eyes. In those blue irises, so blue they barely seemed human, the frozen image on the screen was reflected. Benjamin's face. Soldier Boy's face. There was no anger in his expression, nor any of his usual emotion. I said I'm not going. Homelander stood, planted both hands on the tabletop, and leaned forward slightly. Madeline, I want access to every file on Soldier Boy, until I figure out why he's still alive, why he looks exactly the same as he did 40 years ago, until I know the truth. The Seven don't touch him. He attacked A-Train. In public. In front of a crowd. Our stock opened 3 points down today. Then let A-Train win back his own dignity. Homelander shrugged, the corner of his mouth pulling into a smile with no warmth at all. Oh, right. I forgot. He's on the medical floor with a brace on his knee, crying like a 12-year-old girl. Translucent opened his mouth as if to say something, but Homelander shot him a single sharp look, and he immediately swallowed his words. He knew exactly what that expression meant. You did not interrupt Homelander when he was in a bad mood. Madeline slowly rose to her feet. Her heels clicked crisply against the marble floor as she walked over to Homelander. Listen, Homelander. Leaving aside the fact that he's very likely just a criminal impersonating Soldier Boy, even if he really is Soldier Boy, he still injured A-Train. Then let A-Train deal with him himself. You all leave. Madeline dismissed the others, leaving only Homelander in the room. After Queen Maeve and the rest had gone, Madeline reached out and touched Homelander's face, preparing to use the old method. But Homelander was not captivated like he usually was. I'm going to check the archives. Wait for my word, and until I know the whole truth, you are not to touch him. With that, he turned and left. He did not spare so much as a glance for Madeline, who had been about to undress. The conference room door slammed shut the moment he left. Madeline stood where she was, staring in the direction Homelander had gone. Her right hand clenched unconsciously, and her face looked ugly. This was one of the few times Homelander had defied her. The 43rd basement level of Vought Tower, Archives Management Center. The corridor lights were as pale and sterile as an operating room. There was an identity verification terminal every 3 meters and a security post every 15 steps. Every guard was equipped with standard gear capable of suppressing Class C supes. This was one of the highest security areas in all of Vought International, second only to the core R&D laboratory for Compound V. Homelander's boots struck the epoxy floor of the corridor, every step carrying tightly restrained anger. He had already gone through 3 departments. The Archives Department, the Historical Records Room, and the Board Secretary's office. Every time, the answer came with the same professional smile. I'm sorry, Mr. Homelander, but you'll need written authorization from Ms. Madeline to access files of this level. Or, I'm sorry, the files are currently being digitized and temporarily cannot be accessed. Or, more directly, that file does not exist. Does not exist? Homelander stopped in front of the final window and placed his fist on the counter. From the point where his fist touched it, a ring of spiderweb cracks spread across the bulletproof glass counter. The clerk inside jerked backward in terror, his chair toppling over with a loud crash. Soldier boy. Homelander's voice passed through the cracked glass, every word forced out through clenched teeth. World War II hero. Core member of the original The Seven. A founding contributor to VOT. And you're telling me his file does not exist? Or is it because there's some unspeakable secret in that file? I am Homelander. I do whatever I want. I want Soldier Boy's file. Now, tell me. The young man on the floor adjusted his glasses with trembling hands. His voice shook so badly it was almost inaudible. He knew what he was about to say might get him killed. Mr. Homelander, the records, the system shows that all of Soldier Boy's files have been archived as top secret. Access requires joint authorization from at least 3 members of the board of directors. Homelander did not let him finish. His eyes glowed red, and his heat vision blew the clerk's head apart. The man's head burst like a watermelon. Only after blowing the young man's head off did Homelander realize what he had done. He held back the urge to slaughter everyone there, took a deep breath, his eyes still glowing red, and turned impatiently out of the Archives Management Center. He did not understand. Soldier Boy was a superhero. He was supposed to be America's hero, Homelander's idol, yet Vought would not even give him a chance to find answers. The security guards on both sides of the corridor all stepped back at once, their eyes filled with fear. Not one of them dared stand directly in his path. No one wanted to die. For a few $1,000s a month, who would risk their life? The moment the elevator doors closed, Homelander looked at the mirror-like metal panels and saw his own face, still stained with the young man's blood. His expression looked terrible. It was not anger. The heavy thing pressing down in his chest was worse than anger. It was humiliation. That word had once been foreign to him. From the day he opened his eyes in the lab's growth chamber, the word humiliation had never existed in his vocabulary. He was Homelander, the most powerful being on the planet. Whatever he wanted, he got. Whatever he wanted to do, no one could stop him. But today, he had been stopped 4 times. And it had not been by some stronger supe. It had been by a wall built from rules, confidentiality agreements, and bureaucratic smiles. Invisible. Untouchable. A wall he could punch without even hearing a sound. The file does not exist. Top secret. Joint authorization required. Those words were like tiny stones, striking precisely at the softest place in his heart. Soldier Boy, the man who might be his father. The veteran he had watched countless times in childhood footage. The man in the black and white film who charged onto the beaches of Normandy with a shield. The only existence he could call his own kind through blood and power. The only one of his kind who was as powerful as him. He had thought he was dead. Everyone said he was dead. Killed in action during some top-secret mission, body never recovered. Beneath the headstone was nothing but an old uniform. Homelander had even visited that cemetery. He had stood there for a long time, unable to describe what he felt, only sensing a faint, hollow melancholy. Now that man had come back alive. He had shown up in Brooklyn, alive and kicking, carrying a bucket of lubricant before sending A-Train straight to the medical floor. Even the way he smiled was exactly the same as in the photos. He had even told Homelander that he was his biological son, even if not in the traditional sense. And yet Homelander was not even allowed to look at Soldier Boy's file. Madeline had even ordered him to kill the man who might be his father. Homelander clenched his fists, anger and humiliation twisting together in his chest. The elevator rose, the floor numbers ticking upward one by one. He closed his eyes and forced the emotion threatening to burst out of his chest back down. He was going to meet Benjamin face to face. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, on the rooftop of an old apartment building in Brooklyn. Benjamin was sitting on a battered folding chair he had picked up downstairs, holding a can of ice-cold beer. Beside his feet sat a sandwich he had bought from a convenience store. He was waiting for someone. Unless something went wrong, that person would come looking for him. Of course, it was also possible that a whole crowd would come looking for trouble. He took a bite of the sandwich, chewed twice, and was just about to reach for a second can of beer when he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him. Benjamin did not turn around. He swallowed the sandwich in his mouth, took an unhurried sip of beer, then set the can down by his feet. I was wondering how many laps you were going to circle my building before coming up. His voice was as calm as if he were chatting with a neighbor about the weather. 3 passes, Homelander. The shadow behind him did not move. Then a voice sounded from behind him. They say you're Soldier Boy. Only then did Benjamin slowly turn around. Sunlight fell across his face, and across Homelander's. The 2 men stared at each other from across the rooftop. One sat in a broken chair, the other hovered in midair, yet the distance between them felt like an entire era. Benjamin stood up, beer can in hand, his gaze landing on Homelander's young, perfect face. Prominent brow, straight nose, a slightly lifted line to his chin. It was a face plastered on posters all across America, printed on t-shirts, and projected onto the giant screens in Times Square. Benjamin's eyes shifted slightly. He seemed to notice the testing look in Homelander's expression, and the unease beneath it. The most powerful supe in the world stood before him like a high school student who did not know where to put his hands. Benjamin slowly rose. He set the beer can on the ground and flexed the knuckles of his right hand. Then he swung his fist with all his strength and smashed it squarely into Homelander's multi-million-dollar face. The force of the punch was astonishing. A dull impact exploded across the rooftop. Homelander's body snapped backward, his feet leaving the ground, and crashed heavily into the concrete guardrail on the far side of the roof. The guardrail shattered, and Homelander was knocked off the building. Benjamin followed, jumping down from the rooftop. Homelander lay in a pile of rubble on the ground, clutching his left cheek, completely stunned. Because his left cheek was sending him a feeling he had almost forgotten. Pain. Real, genuine pain. It pulled Homelander back to the scenes of his childhood. Those technicians in cold lab coats, torturing him with every method imaginable. That incinerator hot enough to vaporize even his tears. He took his hand away from his face and lowered his gaze to his palm. A smear of blood was slowly spreading along the lines of his hand. He was bleeding. Homelander stared at the blood on his hand, his pupils widening more than twice over in that instant. When was the last time he bled? He could not remember. Maybe 10 years ago. Maybe back in the lab. His skin was supposed to be indestructible. His body was supposed to be invulnerable. Laser cannons, missiles, even falling meteorites had never left a mark on him. He suddenly looked up, staring hard at Benjamin as he jumped down from above. What the fuck are you doing? Benjamin stood there and shook out his right hand. That punch really had been hard enough to make his knuckles tingle, but there was no extra emotion on his face. Truthfully, at this point, Homelander's overall strength was still greater than his own. But with his powerful chest blast, and his understanding of Homelander, Benjamin had still made his move. He looked down coldly at Homelander lying in the rubble. I'm disciplining my unfilial son. At those words, Homelander's expression froze. His anger halted halfway, replaced by something almost blank. He had never been disciplined by a father before. Benjamin gave him no time to recover and continued. Edgar and my old teammates packaged me up and sold me to those Russians. They tortured me for 40 years. Not 40 days, not 40 months, but a full 40 years. Every day, every hour, every minute. He went on. They tested the limits of compound V tolerance on my body. They electrocuted me, burned me with fire, froze my organs with cryogenic gas and watched them heal little by little, fired an AK-47 into my mouth, and ran those damned radiation experiments. I went through 40 whole years of experiments. You grew up in a lab. You should know what that feels like. 40 years. His voice remained cold. Then I finally crawled out of that damn lab. I crossed half the world to get back to America, turned on the TV, and guess what I saw? He pointed at the bright red stars and stripes emblem on Homelander's chest. I saw my son wearing Vought's uniform, giving the cameras that perfect 8-tooth smile, serving as a watchdog for Edgar, the bastard who sold out his father. You go in and out with Black Noir, work missions shoulder to shoulder with him, and even pat him on the shoulder at press conferences while calling him your good partner. Black Noir. The man who personally led the rest of the payback squad back then and helped knock me out. So tell me, shouldn't I hit you? You pathetic little wimp. You disappoint me beyond words. Homelander covered his face and opened his mouth to say something, but it felt as if his throat had been blocked. He wanted to argue, but the wound on his face still hurt. And Homelander could not find a reason to argue. Not a single word. At last, Homelander spoke, his tone carrying a faint trace of grievance. I couldn't access the files, he said. I went to Vought's Archives Management Center, the records room, and the board secretary's office. They told me the files didn't exist. They told me to get lost. They blocked me 4 times. Benjamin looked at him. At the blood streaks on that young face. At the red veins creeping through those blue eyes. At this child who had grown up in a laboratory, who had suffered terrible torment just like him. Maybe there had been a reason for Benjamin's own suffering. After all, the original body had bullied his teammates mercilessly first. Black Noir and the others could no longer endure it, and only after Edgar's persuasion had they chosen to turn on him. But what about Homelander? What had he done wrong? From childhood to adulthood, Homelander had endured that kind of terrible pain without ever being given a choice. It had not lasted long, just one childhood. But Benjamin felt that pain might have been worse than the 40 years he had endured. He was silent for a moment. Then he reached up and pulled a few strands of hair from his head. The roots still had follicles attached. He handed the strands to Homelander. If you can't find the files, then check somewhere else. Don't tell me America's top supe doesn't even know how to go to a hospital for a paternity test. Homelander's gaze fell on the strands of hair. He carefully closed them in his palm, then pushed himself up from the shattered stones. His suit was covered in cement dust and debris. The wound on his left cheek had stopped bleeding, but the streak of blood still remained on his face. After you find out the truth, don't do anything impulsive. Benjamin patted him on the shoulder. The force was light, but the moment his palm landed, Homelander's body stiffened slightly. Show the report to Edgar. He'll know how to contact me. I'll get my revenge sooner or later, but not now. Homelander said nothing. He only clenched the hair a little tighter, turned around, bent his knees slightly, and shot up from the ground. A blast of air exploded outward. His figure rapidly shrank against the New York sky, turning into a dark red speck of light before disappearing beyond the Manhattan skyline. Benjamin watched Homelander leave. At the same time, a system notification sounded beside his ear. You allowed Homelander to experience the heavy fatherly love of a strict father. Although he still isn't sure you are his father, he has never been personally beaten or disciplined by his biological father before. Now that you have disciplined him yourself, Homelander actually feels something rather different. Reward obtained, Super Speed LV1. Current abilities. Nuclear Blast LV3, can release high-intensity radioactive energy capable of incinerating everything and removing the compound V inside a target. Super Strength LV5, possesses the super strength of a top-tier supe. Super Defense LV5, invulnerable to blades and bullets, immune to conventional firearms and most superhuman attacks. Self-Healing LV5, extremely high cellular activity, capable of rapidly repairing fatal injuries. Radiation Resistance LV5, completely immune to nuclear radiation and all harmful rays. Super Speed LV1, possesses the speed of an ordinary supe. Ageless Longevity, the physical body remains forever at its peak. To be honest, given Soldier Boy's physical toughness, his speed should not have been that slow according to normal physics. And yet his actual speed really had been no different from an ordinary person's. Any regular person on a shared bike could have run circles around him. Maybe it was some kind of limitation. Maybe it was a contingency Vought had left behind. But now, that limitation had been broken. Benjamin had gained the speed of an ordinary supe. He would never be kited around like a dog again. A little after 3 in the afternoon, New York Presbyterian Hospital Genetic Testing Center. A man wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, dressed in a loose hoodie, walked into the first-floor lobby. He moved slowly, standing in sharp contrast to the patients and medical staff hurrying around him. His cap was pulled low, and his sunglasses covered most of his face. But if anyone recognized the face hidden beneath those sunglasses, it would set social media across the entire United States on fire within 5 minutes. Homelander had lived nearly 30 years and had never done anything like this before. He pressed a number at the automated ticket machine in the waiting area, sat on a plastic chair for a full 20 minutes, then said to an exhausted-looking nurse at the front desk, "I'd like to get a paternity test." His tone was so polite it felt unfamiliar even to him. The nurse did not even look up as she handed him a form and 2 sample tubes. The sampling process was quick. He placed Benjamin's strands of hair into one tube, then pulled a few strands from his own head and placed them into the other. He filled out the form, paid the fee, and sat back down in the plastic chair to wait. The fluorescent lights in the hallway gave off a low hum. Across from him sat a young mother holding a child. The child was using a crayon to draw a red flower on the wall of the waiting area. The smell of disinfectant mixed with the burnt odor from the coffee machine. Everything was so ordinary that it felt unreal. Homelander stared at the mother holding the child. No one knew what he was thinking. He waited for 2 hours. Maybe longer. Then the nurse called his number. Not under the name Homelander, but under the identity he had forged and the name John. He took the yellow-brown folder, walked into the stairwell, pushed the door open, and only after confirming that there was no one around did he tear open the seal. The report was not long. 3 pages, packed with medical terminology and numerical tables. His eyes skipped past all the genetic locus analyses and technical explanations he could not understand, landing directly on the conclusion section at the very bottom of the last page. 3 lines, in bold black text. Test result, the probability of paternity between sample A and sample B, John, is greater than 99.9%. Conclusion, sample A is the biological father of sample B. Testing facility, New York Presbyterian Hospital Genetic Testing Center. Homelander leaned against the stairwell wall, the hand holding the report hanging limply at his side. The wall was ice cold. The chill seeped through the fabric of his hoodie and into his skin, but he did not feel it at all. His gaze was fixed on a tiny crack in the opposite wall, but his eyes were unfocused. His X-ray vision passed through the wall, through the hospital, through all of New York. He had a father, but no one had ever told him. Soldier Boy was his father, not the researchers in white coats at the lab, not Madeline, not Barbara or Edgar. In his understanding of the world, the word father had always belonged to other people, just like the perfect families in breakfast cereal commercials. It was an illusion written into a script. A blessing image posted by Vought's PR department on Twitter every Father's Day. And now, suddenly, someone was telling him it was real. A father who would hit him, and who would teach him. He flipped the report back to the first page and read it again. Then he read it again. By the 3rd time, his hands began to tremble. Not from excitement. From hatred. He hated Edgar. He hated that dim black man who sat behind the boardroom table, always facing everyone with that mild smile. He hated Vought. Hated the laboratory cage that had kept him in a growth chamber for as long as he could remember. He hated Black Noir. Hated that silent black shadow who never spoke. He had patted that man on the shoulder countless times and called him partner countless times. And that man had known who his father was from the very beginning. Worse, he had been one of the people who framed his father. His hatred needed an outlet. Homelander shoved the report into the pocket of his hoodie, pushed open the stairwell door, and walked out of the hospital. The wound on his face throbbed faintly under the sunlight. The dried streak of blood was still on his left cheek, and he did not wipe it away. Evening, Vought Tower. Homelander stepped out of the elevator with the paternity test report clenched in his hand, the paper already crumpled from his grip. He walked down the corridor, looking around and scanning as he went. Finally, Homelander found him. In the lounge at the end of the corridor, Black Noir was sitting on the sofa. He wore his signature black combat suit, his mask covering his entire face. On the coffee table in front of him sat an untouched glass of water. Beside it, a tablet screen glowed, playing a black and white comedy from the silent film era. Black Noir was watching intently. Or at least, he looked like he was watching. His posture was so straight it was almost rigid, both hands resting flat on his knees. Homelander stopped at the entrance to the lounge. He did not speak. He simply stood there, studying the silent figure on the sofa with a look he had never used before. Black Noir noticed him and slowly turned his head, the eye holes in his mask facing the doorway. The two of them looked at each other. Black Noir, Homelander said, his voice unnaturally calm. Do you know my father? Black Noir tilted his head slightly. Then he shook his head. Homelander walked into the lounge at an unhurried pace. He unfolded the crumpled paper in his hand and flung it hard into Black Noir's face. My father. Soldier Boy. Probability of paternity greater than 99.99%. Sample A is the biological father of Sample B. You were a member of my father's team, and you didn't know. Black Noir's gaze fell on the paper. He looked at it for a long time. The only sound in the room was the exaggerated piano score from the silent film. On the screen, a comedian slipped, silently rolling down the stairs, the sight so comical it was almost glaring. Then Black Noir nodded, and shook his head. He wanted to explain something, but he could not speak. You knew all along. Homelander's voice suddenly became very soft, so soft it was almost as if he were talking to himself. Every time you stood beside me, every time I patted your shoulder and called you my partner, you knew. And you were one of the people who set up my father. Black Noir did not move, like a silent black mirror. He knew he was finished. Homelander stopped speaking. He reached out, fingers of his right hand pressed together, fingertips aimed at Black Noir's chest. The moment his fingertips touched the black combat suit, the fabric was pierced as easily as paper. Then came skin. Then muscle. Homelander's fingers pushed in, inch by inch. Black Noir's body trembled slightly. His eyes never left Homelander's face from beginning to end. Black Noir was dead. His hands slipped from his knees and hung at his sides, his fingers slightly curled. The silent film was still playing. All kinds of cartoon characters appeared in his eyes as well. Homelander pulled his hand back. He lowered his head and glanced at his hand, then turned and walked out of the lounge. He did not spare so much as another look for the body on the sofa as it slowly went cold. Stan Edgar's office was in the southeast corner of the top floor of Vought Tower. It was an absurdly large circular room, with floor-to-ceiling windows on three sides overlooking all of Manhattan. At that moment, New York's nightscape spread out below like a sea of light. The lights of countless office buildings reflected on the Hudson River, swaying slowly with the ripples. Edgar sat behind an enormous solid wood desk, holding a glass of whiskey. The ice cubes inside clinked softly against the glass. The next moment, the entire office door was torn clean out of its frame. The hand holding Edgar's glass did not tremble. He did not even stand. He merely lifted his eyes slightly, looking at the blond man in the doorway, clothes stained with blood and a wound still visible on his left cheek, with the same calm gaze he used to review financial statements. Homelander. He called his name in an even tone. You're staining my carpet. Homelander stood in the doorway, his chest heaving violently. Facing Edgar, he hesitated. It was a nameless fear that had followed him since childhood. Blood dripped steadily from the fingers of Homelander's right hand, staining the carpet. Deep in Homelander's eyes, two visible sparks of light burned in his pupils, a sign that his laser eyes were about to erupt. The faint, trembling red glow flickered at the edges of his irises, making the temperature in the office seem to rise by several degrees. Soldier Boy. He spoke through clenched teeth. You sold him to the Russians. You locked him in a lab for 40 years, then fed me some story about him dying on a mission. You made me stand in silence before his headstone. You made me bow to his old uniform. You made me say in an interview that Soldier Boy was a great hero, and you knew where he was the entire time. You knew he was strapped to an operating table, being tortured over and over. You even knew he was my father, and you still did it. His voice rose higher and higher, the final words almost a roar. The glass walls of the office trembled in the wake of his shout, letting out a low, continuous hum, as if the entire building were shaking. Edgar set the whiskey glass on the desk, leaned forward slightly, and looked at Homelander without a trace of fear or panic. Yes, he said. And then, Homelander's pupils suddenly contracted. He took a step forward, his boots crunching over the broken pieces of the door scattered across the floor. Then Homelander kept closing in on Edgar. Less than 3 steps separated them. All he needed was a twitch of his finger, or a glance, and Edgar would be dead. Kill Edgar. The thought surfaced in Homelander's mind. Kill this bastard sitting behind his desk, staring at him with that utterly indifferent expression. He could do it. In less than the blink of an eye, there would be one more headless corpse in this office. But his hand stopped. Not only because of that fear ingrained in him since birth, because another sentence was echoing in his head. After you find out the truth, don't do anything impulsive. Show the report to Edgar. He'll know how to contact me. Don't be impulsive. That was the tone a father used when speaking to his son. Perhaps Soldier Boy wanted to take revenge with his own hands. Homelander's breathing grew heavier. Edgar watched it all, his expression unchanged. He even picked up his whiskey glass again and took a sip. But his fingers paused slightly on the rim of the glass. It seems he's told you quite a lot. Edgar's voice remained steady. So, what do you want now? Everything is still negotiable, isn't it? Though Edgar still did not know how Soldier Boy had learned all of this. Could it have been through a former teammate? Homelander placed his blood-stained hand on Edgar's sofa, the motion stiff and rough. He raised his head and looked at Edgar. The murderous intent in those glowing red eyes had not fully faded. Soldier Boy wants you to contact him. Homelander's voice was hoarse. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the office. Early the next morning, Benjamin was brushing his teeth when his phone rang. Sunlight from 6:30 in the morning streamed through the apartment window. No one had come looking for trouble since yesterday evening. As for A-Train, Vought's PR had already gone to work. At the time, he had been chasing. The screen lit up, an unfamiliar number with no name flashing on it. Benjamin stared at the string of digits for 2 seconds, spat out the foam in his mouth, and pressed answer. Soldier Boy. The voice on the other end was steady, carrying the polished smoothness of a man long used to business dealings. This is Stan Edgar. Benjamin wedged the phone between his ear and shoulder, turned on the faucet, and rinsed his toothbrush. The sound of running water filled the room for a moment before he replied unhurriedly. I know who you are. We need to talk. Edgar's voice sounded again. Talk about what? How I'm going to kill you, tear your body into pieces, and feed it to the dogs. Edgar's tone did not change. The situation has changed. You and I both know that once certain things are exposed, there is no going back. Vought can handle one Homelander, but a Homelander carrying hatred, plus his father, even Vought can't withstand that. Benjamin leaned against the sink and wiped the corner of his mouth with a towel. He said nothing, waiting for Edgar to lay his cards on the table. That's your problem, isn't it? Your goddamn Vought should have gone down a long time ago. But before that happens, you and Homelander will both be ruined. Your fine son cares about that. At least for now, Vought controls public opinion across the entire country. Are you threatening me? Benjamin gave a cold snort. If Homelander and I are convicted of treason because of Vought, or destroyed by public opinion in some other way, then maybe I'll take my wimpy son and turn all of New York into a place that makes him less of a wimp. No, maybe I'll destroy the entire United States with him, then take him to that mysterious Eastern superpower. Oh, right. I don't care if you're recording this. You should know that once the gloves come off, who loses the most? Homelander and I can simply live somewhere else. You, Vought, and the United States will disappear. Benjamin's voice was filled with anger. Of course, Benjamin. Calm down. That's why I suggest we speak in person. Edgar said. Not as enemies, but as two adults who need to solve the same problem. You choose the place, and you choose the time. I'm sure we can reach an agreement, can't we? Benjamin draped the towel over his shoulder and glanced at the face in the mirror, that face the Queen of England had once. The corner of his mouth curved slightly. This afternoon, then, he said. The cafe downstairs from my place. Come alone, unless you're not worried I'll fuck you up. He hung up, tossed the phone back beside the sink, and continued brushing his teeth. At 2 in the afternoon, in the street-facing cafe in Brooklyn, Edgar arrived even more punctually than Benjamin had expected. The man who ran the world's largest superhero business empire pushed open the cafe's glass door wearing a dark gray turtleneck and black trousers. No entourage. No security. Low-key enough to pass for a university professor in New York on a business trip. If Benjamin had not known who he was, Edgar could have disappeared into any crowd on the street. Edgar sat down across from Benjamin, ordered a black coffee from the waiter, then folded his hands on the table and looked at the man opposite him. Benjamin leaned back in his chair, holding a cup of Americano that had already gone more than half cold. His posture was casual, like he was catching up with an old friend. Your son killed Black Noir last night. Edgar got straight to the point. With his bare hands, in the lounge on the 37th floor of Vought Tower. The surveillance footage was very clear. I've already had it deleted. Benjamin took a sip of coffee, his expression unchanged. He had already guessed as much. The look in Homelander's eyes when he left, the hatred burning inside them, needed an outlet. And the body Benjamin had inherited already had a grudge against Black Noir. Not only Black Noir, but several of his former teammates as well. They had no personal grudge against Benjamin himself, but since he had inherited this body, taking revenge for it was not unreasonable. Besides, those memories were still very real in his mind. Soldier Boy had never bullied a normal person. And in this twisted world of the boys, full of perverts and freaks, normal people were far too rare. That was why Soldier Boy had bullied people so often. Of course, bullying was wrong. But 40 years of torture was far more hateful than bullying that at least had a reason behind it. So you're here to call me to account. I'm here to do business. Edgar's tone was as steady as if he were reading a financial report. The situation is simple. You and John, Homelander, father and son together, have enough power to erase Vought International from the New York Stock Exchange completely. I'm not exaggerating. You know I'm telling the truth. But by the same token, Vought also has the ability to, well, you understand. But I won't tear everything apart, because that would not benefit us, or you, in the slightest. He paused as the coffee was brought over. He lifted the cup, took a sip, then continued. But I believe there is a better solution. We don't intend to go to war with you, and we don't intend to go to war with John. Quite the opposite. I want you to return to Vought. Benjamin set down his cup, his gaze focusing on Edgar's face for the first time. Let me return. Benjamin sneered. Did you forget who sold me to those Russians? That was a mistake. Edgar said it quickly, with almost no pause, as if he had rehearsed that line over and over at some negotiating table. A disastrous decision made by the previous management. Of course, I'm not here to defend it. I'm here to propose a new arrangement. If I hadn't seen the original, I might actually believe him. Benjamin sneered inwardly. Edgar took a folded piece of paper from his pocket, flattened it on the table, and pushed it toward Benjamin. It was not an official contract, but a handwritten outline of terms. The handwriting was neat and the points were clearly organized. It had clearly been written by Edgar himself, or at the very least personally drafted by him. Return to Vought and enter management as a supe. Edgar began laying it out, his finger tapping the paper. Not joining the 7, but managing the 7. A brand new title will be created, Executive Director of Supe Affairs. Your authority will be above every member of the 7, including Homelander. Every mission assignment, personnel transfer, and operation approval will require your signature. In the decision-making hierarchy for Supe Affairs, your rank will be second only to the board of directors. He raised his head and looked Benjamin directly in the eye. In other words, the position I'm giving you is above your son. The cafe suddenly seemed very quiet. An old radio in the corner was playing jazz. Benjamin knew exactly what Edgar was planning. This old fox never made a losing deal. By giving Benjamin a position that looked impossibly high, he was really placing him and Homelander on opposite ends of the scale. Benjamin would suppress Homelander, Homelander would suppress Benjamin, and the two of them would keep each other in check, while Edgar sat right in the middle of the scale and continued pulling the strings. This was the art of power. The kind of game men like Edgar were best at. But Benjamin did not expose him. Because he had plans of his own. Why don't you fucking step down right now, give me your seat, and let me become the head of Vought. If the opportunity comes, perhaps you could get that far. Edgar did not refuse. He simply stated something that might happen in the future. Benjamin looked at Edgar, and his interest was stirred. After all, he was a transmigrator. If he wanted access to Homelander, then aside from forcibly taking him away, joining Vought was the only option. Besides, Benjamin was not the original soldier boy. His tastes were perfectly normal. Queen Maeve, Starlight, and Newman. It was impossible for Benjamin to say he had no interest at all. He did not know whether Starlight had been humiliated by the Deep yet, but it should be soon. Whether for reaching Homelander or enjoying life, Benjamin needed Vought's resources. And if he wanted to control the White House and the entire United States the way Homelander did in Season 5, Benjamin needed to join Vought too. Then, later, he would find his chance for revenge. Executive Director. Benjamin said. Add one condition. Edgar raised an eyebrow. What I want to build is a proper superhero company, not an actor agency. Recover all the Compound V being abused out there, and make sure it never leaks again. I know my damn wimp of a son is doing it, but all of this happened with your approval. Edgar's finger paused on the rim of his coffee cup. This concerned Vought's interests. But he thought for less than 3 seconds. Deal. Benjamin picked up the coffee, now completely cold, and drained it in one gulp. Then he set the cup down hard on the table. Then I start work tomorrow. If you fucking break the rules, or if you give me the chance, I'll blow your head apart and shove it up your ass. Edgar remained expressionless. The news was released by Vought's PR department. A single photo. No caption. No press release. No announcement for a press conference. Just one photo posted on Vought International's official Twitter account. The resolution was poor. It was obviously a screenshot taken from some security footage. In the image, a man in a brown-green jacket stood on the rooftop of an apartment building in Brooklyn, with New York's gray-blue pre-dawn sky behind him. Only 3/4 of his face was visible in profile, but that was enough. That jawline, that shoulder width, that posture, standing with one hand in his pocket, was exactly the same as the footage from the black and white documentaries that played on loop in the Vought History Museum. The photo was posted at exactly 7 in the morning. By 8, Twitter's servers had crashed. More than 8 million quote retweets flooded in within a single hour. Led by TikTok, every platform was spreading the same sentence at an exponential rate. Soldier Boy is back. The Nasdaq screen in Times Square, New York, switched its display at once. They replaced the day's stock market feed with an old photo of Soldier Boy provided by the Vought Museum. Normandy Beach, 1944. He carried that iconic diamond shield with the bald eagle emblem, burning landing craft and anti-aircraft fire filling the sky behind him. Beneath the black and white photo, a line of gilded text scrolled past. The legend returns. Soldier Boy confirmed to return to Vought International. More and more people gathered in the square. Some held up their phones and took pictures of the giant screen. Some called their parents on video and cried at the image. Others rushed out of their hotel rooms still wearing pajamas. A veteran in his 60s stood directly beneath the screen, wearing an old, washed-out military uniform with several faded medals pinned to his chest. He looked up at the black and white photo, tears running down his wrinkled cheeks, his lips trembling as he repeated again and again. I saw him when I was a kid. I saw him in a parade when I was a kid. CNN cut away from its regular morning news programming. The female host on MSNBC, Eyes Red, said into the camera, "What this means for America cannot be put into words." Several Fox News commentators reached a rare unanimous agreement. They used "the greatest comeback of the century" as their headline, the letters so large they almost filled the entire screen. And the man at the center of this frenzy had now stepped out onto the street. He was going to find someone. on the Upper East Side of New York, in an old apartment building that was well maintained but not overly flashy. The doorman was an Italian man in his 60s. He glanced at Benjamin and stepped aside without asking a single question. The legend opened the door. The legend, former senior vice president of Vought International, the man who had once overseen the entire soup affairs department. Now, this former legend lived in an apartment packed with old posters, film reels, and outdated magazines. He wore a pilled bathrobe and held a martini in his hand. At 2 in the afternoon. He looked much older than Benjamin remembered. Jesus. The legend stared at Benjamin in the doorway. The martini glass in his hand wobbled, nearly spilling. What they said on Twitter was true. You didn't unfollow me on Twitter. I did. Then I made a burner account. The legend stepped aside from the doorway. Come in. You're America's original hero. Don't let anyone notice you. The apartment was much larger inside than it looked from the hallway. The walls were covered with movie posters. Some were originals, some were signed, and some were out-of-print editions that even the Vought Museum might not have in its archives. Benjamin stood in the middle of the living room, his gaze sweeping over the posters. His own face looked back at him from several different frames. Wartime propaganda posters from the 40s, recruitment ads from the 50s, and a rough-looking comic book cover. You haven't changed much from the posters. The legend closed the door, leaned against the door frame, and looked Benjamin up and down. Benjamin turned around. You kept my things, didn't you? The legend was silent for 2 seconds. How did you know I kept them? Because you're the legend. Benjamin said. You couldn't have thrown away my supersuit. The legend took a sip of his martini and said nothing. He went into the bedroom, then came out a moment later with a dust bag in his hand. He placed it on the sofa. Inside was a supersuit, mainly dark green, with a white star emblem on the chest and scratches of varying depth across the shoulder armor. The fabric felt a little stiff, but overall, it had been preserved almost perfectly. Even the metal buckles on the wrist guards had been polished until they shone. Then there was the shield, though only Soldier Boy could take it. The legend could not lift it. The shield was engraved with a bald eagle spreading its wings. Soldier Boy's weapon. The edges were slightly worn, but not a single rivet was missing. Benjamin went to where the shield was kept. He reached out, hooked his fingers around the leather straps on the inside, and lifted the shield. He slipped his arm through the straps and turned his wrist. The shield cut through the air with a low, heavy sound. The legend watched, a complicated look passing across his face. You killed Black Noir last night, he said, not sounding like he was asking. My son killed him. What's the difference? The legend picked up his martini glass again and sat down on the sofa. Edgar called me this morning. Guess what he said? Say it. He said you're starting work at Vought tomorrow. Executive Director of the Soup Affairs Department. Higher authority than even Homelander. The legend looked at him over the top of his reading glasses. Vought tortured your son and packaged you off to the Russians, and now you're planning to sit down and have dinner with them. I don't have that kind of appetite. Benjamin leaned the shield against the arm of the sofa and began taking off his clothes. Good God. The legend stared at his body, then paused. They used you as a test subject. That's right. A test subject for 40 years. Benjamin put on the inner layer of the supersuit, moving unhurriedly. But that's not the point. I have something to ask you. Where is Crimson Countess? The legend's fingers paused on the rim of his martini glass. You didn't come back to catch up. You came back to settle accounts. I came back to catch up, and to settle accounts. Benjamin fastened the chest armor and began buckling the wrist guards. Give me the address. She'll run? She can't. Even if she does, with Vought after her, how long can she run? The legend fell silent. Then he set down his glass, picked up a pen from the coffee table, and wrote a few lines on the blank edge of an old magazine page. Not everyone at Vought is a bad person. The legend handed him the slip of paper and spoke slowly. Benjamin took the paper, folded it, and put it into the inner pocket of his supersuit. He understood what the legend meant. Then he said, I know. You're not a bad person. Maybe my wimpy son isn't either. And some of the workers, the low-level employees, some normal soups. So I'll rebuild Vought into something new, not destroy it completely. You should know that I'm a superhero. I'm not a bad guy. He hung the shield on his left arm and walked toward the apartment door. Halfway there, he stopped and turned his head toward the old man on the sofa. Where's the gun? What gun? My gun. There's no way you only kept the clothes. The legend stared at him for 2 seconds, then walked over to a corner piled with cardboard boxes and rummaged around for a while. First he took out an M1911 pistol, then the iconic eagle-head dagger, along with several other weapons. He placed them one by one on the coffee table. I loaded the bullets myself. They still work, he said. You owe me $400. Ammo expenses. Benjamin slid the dagger into the hidden sheath on the side of his combat boot, tucked the M1911 into the holster at the back of his belt, and slung the Thompson's strap over his shoulder. I feel like you're different, Ben. The legend stared at Benjamin, his gaze shifting slightly. 40 years. Benjamin straightened. A lot of things change. Yeah, the legend murmured to himself. A lot of things change. Only, he had not expected Benjamin to care so much about this unfamiliar son. Sunlight slanted in through the dusty window at the end of the apartment hallway, falling across Benjamin's back. The shoulder armor of his deep green supersuit reflected the sunlight with a dull, almost imperceptible sheen. With his free left hand, he pushed open the apartment building's front door, and New York's early autumn wind rushed toward him. Vought Tower waited for him in the direction of Manhattan. In its conference room, the superheroes were preparing to accept rules unlike any they had ever known. In the distant suburbs of Pennsylvania, there was also a woman who owed his original body a debt nearly half a century old. But right now, he was going to Vought to see his son. As for Crimson Countess, there was no rush. He had waited 40 years. Another day or two would not matter. The 42nd floor of Vought Tower, the Seven's main conference room. Inside the conference room, all 6 members of the Seven had already arrived. Ashley stood near the wall beside the conference table, listening in. A-Train sat in a wheelchair. His knee had almost fully healed, but he insisted on using the wheelchair, claiming that it makes me look more like a victim. An exaggerated brace was still strapped to his right foot. Because of yesterday's near-attempted murder incident, A-Train had been busy with PR these past 2 days. But this look also helped draw sympathy from some of his fans. After all, he had only ended up like this by accident while pursuing a fugitive. Translucent sat at the other end of the long table, not invisible. He looked a little nervous. The Deep sat beside him, a glass of water in front of him as usual, his expression even more lost than normal. He had already heard about Black Noir, but he did not know the details. All he knew was that after last night, Black Noir's lounge had been permanently sealed off, and no one had told him why. Had Black Noir gone to Orlando? The Deep was not very bright, so he did not understand. Queen Maeve stood by the window, arms folded as she leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window frame. There was only one person who could have killed Black Noir. Queen Maeve thought silently. What is that lunatic planning now? Of course, there was another person too, but that person had not been in the company yesterday. The conference room door opened. Homelander walked in, his cape stirring a small gust of air behind him. He smiled faintly as he walked to the head of the long table, but he did not sit. Instead, he stood to the right of the main chair and placed one hand on its back. Everyone. Homelander's voice was clear. Compared to his usual tone at press conferences, it carried less showmanship and more solemnity. Before we begin today's agenda, I'd like to introduce someone to you. He turned toward the conference room door and extended his hand. Everyone's gaze turned to that door at the same time. They all knew who was coming. The door was pushed open, and then they saw the shield. The shield engraved with a diamond-shaped bald eagle appeared first through the gap. Then came the deep green supersuit. And finally, that face the Queen of England had. A-Train and Translucent froze. The Deep stood there with his mouth hanging open. He knocked over the cup in front of him, and water ran across the tabletop, dripping onto the carpet drop by drop. At the sight, Homelander shot the Deep a look of disgust. Maeve moved away from the window frame and slowly straightened. A trace of awe appeared in those usually sharp eyes of hers. Benjamin walked into the conference room with the shield on his left arm, his combat boots stepping across the carpet without making a single unnecessary sound. He stopped at the far end of the long table, his gaze sweeping over every face in the room as if he were inspecting a squad of new recruits. Soldier Boy, Homelander continued, his voice carrying an emotion even he had not fully managed to control. My father, and also my predecessor. Starting today, Soldier Boy will serve as executive director of the Supe Affairs Department at Vought International. Every mission assignment, personnel deployment, and operational approval for the Seven will require his signature. His authority is above mine. No one else knew about this. They had thought Soldier Boy was only joining the Seven. They had never expected. Every superhero in the room processed the meaning of those words at the same time, and varying degrees of surprise appeared on their faces. A-Train's expression shifted from shock to disbelief. Translucent's face froze. The Deep finally snapped back to himself, wiped the water from the table, and once again put on that dumb, dazed look. Maeve glanced at Homelander, then at Soldier Boy. After saying this, Homelander swept his gaze across every face at the long table. His expression control was flawless. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, carrying both joy and pride. But if someone looked closely enough, Homelander really was happy. After all, the man standing at the other end of the table was real. He was his blood, his father. But at the same time, when Homelander said the words his authority is above mine, he did feel a little hurt inside. Or perhaps just uncomfortable. Soldier Boy had a higher position than him and greater power than him. Their strength was clearly about the same. Yet from this day forward, Homelander was no longer the unreachable peak of Vought's soup system. So Homelander was still frustrated. But that man was Soldier Boy. He was his father. So Homelander only bit his lip and did not show much dissatisfaction. Benjamin placed the shield on the long table, the white eagle facing upward, its painted surface reflecting a quiet gleam under the conference room lights. He braced both hands on the edge of the table, leaned forward slightly, and spoke his first words of the afternoon to the most powerful superheroes in the world. I'm Soldier Boy. Glad to meet you all. His tone was flat. But glad or not, starting today, the rules of the Seven are changing. Benjamin's gaze slowly moved from the left side of the long table to the right, as if he were taking stock of a batch of defective goods. Then his eyes stopped on A-Train. A-Train was sitting in a wheelchair. His elbows rested on the armrests, his chin raised slightly, giving off the air of a superhero who felt wronged but still refused to back down. But the instant Benjamin's gaze locked onto him, his back pressed against the wheelchair on its own. A-Train. Benjamin said. You little pussy who only knows how to run into women. Slap yourself twice. If you don't do it, I will. A-Train's pupils shrank sharply. Hadn't he already been beaten? And beaten half to death, no less. His gaze instinctively drifted toward Benjamin's side. Homelander had already moved to stand beside Benjamin, looking perfectly obedient. His cape hung behind him, his arms folded across his chest, those blue eyes staring at A-Train without blinking. There was no expression on his face, but that very lack of expression was more chilling than any threat. The meaning was obvious. My dad told you to do it. You'd better do it yourself. A-Train's Adam's apple bobbed. Smack, smack. Two crisp sounds rang out. A-Train's palm struck his left and right cheeks hard. He hit himself so hard that even he froze for a moment. Two deep red handprints quickly rose on his face, and a trace of blood even seeped from the right corner of his mouth. Benjamin watched without the slightest change in expression and continued. Good. A-Train, one more thing. If I find out you're doping yourself for future races again, you won't be staying in the 7. Something buzzed in A-Train's head. Doping. Compound V. He had done that extremely discreetly. No one should have known. Even if Homelander had ordered him to transport Compound V, Homelander should not have known he was using it on himself. No, maybe he already knew. Otherwise, how would Soldier Boy know? He abruptly raised his head and looked at Benjamin. But there was not a trace of interrogation or probing in Benjamin's expression. The look on his face was exactly the same as when he had ordered him to slap himself. Calm, certain, as if he were stating a public fact. Then A-Train's gaze drifted involuntarily toward Homelander again. It had to be Homelander. Homelander must have told Soldier Boy, and Homelander was still standing beside his father, staring at him with eyes that held no warmth at all. A-Train swallowed. A drop of blood from the corner of his mouth slid down his chin, but he did not wipe it away. Yes, sir. Benjamin moved his gaze away from him and onto another figure at the long table. Translucent. Translucent stiffened slightly. To be honest, he had been secretly relieved just now. A-Train had been singled out. The Deep probably would not get away either. As for him, aside from his fondness for women's restrooms, there was nothing anyone could really hold over him. He should count as one of the better supes. But Benjamin's next words made his asshole clench on pure reflex. Translucent, if I catch your disgusting ass getting naked in a restroom to peep again, I'll shove a bomb up your ass, blow you into the sky, and feed the pieces of you to the dogs. Translucent froze in his chair. The outside of his carbon fiber skin was indestructible, but inside was still his own body, bulletproof, yes, but far from without weakness. And he had never told anyone about that weakness. An image surfaced in his mind on its own. It was so specific and vivid that he had to squeeze his eyes shut. Was this the wisdom of a first-generation superhero? An old relic who had just crawled out of a Russian lab after being frozen for 40 years. He had only been back for a few days, and yet he had already figured out a fatal weakness no one had discovered in all the years Translucent had spent at Vought. Translucent opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he only lowered himself and said, Yes, sir. I'll never do it again. Standing beside Benjamin, Homelander blinked. A faint flicker moved through his blue eyes. A-Train nearly running into someone, Translucent peeping. He knew about all of it. There was nothing inside Vought that he did not know. But as far as he was concerned, these were just harmless little flaws. So what if someone got hit? So what if someone took a peek? It was not a big deal. Homelander had thought Soldier Boy would lecture the even more useless Deep, since that waste of space could only talk to fish. He did not really understand why his father was making examples out of such trivial things. Was this about disciplining them? Establishing authority? Or, suddenly, a few images flashed through his mind. His expression stiffened slightly. Now that he thought about it, the bad things he had done were even. Maeve. Queen Maeve stood leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window with her arms folded. Her mask was off, revealing the sharp-featured face beneath, a face carrying a trace of exhaustion and weariness. Even before Benjamin had walked into the conference room, she had already had complicated feelings about Soldier Boy's return. And as Benjamin dealt with A-Train and Translucent one by one, she could not help seeing him differently. Though his real goal might have been to establish authority, not genuinely enforce discipline. Now that her name had been called, her back straightened a little on its own. If Translucent does this again, report it to me. Yes, sir. Maeve's gaze swept toward Translucent, the contempt in her eyes completely undisguised. She had worked with Translucent for a long time. Every bit of goodwill she had ever had toward this teammate had long since been worn away by his filthy little habits. Now someone was finally dealing with him, and in such a direct way. She even felt a long-lost sense of satisfaction. Caught between the two gazes, Translucent shrank his neck back and quickly said, Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It'll never happen again. Deep. Benjamin's voice turned toward the next target. The Deep's shoulders visibly trembled. The glass of water in front of him had already been knocked over once. After he hurriedly set it upright, it had left a wet patch on the table that still had not been wiped clean. He raised his head to look at Benjamin, doing his best to keep his expression steady, but the panic in his eyes had already betrayed every thought in his head. A-Train had been made to slap himself in public. Translucent had been threatened with a bomb up the ass. Now it was his turn. He had no idea what was waiting for him. He did not think he had done anything wrong, right? Probably not. Benjamin looked at him, the contempt in his eyes needing no explanation. A useless fish-fucking piece of trash. The conference room was silent for a full 2 seconds. Ashley did not even dare to breathe. She could not believe that the first thing Soldier Boy did after returning was to discipline, or rather, lecture the entire The 7. When he heard Soldier Boy curse out Deep, the corner of Homelander's mouth visibly twitched, his Adam's apple bobbing as he struggled not to lose it. Deep's face turned dark red. He wanted to say something. He wanted to defend himself, to argue back, to say those dolphins had been willing. But Deep glanced at Homelander. Then he glanced at the disgust on Benjamin's face and chose to shut his mouth. Benjamin did not waste any more time on him. He was just a worthless fish-fucking loser. Starlight had not arrived yet. If the events from the original plot really happened, he could find a chance to bully him and teach him another lesson then. Soldier Boy turned his gaze to the last person who needed to be called out individually. Maeve. Maeve paused. She had already been called once, about translucent. You need to be a real superhero. His tone was completely different from all his previous reprimands. To be honest, aside from being gay, Maeve did not really have anything worth calling out. And there was nothing wrong with being gay. Hell, it was better than being into fish. Compared with the others, she was almost too normal. Maeve said nothing. Her lips moved slightly, and then she gave a firm nod. Soldier Boy really did seem different from the rest of her teammates. Maeve looked at Benjamin's perfect, charismatic face and thought to herself. I will, sir, Maeve said. Benjamin withdrew his gaze and looked at Homelander, who was watching the show from the side. Everyone else, leave. Homelander stays. The sound of chair legs scraping against the carpet rose throughout the conference room. Translucent was the first to stand, quickly turning invisible and fleeing. Deep followed right after him, head lowered and looking a little unhappy. When A-Train turned his wheelchair, one of the wheels hit a table leg with a dull thud. He muttered a curse under his breath. Ashley hurried out after them. Maeve was the last to leave. When she passed Benjamin, her steps paused slightly. She turned her head, glanced at him, and quickly left. The conference room door closed heavily behind her. Benjamin turned to face his son. Homelander stood beside the head of the long table, his cape hanging quietly behind him. His arms were no longer crossed. They hung at his sides instead. That earlier posture, arms folded as he watched coldly from the side, was gone. In its place was a stance even he himself was not quite used to. Because everyone else had already been lectured, and now he was the only one left in the office. Was his father going to scold him? Homelander wondered silently. Benjamin picked up the shield from the table, the metal edge tapping lightly against the tabletop. He hung the shield over the back of the chair beside him, then pulled the chair out and sat down. He raised a hand and pointed at the chair next to him with one finger. Sit. Homelander hesitated for less than a second. Then he sat down. He did not lean back against the chair. Instead, he sat perfectly straight, both hands placed neatly on his knees, all 10 fingertips resting right along the edge of the knee armor on his supersuit. His cape was trapped behind him, hanging through the gap between the seat and the backrest, pooling into a small patch of red on the carpet. Benjamin looked at that posture and could not help finding it funny. It felt oddly familiar. In fact, he had rarely seen Homelander sit like this. In his impression, Homelander either crossed his legs, leaned back in his chair with a lazy, superior air, or simply stood there, looking down at people with those blue eyes, his smile always carrying a touch of effortless arrogance. But right now, with his knees together, hands flat on his lap, and back straight, Homelander looked no different from a 10-year-old sitting in a teacher's office, waiting to be scolded. An image flashed through Benjamin's mind. In Season 5 of the original series, the original body had taken Homelander to see Marathon. At that time, Homelander had been wearing his supersuit, yet he sat on the sofa with his hands on his knees and his back straight, quietly listening to the old men talk. He looked just like a child accompanying his father on a visit to an elder's home. Even when Marathon made crude jokes at his expense, Homelander didn't immediately snap and kill him. He held back out of respect for Soldier Boy. At his core, Homelander was nothing but a child. Benjamin looked at the hands resting on his knees and suddenly realized something. The man in front of him did not smoke, drink, use drugs, or visit prostitutes. He had no bad habits at all. From a certain point of view, he could even be called a moral model among superheroes. A fine young man, well, except for the part where he liked killing people. Granted, the problem of liking to kill people outweighed all those good points combined. But he was still a child. A child who had been tortured by Vought in a laboratory, then pulled out and thrown under the spotlight. A child who had never truly grown up. Benjamin looked at him in silence for a moment. Sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the conference room and fell across Homelander's golden hair, making it look beautiful. Homelander was a little nervous. Then Benjamin spoke. John, he said, are you wondering why I'm making such a big deal out of little things like A-Train hitting someone and translucent peeping? Homelander's eyes shifted slightly. He said nothing, but his silence was an answer in itself. Yes, that was exactly what he had been wondering. He did not understand why his father cared so much about those trivial little things. So what if someone got hit? So what if someone took a peek? They were superheroes. Superheroes were supposed to have privileges. At least, that was what he had been taught since he was a child. He had done plenty of things ordinary people would consider wrong, but Vought had never told him they were wrong. Benjamin leaned back in his chair. The way he looked at Homelander turned disappointed. You're fucking superheroes, Benjamin said, disappointment clear in his voice. And yet you're this fucking pathetic. So pathetic I almost can't believe it. The Seven, the top superhero team in America, the elite of the elite selected from all the soups across the country, 1 in a million talents. And what do we have? One dopes himself up and runs into people, one peeps in bathrooms, one fucks dolphins, and another spends all day brooding in silence, only to have my son shove his hand through his chest. This is America's top team. You have no fucking idea how disappointed I am. He spread his hands. How the hell are every single one of you worse than the last? How are you all such goddamn pussies? His gaze pierced straight into Homelander's blue eyes. And you, John, my son, the strongest soup in the world. In my eyes, your problem is bigger than all of theirs combined. Homelander's expression froze. The last trace of a curve at the corner of his mouth vanished, and his lips pressed into a thin line. He looked wronged. Genuinely wronged. Like a child being scolded by a teacher in front of the whole class, only for the teacher to keep him behind after everyone else had already been yelled at and tell him, your problem is the biggest. That child wanted to argue, wanted to say it was unfair, wanted to say those people had done far worse things than him. But he did not argue, because deep down, he vaguely knew his father might be right. Benjamin stood, walked up to Homelander, raised his hand, and punched him in the shoulder. It was nowhere near as hard as the punch on the rooftop, but it was enough to make Homelander hurt. Homelander's shoulder shrank back. He lifted a hand to cover the spot that had been hit, looking up at Benjamin with his brows drawn together. There was no anger in his expression, only confusion and a deeper sense of grievance. From now on, all Compound V circulating on the black market stops. Benjamin said, I don't want a single supervillain appearing anywhere in America. No, anywhere in the world. I've already spoken to Edgar about it. He agreed. And even if he hadn't, he would have had to. Homelander held his shoulder and said nothing. Compound V. It was Vought's lifeblood, the ultimate force keeping the entire tower running from its foundation to its top floor. Superheroes were the product. Compound V was the production line. Cutting off black market circulation and stopping the creation of supervillains would reduce the demand for superheroes, which meant Vought's profits would take a major hit. He opened his mouth, about to say something. Something about Vought's interests, about Edgar, and the board's reaction. But then he thought about how Vought had treated him and his father. They sold Soldier Boy to the Russians and let him be tortured for 40 years. They pulled him out of a growth chamber and subjected him to endless experiments and torment. Why should he go against his father's orders for Vought's sake? Homelander's eyes cleared. He swallowed those words back down. But in truth, his confusion had not gone away. What actual harm did the appearance of those supervillains cause him or Soldier Boy? What did the deaths of ordinary people have to do with them? He did not really understand, but he chose not to ask. Not because he was afraid, but because asking might make him look stupid. Maybe his father would punch him again, too. There was also one more thing. Homelander could not tell whether Soldier Boy was doing this to damage Vought's interests, or whether he was really a good person. A good person who liked to curse? Benjamin looked at him, then bent down again, bracing both hands on his knees so his eyes were level with the seated Homelanders. The gesture made it feel like a real conversation between two people standing at the same height. Homelander looked at Soldier Boy in front of him. Listen, John. You're a fucking superhero. No, you're the strongest fucking superhero in the world. We don't exist for Vought. We don't exist to put on some self-directed show in front of the cameras. We exist to protect the weak, those helpless little wimps who can't protect themselves. Got it? Homelander's lips moved slightly. No one had ever said those words to him in his entire life. Madeline had taught him brand value. Edgar had taught him how to weigh interests. The PR department had taught him how to recite lines in front of a camera and make them sound sincere and moving. No one had ever told him that his existence was meant to protect ordinary people without superpowers. I know you're a good boy, John. Benjamin straightened and reached out, gently patting Homelander on the shoulder. You're not a bad person. No one ever taught you the right things when you were growing up. There's still time to fix that. Good boy. The way Benjamin said those words was completely different from the printed praise in Vought's PR scripts. Homelander lowered his head and looked at his hands resting on his knees. Benjamin stood and suggested, it's getting late. Want to come have dinner with me in the cafeteria? Homelander looked up. Having dinner with his father. Those words felt as unfamiliar to him as the molecular formula of Compound V, yet they carried more weight than any perfect line the PR department had ever written. Okay. He stood and followed Benjamin. Homelander followed Soldier Boy down the corridor, his cape swaying gently behind him. When the elevator doors opened, Benjamin stepped in first. Homelander followed him inside, turned around, and stood properly. In the elevator's mirrored wall, the two of them stood side by side. One wore a dark green supersuit. The other wore a red cape. They were similar in height, similar in outline. Homelander stared at their two reflections side by side in the mirror and suddenly remembered something. He had a shoot next week. Vought's PR department had given him a new script. He had not finished reading it, but he knew the general idea. He was supposed to stand in a warmly decorated, nostalgic old house and introduce his family to the camera. His grandfather. His parents. The script said his mother would play a gentle tune on the piano every night. There had to be a real antique piano in the room, with several carefully aged family photos placed on its lid. As for his father, the script described him in great detail. He was supposed to sit with him at a workbench and build a model airplane. The moment he got the script, he had thought, if only all of this were real. Not a set. Not a temporary old house built for filming. And certainly not some worn-out piano and aged photos dug out of the prop warehouse by the PR department. but a real, existing, ordinary family. Yet now, standing in the elevator, Homelander looked in the mirror at the side profile of the man in the dark green supersuit beside him. His father was real. He threw punches, clapped him on the shoulder, and told him, "You're a good boy. Can I have dinner with you every day? I mean, if you're free. Of course, if you're busy, I can eat by myself." Homelander could not help asking. He shrugged, pretending he did not care. Benjamin and Homelander sat face to face, drinking Coke and eating burgers and fried chicken while listening to the prompts ringing in his ears. You allowed Homelander to feel the heavy, fatherly love of a caring father. Homelander has never eaten with his family, nor has any family member ever told him, "You're a good boy." He will remember the good boy you just said forever. Reward obtained. Super Strength LV5 has been upgraded to LV6. Current abilities. Nuclear Blast LV3 can release high-intensity radioactive energy capable of burning away everything and erasing Compound V from a target's body. Super Strength LV6 possesses the top-tier superhuman strength of a supe. Super Defense LV5 impervious to blades and bullets, immune to conventional firearms and most superpowered attacks. Self-Healing LV5 extremely high cellular activity, capable of rapidly repairing fatal injuries. Radiation Resistance LV5 completely immune to nuclear radiation and all harmful rays. Super Speed LV1 possesses the speed of an ordinary supe. Ageless longevity, body remains forever at peak condition. Benjamin had not expected the reward this time to be so generous. Maybe it was because Homelander had truly felt the heavy love of family? His strength had already been about the same as Homelander's, maybe even a little stronger. Now that it had reached LV6, he had definitely become even more powerful. Benjamin felt power filling every part of his body. The feeling of growing stronger really was damn satisfying. Unfortunately, Benjamin had wanted super speed or super flight even more, something to make up for his biggest weakness. Although he would no longer be outpaced by shared bikes now, an ordinary sedan could still easily leave him behind. As for Soldier Boy's current speed, it was probably just a bit faster than an ordinary person's. He was not too sure himself. Unlike Soldier Boy, who was lost in his wandering thoughts, Homelander was poking at the ice cubes in his cup with a straw, making them clink softly in the Coke. During the meal, he glanced at Benjamin several times. Because back in the elevator, Benjamin had agreed. He had said, "Isn't eating with family something you're supposed to do?" Thinking of that, the straw in Homelander's hand slipped. It missed its mark and scraped against the bottom of the cup with a squeak. He quickly put the straw back in place and lowered his head to take a sip of Coke. The Coke was no longer very cold, but he drank it slowly, as if using the motion to hide something. Perhaps the sudden light welling up in those blue eyes. Homelander suddenly said, "The cafeteria drumsticks are a little salty." Benjamin snorted. "Then tell the kitchen to use less salt next time. Do I have to handle every little fucking thing?" Homelander's face twitched slightly. He was still feeling touched. Just then, the smartphone in Benjamin's pocket, which he had owned for less than a week, suddenly began buzzing. He took it out and glanced at the screen. It was a news alert, a CNN breaking headline, with a glaring red breaking banner across the top of the screen. His gaze paused on the headline for a moment, then he turned the phone toward Homelander for him to see. The screen read, "Starlight is joining the 7? VOD announces a welcome dinner tonight as Supernova Annie January makes her official debut." Starlight was coming. Tonight. Homelander glanced at the screen, his expression unchanged. Of course, he had known about Starlight joining the 7 for a while. This was decided before you became executive director. But of course, if you don't like the new member, you can kick her out. Homelander hurried to explain. He did not understand why Benjamin cared. Maybe it was because Starlight's addition had not gone through his approval? Benjamin put the phone back in his pocket, picked up his tray, and stood. "It's fine. Just don't let it happen again. Also, generally speaking, aside from today, I won't interfere too much with the 7's daily affairs. You are still the captain of the 7. Of course Benjamin would not kick Starlight out. He still needed her tonight to bully deep. After dinner, the two separated at the elevator. Homelander went to deal with Compound V. Benjamin took the elevator up to his new territory, an office that had already been dubbed the Return of the Legend office after less than a day. The office Vought had arranged for him was on the 56th floor of the tower, reserved for the executive director of the Soup Affairs Department. Once the door opened, calling the interior luxurious would have been putting it politely. The whole office was nearly the size of a two-bedroom apartment. An entire curved wall of floor-to-ceiling windows faced the Hudson River. At that moment, the last glow of evening was slowly fading from the river, soaking the whole room in a blend of dark gold and deep blue. The desk was a single polished slab of black walnut, large enough to hold a full tactical planning meeting on top of it. On the desk sat the latest Vought custom tablet, a stack of paper documents, and an identity plate stamped in gold with the words Executive Director of Soup Affairs. Those words represented Soldier Boy's absolute authority over soups. His position was unquestionably above Madeline's. At the same time, beneath Vought Tower, in the Compound V Storage Management Center, Homelander stood in front of a row of temperature-controlled storage cabinets glowing with cold blue light, the hem of his cape dragging across the epoxy floor and casting a dark red reflection. Two technical supervisors in white lab coats stood before him. One was tall and thin with glasses. The other was short and stocky, his hairline receding all the way to the crown of his head. Both of them were trembling to different degrees. The thin one's knees were shaking. The fat one's tablet was shaking in his hands. Shut down every black market distribution channel. Starting today, send me a daily copy of all outbound records from the storage area. But Mr. Homelander, the tall, thin man pushed up his glasses, if all the black market channels are cut off, the board. You mean, Homelander turned his head and smiled at him, you want to discuss the board's opinion with me? The tall, thin man's glasses slid down his nose. No objections. We'll shut them all down. Today. Homelander patted him on the shoulder. He did not use much force, but the tall man's knees visibly bent. Good. I like efficient people. Homelander did not know whether he had learned it from his father, but he had also taken a liking to patting people on the shoulder. Soon, A-Train also received the news. He did not understand it at first, but he quickly realized this was probably Soldier Boy's order. A-Train sighed. Since he no longer needed to run errands for Homelander, then, could he pocket even more Compound V? Thinking about the upcoming race, A-Train grew irritated. Fortunately, he still had quite a bit stockpiled. Evening. The banquet hall in Vought Tower was brightly lit. Ivory white tablecloths covered the long tables, silverware was arranged in neat rows, and every dish had been personally prepared by a Michelin-starred chef. Giant posters of the Seven hung on both sides of the walls. Homelander's iconic smile looked especially dazzling beneath the lights. Of course, Soldier Boy was there too. The posters of Soldier Boy and Homelander were placed in the center, side by side. However, Soldier Boy's position had not been made public yet. The timing still was not right. Annie January, codename Starlight, stood at the entrance to the banquet hall in a custom golden supersuit and took a deep breath. A thin layer of sweat had formed on her palms. After all, this was the most important night of her life. Starting tonight, she would no longer be Annie, the small-town girl. She would be Starlight of the Seven. At the dinner, Starlight met many people and saw Soldier Boy in the banquet hall. She froze for a moment. Of course she recognized that face. Anyone in America who had ever watched television knew that face. Soldier Boy, America's hero, one of Vought's founding icons, the man who charged into a hail of bullets with a shield in black and white documentaries. The history books said he had sacrificed himself, but this morning, he had returned to Vought. There was no way Starlight would not be excited. This was not the original plot, where the original body had destroyed half a street in a stress reaction and killed quite a few people, making Starlight despise him. Now, that stress reaction would not happen anymore. Benjamin was no longer the original body. From halfway across the banquet hall, Benjamin looked at her and gave a slight nod. Encouraged by her senior, Starlight grew even happier. Deep stood beside Starlight, constantly waving to the audience below. The dinner lasted 2 hours. After the final dessert was cleared away, the guests left one after another, reporters packed up their equipment, and staff guided the fans out. Deep, meanwhile, took Starlight to tour the Seven's meeting room. She followed Deep toward the elevator at the end of the corridor. The meeting room door closed behind them. Starlight looked around this legendary room where the Seven held their meetings. When Deep asked Starlight whether there was a portrait of Homelander in her room, Starlight shook her head. She said her idol was actually Deep, and that she had been one of Deep's schoolgirl fans. Deep quickly laughed, but when Starlight turned back around, her face filled with horror. The man she had admired, Deep, now wore a greasy smile. He had taken off his pants and was raising his eyebrows at her. Starlight's pupils shrank, and she immediately prepared to leave. What's wrong? Didn't you just say you were obsessed with me? Deep spread his hands, looking confused. But Starlight still tried to escape. Hey. This is about how badly you want to join the Seven. I'm the second in command here. Just as Deep was smugly threatening her, there was a loud bang. The door lock had been smashed apart by force. Broken pieces of the lock cylinder bounced twice on the carpet before rolling to Deep's feet. A figure in a dark green supersuit stood in the doorway, shield hanging from his left arm. The face that never seemed to fade in those black and white documentaries now carried a mocking look. What a coincidence. Benjamin said. I just happened to be passing by and heard someone calling himself the second in command of the Seven while getting ready to put his hands on a female rookie who just joined. Deep's hand was still on his waistband. His whole body froze, and the look on his face changed from sleazy to panicked. He opened his mouth to explain, to say this was a tradition in the Seven, to say many people had gone through this before joining, to say it was just a joke. But it was too late. What I fucking look down on most is using low-life tricks like this to threaten a lady. You really are one pathetic fucking coward. Benjamin cursed him out, then punched him square in the bridge of the nose. A terrifying force struck in an instant, and Deep was sent flying. At the same time, the sound of bones cracking mixed with Deep's scream and exploded through the meeting room. Deep clutched his bleeding nose, crashing into 2 chairs beside the long table before falling onto the carpet. Benjamin walked over, planted his combat boot on Deep's head, bent down, and lowered his voice until only the two of them could hear. Is this how it was with your precious fish? Did those fish say no either? Benjamin's voice was as calm as if he were chatting about the weather. You think this is an aquarium? This is land, and land is under my authority. Deep wailed in pain and convulsed on the floor. Blood poured down his face, staining his supersuit red. Starlight stood in the corner, her fingers trembling. She looked at Deep lying on the floor, at the man who had been trying to touch her just minutes ago now curled up on the carpet with blood all over his face, and a rush of satisfaction welled up inside her. Someone like him deserved to be beaten. If your mother were standing in front of me, maybe I could let you watch how I humiliate her, so she could properly enjoy what you were planning to do to Starlight. Starlight blinked. There was something about this man's way of speaking that felt a little intense. I'm sorry, sir. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Deep begged. I really know I was wrong. Please spare my life. Benjamin lifted his foot off Deep's head and turned to look at Starlight. Starlight was a little at a loss. She raised her head and looked at the man before her, the man who seemed to have stepped right out of a history textbook, and froze for a moment. Soon, though, she said softly, "Thank you, sir. You've got a body full of superpowers, and you still let yourself get pushed around by a fish-fucking loser. You're one cowardly fucking broad." After cursing her out, Benjamin turned and walked out of the meeting room. He stopped at the door and glanced sideways at Deep, who was still curled up on the floor. "From now on, a piece of trash like you is out of the 7. But when Deep heard those words, his face lost even more color than when that fist the size of a sandbag had smashed into his nose. "No, don't." Deep was full of regret. Clearly, he had been the one getting bullied at first. So why was it suddenly not okay when it was his turn to bully someone else? Starlight, meanwhile, was still thinking about what Soldier Boy had just called her. Broad? Wait, she wasn't not a broad, was she? She opened her mouth, unsure what she was supposed to say. Late at night, in Madeline Stillwell's private office at Vought Tower, Mayor Tony of Baltimore sat in the middle of the leather sofa. Madeline sat across from him, her skirt arranged neatly beneath her knees, a practiced professional smile on her face. $300 million a year for an exclusive contract with Nubian Prince. Her voice was gentle. Baltimore's crime rate is at an all-time high. Your voters need a superhero. The mayor took a sip of whiskey and set the glass on the sofa armrest. I know about Compound V. Madeline's smile did not change, but her fingers paused on the armrest. I don't know what you're talking about. Of course you do. The mayor spoke with confidence, leaning back into the sofa, the corners of his mouth lifting with certainty. $200 million a year. Otherwise, this report will be on the front page of the Washington Post tomorrow. Madeline lowered her eyes to the envelope on the coffee table. The office was silent for a full 5 seconds. I'll consider your proposal. The mayor stood, buttoned his suit jacket, and strode out of the office. The door closed behind him. Madeline tossed the envelope into the shredder. A while later, she called the mayor and negotiated a suitable price. Not far away, Homelander heard the entire conversation through his super hearing, and anger flashed in his eyes. The warmth in those blue eyes dropped instantly to freezing. The mayor, a petty city official, daring to threaten Vought and Madeline with a few printed pages. His thinking followed the same path it always had. Fly over there and slice that plane in half with his laser eyes. Clean and simple. But then he stopped. An image flashed through his mind. Soldier Boy standing in the conference room, saying in a flat voice, "We exist to protect those weak little wimps." His father had been sold to Vought for 40 years. Vought used Compound V to create supervillains, then used superheroes to stop those supervillains, all to generate profit. Why should he kill for Vought? Homelander slowly straightened, his cape settling behind him as the fluttering sound died away. He lowered his head and looked at the thousands of lights spread across New York beneath his feet. Somehow, those lights looked different from before. After watching for a while, Homelander stepped away from the window. Forget it. He was not going. Outside the window, New York's night sky remained as quiet as ever. No red cape streaked across the sky. No laser burns tore through the clouds. The mayor's plane landed smoothly at an airport somewhere, and neither the mayor nor his son had any idea they had just brushed past death. The lights were still on in the office of the executive director of Supe Affairs at Vought Tower. Starlight stood in the doorway. She had changed out of her golden supersuit and into a simple white shirt and jeans, carrying a bottle of champagne she had brought from the banquet hall. Her blonde hair fell loosely over her shoulders. Benjamin looked up from behind his desk and glanced at the bottle in her hand. "Come in. Soldier Boy, I came to thank you." Starlight walked in and set the bottle on the coffee table. About what happened in the meeting room tonight. Soldier Boy's words had been intense, but he had still protected her, so Starlight felt she had to come thank him. "No need to thank me. It's this late, and you still had time to grab a damn bottle of champagne." Starlight looked a little awkward, but she still placed the bottle on the desk. Was this just how Soldier Boy talked? Benjamin poured the champagne into a glass. A moment later, he spoke again. He thought he was exercising some kind of privilege he was entitled to, so let me warn you, there's more than one person like that in Vought. I count as one of the relatively normal ones. Come to me if you run into trouble. After all, I'm also the boss of the 7, and the whole team, including that wimpy son of mine, is under my control. Sir, Homelander is actually your son. Starlight was utterly shocked. After all, the media had not broken this news yet. He may be a bit of a wimp, and his personality isn't great. He gets worked up too easily when things happen. But he really is the strongest soup in America. I'm proud of him. Benjamin took a sip of champagne as he spoke, his face full of pride. Not far away, Homelander heard Benjamin praising him with his super hearing. "You too. I'm just like you. I'm the strongest soup in America." Homelander murmured to himself. Starlight lowered her head and stayed silent for a while. "Sir, I thought joining the 7 was my dream. Now I'm not sure if that dream is what I imagined it would be. There's nothing wrong with the dream. It's this goddamn place that doesn't deserve it. Benjamin took another sip of champagne and set the glass on the coffee table. But you can make this place deserve it. Starlight looked up at him. This man, who seemed to have stepped out of a black and white photo in a history textbook, spoke differently from every VOD executive she had ever met. No empty promises, no motivational nonsense, no talk of brand value or fan growth curves. His words were rough, even intense, but they felt real. She smiled. Thank you. Not just for tonight. Benjamin said nothing. He simply raised his glass slightly in response. Starlight looked at Benjamin's handsome face and briefly lost herself. Early the next morning, VOD's HR department issued 2 notices with record-breaking efficiency. The first was public. Deep had resigned from the 7 for personal reasons, effective immediately. The PR department drafted a farewell statement within 10 minutes, praising his outstanding contributions to marine conservation and the injuries he had sustained over years of fighting criminals. At the end, they even added a personal statement from Deep, written with deep sincerity. Of course, Deep himself had not written a single word of it. Deep dragged his suitcase out through the side entrance of VOD Tower, white medical tape stuck across his nose and dark bruises blooming over both cheekbones. He tried to hide them with a baseball cap and sunglasses. Deep stood at the curb and looked back at VOD Tower. He had once thought that light belonged to him. He sighed, opened the car door, and climbed into the back of a taxi. The door slammed shut, and the taxi merged into Manhattan's morning rush hour traffic. Fortunately, although he had been kicked out of the 7, he was still working at VOD. Madeline had also told him he might have a chance to return in the future, depending on his performance. Of course, that was just polite talk. Benjamin could not be bothered with such a minor matter. Mainly, he had disliked Deep from the start. Of course, if Deep could turn himself around and stop being such a creep, Benjamin would not mind letting him come back. That afternoon, Huey came to VOD. Huey still came, and he received some compensation. After all, A-Train had nearly run his girlfriend over. When Benjamin saw Huey in the elevator, he noticed how nervous Huey was. What the hell are you doing at VOD all of a sudden, you damn pussy? Benjamin knowingly asked. Huey looked a little awkward and said, I'm here to accept the compensation from VOD. Take the money and go live your life. After all, you and that girlfriend of yours who was almost turned into ground meat are both still alive, aren't you? Huey nodded. I will, sir. And thank you for saving my girlfriend's life back then. Benjamin patted Huey on the shoulder. Even though he had already been very gentle, the pat still made Huey grimace. Benjamin had no idea how much of his advice Huey had taken in. Maybe he had listened. Maybe he had not. In the end, he might still end up hanging around with that cuckolded vigilante. Still, aside from really hating that cuckolded vigilante's speeches, Benjamin did not dislike that group of people. Perhaps he could use them to trip up VOD and Edgar. After all, Benjamin was not that much stronger than the original Soldier Boy. His physique was just a little stronger, and he was a little faster. He had no idea whether VOD had some hidden backup plan to deal with him and Homelander. Of course, even without the boys, Homelander would take control of VOD sooner or later. Using the boys might simply make it happen faster. Early the next morning, Translucent disappeared. A living, breathing man, a bulletproof superhero, had suddenly vanished into thin air. VOD and the others did not pay much attention. After all, Translucent often used his invisibility to sneak off and mess around elsewhere. Benjamin sat behind his desk and lifted his first cup of coffee of the morning. The plot had begun. Yesterday, Huey and Butcher had already made contact, and they had kidnapped Translucent. Benjamin sat in his office, took a sip of coffee, and looked over a new file he had created on his tablet. It was about Huey, Butcher, Frenchie, and Mother's Milk. All 4 of them should still be around. To be honest, Benjamin had originally thought that since Robin had not died, Huey would never go down this path. But he had gotten involved anyway. That did not make much sense. Now Translucent had disappeared, with no sign of him alive or dead, yet no one at VOD was investigating, and no one was asking questions. As for whether Translucent lived or died, honestly, it had nothing to do with him. Forget it. Benjamin did not plan to get involved. In his eyes, Translucent's life or death was not even as important as those beautiful, sexy female characters. At the lower level of VOD Tower, inside Edgar's private conference room, there were no windows, sound-absorbing panels covered all 4 walls, and every electronic device had been left in the shielded cabinet outside the door. This ensured that their conversation could not be overheard by Homelander. Several core directors sat around the long table, with Madeline seated on Edgar's right. The lighting was dim. Get straight to the point. Edgar's voice carried no emotion. The losses since Soldier Boy took office. Madeline opened her tablet. The black market for Compound V has been shut down, and projected profits have fallen by 23%. Deep has been removed, which means all derivative revenue from Deep-related IP has dropped to 0. That alone is a loss of at least $800 million. And because of the previous incident, 3 of A-Train's sponsors are currently discussing contract termination. She paused, then continued. Soldier Boy has no weaknesses. He does not care about money, and perhaps not about women either. His personality has no exploitable flaws. He won't be like Homelander, caring about reputation. We can't find any leverage over him. And because Soldier Boy is Homelander's father, Homelander won't resent him just because he has greater authority. Silence settled over the conference table. A gray-haired director took off his glasses. What about Homelander? If Madeline can keep him firmly under control, at least it could form some kind of balance. That might even be better than Homelander holding absolute power the way he did before. Madeline set down her glass of water. The motion was half a beat slower than usual. Edgar answered for her. Over the past 2 days, Homelander has not gone to Madeline for milk. Compared to before Soldier Boy arrived, their relationship seems to have fractured. Why? Because Soldier Boy is his father. Madeline's voice was dry. A man who has gone his entire life without love suddenly has his biological father fall out of the sky. Who do you think he'll choose? Perhaps, Madeline, you could give Homelander even more love than Soldier Boy can. Soldier Boy doesn't have milk, after all. Madeline rubbed her forehead. She did not know what to say. Silence pressed down again. The second hand on the wall clock made 3 full circles before someone finally spoke. Soldier Boy can't be killed, but he can be locked away. The Russians managed it back then. You mean, he'll leave Vought Tower sooner or later? The members of Payback are still around, except for Black Noir. Use them, along with a few obedient supes. Pick a moment when he's out alone, surround him, subdue him, and imprison him. Just like before. Several gazes turned toward Edgar at the same time. Edgar did not answer immediately. He looked at the tabletop. After a long while, he raised his head. Prepare both options. His voice did not rise or fall. Madeline, satisfy Homelander as much as possible. Pull him back. Whatever he wants, give it to him. Pacify him. As for the other side, he looked toward the director who had made the suggestion. Contact Payback. They will follow Vaught's arrangements. They hate Soldier Boy. Have them stand by. Madeline nodded. She knew very well that winning over Homelander used to require only a look, or perhaps a slight tug at her collar. But now, it had become a task that required her to satisfy every demand as much as possible. But she had no other cards left. Madeline did not know what else she could do either. Apart from certain parts of her own body, what else did she have? But soon, Madeline thought of Soldier Boy. Could she use the same method she used to tempt Homelander to tempt? The meeting ended. The directors filed out one after another, until only Edgar remained seated alone at the far end of the long table. He sighed. Soldier Boy's return had indeed caused plenty of trouble, and it seemed he intended to be a real superhero. Vought did not need real superheroes. Vought only needed obedient products. When Madeline pushed open the door to Homelander's room, he was sitting on the sofa. The moment Homelander saw her come in, he said coldly, "Get out. You haven't come to see me these past 2 days. You haven't even looked at me." Madeline's voice came from the doorway, carrying just the right trace of hurt. She closed the door behind her. Her high heels tapped against the marble floor at a steady, unhurried pace, just like always. Always in control, always composed. But tonight, there was something else in her eyes. Unease, calculation, and anxiety carefully disguised as tenderness. Homelander looked up, his expression a little complicated. He opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. Madeline. His nanny. The woman in his life who came closest to the word mother. Now Madeline stood in front of him, wearing a finely tailored dark blue suit with a wide neckline that revealed a deep line of cleavage. Homelander's gaze drifted there involuntarily. He opened his mouth slightly, his thoughts unreadable. Homelander. Madeline sat down beside him, leaning close, then reached out as if to touch his face. "What's wrong, Homelander?" Homelander shifted half an inch to the side, avoiding her hand. It was a tiny movement, but Madeline's fingers froze in midair, as if they had struck an invisible wall. "You and Edgar." Homelander's voice was much lower than usual. "And Vought. You hurt Soldier Boy." No, my baby." Madeline shook her head, her eyes sincere to the point of innocence. "At the time, I only thought Soldier Boy was a supervillain. I didn't know he was your father. I really didn't. What happened to him, all those things, I knew nothing about them. But when I tried to look into his file before..." Homelander stared into her eyes. "You stopped me." Homelander's gaze was full of anger. He was no longer looking at Madeline's chest. The room fell silent. The low hum of the air vent suddenly became especially clear. Madeline looked at him, then suddenly did something he had not expected at all. She leaned over, opened her arms, and hugged him. A solid embrace that wrapped Homelander completely in her arms. Madeline was actually very nervous. She did not know whether Homelander could still be controlled now, but she knew this was the only thing she could do. For Vought. Then Madeline moved behind Homelander, resting her chin against his head and letting him lean against that part of her. Homelander froze. His hands hung at his sides, and he did not know where to put them. "It was all my fault." Madeline's voice was very low, her breath brushing past his ear with a barely noticeable tremor. "I didn't know anything back then, baby. If I had known he was your father, I never would have done that. Forgive me, all right, my baby." Homelander's Adam's apple bobbed once, and he glanced upward again. He wanted to say something, but the anger and grievance that had been building in his chest for days suddenly had nowhere to go inside Madeline's embrace. Her hand began to pat his back gently. "You haven't come to see me for 2 days. Are you going to stop coming to me from now on?" As Homelander leaned closer, Madeline pulled back a little, cupped his face in both hands, and gently rubbed his cheeks with her thumbs. "I wait for you every day. Do you know that? Every day, baby." Homelander looked into her eyes, his lips moving slightly. Madeline pressed on. "Trust me?" Madeline's fingers slid from the corner of his eye to his cheek. "I have never lied to you, baby. Those things were all Edgar's decisions. I was only carrying them out for him. As for your father, I really didn't know at the time. She leaned even closer, her forehead almost touching his. Let me make it up to you, all right? Just like before. You can have Soldier Boy's love, and you can have my love too, can't you? Homelander's breathing grew uneven. He knew Madeline might be lying, but he could barely stop himself. His super hearing clearly picked up Madeline's heartbeat. It was abnormally fast. Madeline had explained before that it was because she was moved and excited, but there was another possibility. Madeline might be afraid. But right now, was she moved, or was she afraid? Homelander did not know. Everything that had happened over the past few days, his father's return, the blocked file, Black Noir's death, the conversations in the office that were half true and half false, all of it had tangled together until the string in his mind felt ready to snap. And at this moment, Madeline's warmth was real. Her breathing was real. That familiar scent on her was real too. Don't go, Madeline whispered, her fingers sliding to the back of his neck as she gently pressed his head toward her shoulder. Homelander's eyelids lowered, and the resistance inside him was crumbling bit by bit. But in the next moment, Homelander remembered what his father had called him. Wimp. He did not want to be a wimp. He did not want to be controlled by anyone anymore. He did not want to be anyone's tool again. He was Homelander, the strongest supe in the world. Yet Madeline's arms were still around his neck. Homelander clenched his fists. The next instant, there was a bang. The door was kicked open. When the door flew open, the heavy metal panel tore off its hinges and smashed into the opposite wall with a deafening crash. Madeline screamed and let go of Homelander. Homelander shot to his feet, his pupils shrinking sharply. A tall, silent figure stood in the doorway, dressed in a deep green supersuit. His shield was not in his hand, but hanging at the side of his left arm, its metal edge reflecting a cold gleam under the hallway lights. Benjamin, Soldier Boy, stood in the doorway, looking at the scene on the sofa. There was no anger in his movements, no roar, no questioning. He did not even step inside. He simply stood there, watching Homelander with an extremely calm gaze. Benjamin had already noticed something was wrong with Madeline. When he had passed by earlier, she was dressed like one of those aging old prostitutes. Utterly disgusting. Soldier Boy's gaze made it harder for Homelander to breathe than any roar ever could. Homelander stood up, not knowing what to say. He could see the disappointment in Soldier Boy's eyes. There seemed to be a trace of exhaustion in that gaze too, as if it were saying, I knew this would happen, but I still hoped it wouldn't. All the color drained from Homelander's face in an instant. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but every explanation that reached his lips was forced back by Benjamin's silent stare. Because deep down, Homelander knew it too. No matter what he had been thinking just now, no matter whether he had actually given in or not, he had seemingly been just one step away from becoming that wimp controlled by Madeline's milk again. Madeline stood from the sofa, tugged at her wrinkled collar, and tried to recover some shred of dignity. Mr. Soldier Boy, I think this is a misunderstanding. Shut up, you filthy old whore. If you're that desperate for a man, go find some old beggar on the street. Benjamin said. Madeline's mouth snapped shut. She was afraid Benjamin's shield would suddenly come smashing into her skull. Benjamin did not look at her again. His gaze stayed fixed on Homelander for several long seconds. Then he turned and walked out. The sound of his footsteps gradually faded down the corridor, each step landing on Homelander's heart. Only the faint hum of the air vent and Madeline's rapid, uneven breathing remained in the room. Homelander stood in place, hands hanging at his sides, clenched into fists. Madeline reached out, wanting to touch his shoulder, but he turned aside and avoided her. That movement was far more decisive than any before it, with no hesitation at all. Leave. Now, Homelander said. Madeline stood behind him. Her lips moved, but in the end, she said nothing. She bent down, picked up her handbag from the sofa, and walked toward the doorway in her high heels. As she passed the door panel that had been kicked off its hinges, her steps paused for a moment. Then she quickly left. When Homelander told someone to leave, they had to leave. That was the first rule when dealing with Homelander. Those who did not leave would never get the chance to leave again. Homelander stood alone in the empty room. In front of him was the metal door panel his father had kicked down. There was a deep footprint in it. He walked over, crouched down, and reached out to touch that footprint. Soon, Homelander followed after him. When he barged into the executive director's office, Benjamin was already there, because he knew Homelander would come. Homelander walked to the desk in front of Benjamin and stopped. The edge of his cape swayed lightly behind him, then fell still. Homelander's hands hung at his sides, his shoulders slightly tense. His lips moved, as if he wanted to say something but did not know where to begin. He rarely felt as though his tongue was heavy, but right now, it felt as if it had been filled with cement. Benjamin stood up, then raised his right hand. Homelander's pupils shrank. His body reacted before his mind could. His neck pulled back instinctively, and his shoulders rose half an inch on their own. The strongest supe in the world, and the first thing he did when his father raised a hand was shrink back. He was waiting for the fist to fall, like the punch on the rooftop, and like the punch that had landed on his shoulder in the conference room. And honestly, he was used to it. Ever since he was a child, mistakes meant punishment. The researchers in the lab punished him for not cooperating with tests. The various experimenters punished him for not performing well enough. Vought punished him for disobedience. So it was normal for his father to punish him too. He had disappointed him, but the fist never came. Benjamin's hand hovered in the air above Homelander's lowered head, then withdrew. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Homelander slowly raised his head and looked at Benjamin. His expression was full of confusion. Benjamin looked at him, slowly lowered the hand that had been hanging in the air, and placed it on the back of his head. You thought I was going to hit you, Benjamin said. Homelander looked up, opened his mouth, and said hoarsely, I thought you were disappointed in me. I am disappointed in you. Benjamin looked at him and slowly withdrew his hand. Look at yourself. You really are a complete and utter wimp. You fucking disappointed me. Homelander's face went white. So he really was disappointed? Somehow, being scolded by his father like this felt worse than taking a few punches. It hurt far more than getting hit. I was about to refuse. His words began to come out in a mess. Even if you hadn't stopped me, I still wouldn't have done that. The way you were looking at that old whore just now, your eyes were practically drooling. Homelander opened his mouth. What exactly is your relationship with that old whore? Benjamin's voice dropped. Fuck buddies? Or some mother-son roleplay? If it's the former, I wouldn't be this pissed. That's your private life, and I can't control it. But when I walked in, the two of you did not look like a simple man and woman having fun. Homelander stood there, panic written across his face. Did you sleep with her? Benjamin asked. Homelander hesitated, then nodded. Then please, don't look at Madeline like she's your elder, alright? She's just your damn fuck buddy. Use her, toss her onto the bed, pull up your pants, and leave. Homelander nodded again. Madeline was not his mother, nor was she an elder. She might even be one of the VOD employees who had helped set up Soldier Boy. And Madeline's heartbeat had been very fast just now. She had definitely been lying. Benjamin watched him nod several times in a row, stayed silent for a few seconds, then stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Come drink with me tonight. Homelander looked up. He had never drunk alcohol before. I'm not saying a grown man can't drink milk. Benjamin withdrew his hand. But I want you to drink it as a man, no matter what damn female animal it comes from. Not as some fragile little baby. Come on. You're the strongest soup in the world. Act like number one. You don't just need to be the world's number one soup. You need to be the world's number one man. Homelander stood in place, turning those words over in his mind. As a man. Not as a baby. The corner of his mouth moved slightly. What should we drink? Homelander asked. Beer first, then the hard stuff. Benjamin headed for the door and glanced back at him. You're buying. Those dumb fucks at VOT still haven't paid me. The first ray of morning sunlight squeezed through the gap in the curtains that had not been fully drawn, painting a long, thin line of gold across the carpet. Homelander lay in his bed. A gray cashmere blanket covered him, its corners tucked in neatly. Of course, he had not tucked them in himself. He never tucked in blankets. The apartment door closed softly. Footsteps faded down the corridor, steady and powerful. Benjamin had left. Homelander opened his eyes the moment the door shut. He was not drunk. A body built by Compound V metabolized alcohol more than 10 times faster than an ordinary person's. The kick from those few glasses of whiskey had only stayed in him for less than 20 minutes before being broken down completely. He had been sober the whole time, including when Benjamin pushed the third glass of whiskey toward him at the bar and said, drink it slowly. Don't choke on it like a woman. Including when he pretended to slump drunk over the table, and when Benjamin hooked one of his arms over his shoulder, half dragging and half carrying him back to VOT Tower. And including just now. At the time, Homelander had kept his eyes closed, feeling a blanket being shaken open and gently laid over him. The movements were clumsy and stiff, clearly not the hands of someone used to doing things like this. Then Homelander seemed to feel that hand pause above his head for 2 seconds. With his senses, he could clearly feel a warm palm hovering in the air, as if hesitating over whether to come down. In the end, it withdrew. After the door closed, Homelander opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, pulling the blanket higher until it reached his chin. He took a deep breath. Eating with family, drinking with his father, being carried home after getting drunk, and having someone cover you with a blanket. In the world of ordinary people, these were things they got used to from childhood. But it had taken him 30 or 40 years to experience them for the first time. He turned over, buried his face in the blanket, and the corners of his mouth curved in a smile even he did not notice. You allowed Homelander to experience the discipline of a strict father, as well as the heavy love of a caring father. Although he was genuinely hurt when he heard you say you were disappointed, your encouragement made him very happy. You are also teaching him how to become a real man, a true good boy. Reward obtained, Nuclear Blast LV3 has been upgraded to LV4. Current abilities. Nuclear Blast LV4 can release high-intensity radioactive energy capable of burning away everything and erasing Compound V from a target's body. Super Strength LV6 possesses the top-tier superhuman strength of a soup. Super Defense LV5, impervious to blades and bullets, immune to conventional firearms and most superpowered attacks. Self-Healing LV5, extremely high cellular activity, capable of rapidly repairing fatal injuries. Radiation Resistance LV5, completely immune to nuclear radiation and all harmful rays. Super Speed LV1, possesses the speed of an ordinary soup. Ageless longevity, body remains forever at peak condition. Fuck. Benjamin, who had already left, was a little speechless. Where were his super speed and super flight? Why did the rewards keep giving him abilities he did not use that often? Still, since Nuclear Blast had leveled up, it should reduce the cooldown on his Nuclear Blast and increase the damage, right? Soldier Boy felt that he should now be about as strong as Homelander after taking V1 in Season 5, maybe even a little stronger, assuming that little bastard did not use super speed and super flight to kite him. 9 in the morning. Vought Tower. When Benjamin stepped out of the elevator, he saw Starlight standing outside his office from a distance. She was not wearing her golden supersuit today. Instead, she had changed into a dark blue training uniform, her hair tied up in a high ponytail. She looked as bright and energetic as a freshly fired shell casing. She held her phone in her hand, constantly swiping across the screen, her face lit up with excitement she could not suppress. Did you fucking win the lottery? Benjamin walked to the door and took out his key. Starlight looked up, her eyes bright enough to be used as a flashlight. No, Mr. Soldier Boy. Last night, on my way back to my apartment, I saw two men cornering a girl in an alley. Benjamin's hand stopped at the keyhole, and he turned to look at her. Oh, the Season 1 storyline. You won't be smiling in a minute, you dumb little girl. I beat them up. Starlight spoke quickly, as if she had held it in all morning and had finally found someone she could tell. Two bad guys. One tried to run, so I grabbed him by the collar, threw him back, and slammed him into a trash can. The other tried to fight back, so I knocked him down. Benjamin pushed the door open, leaned his shield against the desk, sat in his chair, and looked at her. Good job, Starlight, he said. Even though you look pretty naive, like a big dumbass. No, like a big fucking idiot. But I'm still happy for you about this. Starlight ignored the profanity. She stood in the doorway, looking very pleased. Thank you, Mr. Soldier Boy. You really are a good person. By the way, the reason I called you a big fucking idiot is because PR is going to come after you in a minute. But don't worry about it. I'll cover you, you little moron. Benjamin said. You saw two men bullying one woman, and you went up and beat them down. That's called standing up for what's right. If you run into this kind of thing again, as long as you're sure it's the right thing to do, then do it. Got it? Don't worry about the PR department coming to give you trouble afterward. Starlight froze. She had not thought of that. They probably won't, right? PR. Soldier Boy waved his hand, telling her to leave. Just then, Ashley appeared with a dark expression, high heels clicking as she led Starlight away. As Starlight followed Ashley, she carefully glanced at Ashley's face and thought back to the crude words that had just come flying out of Soldier Boy's mouth. After being scolded, Starlight returned to Benjamin's office with her head hanging. I didn't think it would turn out like this. That's why I said this dim place is rotten to the core. Always thinking about profit, always putting on a show. You should know by now, right? Damn Vought hands out scripts. All kinds of scripts where superheroes fight crime, but those criminals are just actors. And when you actually run into something where a superhero should step in, Vought won't let you do it. If this place isn't rotten to the fucking core, then what is it? Benjamin complained while cursing Vought. Sir, I think you're right. Starlight nodded and looked at Benjamin, a flicker of light passing through her eyes. Maybe Soldier Boy, Homelander, and Queen Maeve were the real superheroes. Oh, of course, and herself too. Don't worry about the PR department. Don't worry about Vought. Go do your good deeds. Fuck you. Benjamin pointed at Starlight. Starlight blushed and ignored the last fuck you. She knew that was Soldier Boy's catchphrase, not him actually trying to proposition her. Thank you, sir. After saying that, Starlight suddenly seemed to remember something. She pulled her phone from her pocket, checked the time, and quickly said, Sir, can we have lunch together? 12 o'clock, at the Italian restaurant downstairs. Benjamin raised an eyebrow. Sure. Starlight turned and walked out of the office, her steps so light they seemed to bounce. 11:50 at noon. Homelander stepped out of the elevator, his hair perfectly groomed. He had deliberately arrived 10 minutes early, thinking he could talk to his father about what had happened after they drank last night. For example, whether he had said anything embarrassing while drunk, and how his father had carried him back. There was also the event that afternoon. He went through those questions in his mind, the corner of his mouth carrying a casual smile as he turned the corridor corner and reached Benjamin's office. The door was open, and no one was inside. He took out his phone and casually opened Starlight's social media page. The latest post had been published 3 minutes ago. The picture was a plate of freshly served pasta, tagged at the Italian restaurant downstairs from Vought Tower. Benjamin, looking ridiculously handsome, was also in the photo. Homelander shrugged and spread his hands. Fine. Dad was picking up girls. He could not really say anything about that. Homelander called Maeve, but Maeve was busy too. 3 in the afternoon, Vought Tower press conference hall. Reporters from major media outlets across the country filled all 300 seats. In the back rows, cameras formed a dense wall of lenses, every single one aimed at the two people on stage. Camera flashes went off like a never-ending thunderstorm. Homelander stood in front of the microphone, wearing his iconic supersuit, his cape hanging straight behind him. Benjamin stood half a step to his left, his shield hanging from his left arm. His deep green supersuit reflected a calm sheen beneath the bombardment of flashbulbs. Today, I want to announce something to the people of America. Homelander's voice was clear and solemn, carrying a kind of seriousness rarely seen in him. Soldier Boy, Benjamin, from this day forward, is my father. This is not a storyline. This is not a Vought PR campaign. This is not anyone's arrangement. He is my biological father. In the biological sense, and also because I choose to acknowledge him. The audience was silent for a full second. Then the flashes exploded. Shutters clicked so densely that people could barely hear their own heartbeats. Countless hands shot up at the same time, every reporter shouting questions. Vought's PR department had arranged a separate interview segment for them. A female CNN reporter was the first to stand, pointing the microphone at Homelander. Mr. Homelander, what does publicly acknowledging a previously undisclosed father-son relationship mean to you? It means everything, Homelander said. He is the first real family member in my life. The reporter turned to Benjamin. Mr. Soldier Boy, do you have anything you'd like to say? Benjamin thought for a moment, then pulled the microphone toward himself. Hello, I'm Soldier Boy. Shit, fuck, everyone in the world knows who I am. Why the hell am I opening with that? Fucking Vought. Edgar, fuck you? The reporters looked at one another. Benjamin was a little annoyed, but he soon continued. As for what I want to say, my son is the most powerful supe in the world. From now on, I'll teach him properly. I'll teach him how to become a real superhero and do good for the people. But before that, if anyone bullies my son, he paused, then they'll have to get through me first. Several veteran reporters lowered their heads and frantically took notes. A young female reporter looked at Soldier Boy, a trace of admiration appearing in her eyes. Homelander turned his head to look at Benjamin, the corner of his mouth moving slightly. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Hot Coke? That's so fucking amateur. Mr. Soldier Boy, your drink. The interview was still underway, camera flashes crackling non-stop. A staff member carefully worked his way around the cables scattered across the floor, tray in hand, and placed a drink on the table beside Benjamin. Benjamin was being bombarded by one reporter after another. These reporters had way too much fucking to say, and he was already starting to get irritated. His face was as dark as iron. Then he casually picked up the cup. The moment his fingertips touched the glass, his expression changed. Hot? He brought the cup under his nose and sniffed. Sweet, with a warm caramel smell. Coke. Hot Coke. Someone had brought him a cup of hot Coke. This is fucking hot. Benjamin shot to his feet, the chair scraping behind him with a sharp, ear-piercing screech. He hurled the cup to the floor. Glass shattered, and warm dark brown liquid splashed everywhere. Several reporters in the front row flinched back in fright. The flashes stopped for an instant, then exploded even more frantically. After all, other superheroes were gentle and refined, at least in front of the cameras. But Soldier Boy, some younger reporters who did not know much about Soldier Boy started shooting even more wildly. Fuck. That's so fucking amateur. I want it iced. Ice, ice. The staff member's face went white. He backed away again and again, nearly stepping on the broken glass. I'm sorry, sir. I'll get you another one right now. And get my son an ice Coke too. Benjamin pointed to the side, where Homelander was sitting perfectly upright in his chair. If you bring another hot one, you're fired. The staff member practically ran off. Homelander looked at the shattered glass on the floor. The corner of his mouth twitched, but he did not dare laugh out loud. A few reporters covered their mouths, though their shoulders were shaking. The live director groaned through his headset, and the PR department had already begun frantically editing an apology statement. PR, don't apologize. Is hot Coke even something people drink? Tell me. Fuck you. After adding that, Benjamin had already sat back down. He adjusted the wrist guards of his supersuit as if nothing had happened and lifted his chin at the stunned reporters below. Next question. Hurry up, hurry up. Don't waste my time. After the press conference ended, Benjamin went straight back to Vought Tower. The elevator doors closed, shutting out the noise of the reporters and the bursts of camera flashes. He leaned against the elevator wall, closed his eyes, and pinched the bridge of his nose. Dealing with the media was more tiring than fighting a war. Especially that damn hot Coke. Not even a dog would drink that shit. Homelander did not return with him, mainly because Translucent had been missing for 2 days. He wanted to investigate. Translucent was no good person, and Homelander did not exactly care about him, but a living person had vanished into thin air inside Vought Tower, and a member of the Seven at that. The fact itself made him uncomfortable. Because he had previously shot the staff members who blocked him from accessing the files, Homelander had a very smooth time checking surveillance and gathering information. No one dared stop him. The next morning, Benjamin stepped out of the elevator, holding his first Coke of the day, iced. He turned the corner of the hallway, and his steps suddenly slowed. Starlight stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window at the end of the hall, her back to him. Today, she was not wearing her usual proper supersuit. Instead, she had on an outfit he had never seen before. A deep V neckline plunged almost to her navel, the skirt was so short it barely covered the tops of her thighs, and her entire back, from shoulder blades to waist, was exposed. Her long blonde hair had been curled into big waves and spilled over her bare shoulders. One of her hands rested on the window frame, and her shoulders were trembling slightly. Benjamin walked over. Before he even spoke, he saw that her eyes were red. Her mascara had been smudged by tears, leaving a faint black mark beneath one eye. What the fuck are you wearing? Benjamin's voice was not loud, but his tone was cold. He looked her up and down, his brows twisting together. You're dressed like a slut. You're a superhero. What the hell is this supposed to be? Starlight's lips trembled. She wiped hard at the corner of her eye with the back of her hand, trying to keep her voice from shaking, but she failed. It was Madeline. She said my supersuit wasn't marketable enough. She said audiences don't want to see a female hero all covered up. PR gave me the new supersuit. She said if I didn't wear it, I'd be hurting Vought's interests and disappointing the fans who support me. Soon, she took a deep breath, her voice growing smaller and smaller. I refused. But she said Vought's contract states that supersuit design falls under company decision-making, and I don't have the right to refuse. She also said, Deep is gone, and the 7 is short a member now. If I don't cooperate, there are plenty of people willing to replace me. Benjamin said nothing. He set the iced Coke on the windowsill, then turned and walked toward the other end of the hallway. 2 interns who were moving equipment saw him coming and immediately pressed themselves against the wall to clear a path. One of them nearly dropped the cardboard box in his hands. Ashley's office was around the corner. She was sitting behind her desk, checking a media release on her computer. Hearing the door open, she looked up and met Benjamin's expressionless face, a face so oppressive it could stop a heart. The pen in her hand fell. Mr. Soldier Boy, is there something you need? Did you fucking approve Starlight's supersuit? Ashley swallowed. It was Madeline's direct order. I only carried it out. I don't have decision-making authority. You're the PR director, and you don't have decision-making authority? Then what the hell are you good for? Useless piece of trash. Benjamin stood in front of her desk and said every word clearly. Ashley's face turned pale. Because it really had not been her decision. Benjamin said, I'm giving you 10 minutes. Get Madeline to my office. Ashley nodded desperately. When Benjamin turned and walked out of her office, her fingers were still shaking. It took her 3 tries to dial Madeline's number. When Madeline arrived, Benjamin was standing in his office waiting for her, and Starlight had been called over too. Starlight had already changed back into her original supersuit. The revealing, slutty one had been thrown onto the floor. Madeline pushed open the door, saw the new supersuit on the floor, then saw Starlight standing behind Benjamin. The standard smile hung on her lips. Mr. Soldier Boy, regarding Starlight's supersuit, I can explain. Explain what? Benjamin turned around. His voice was not loud, but it cut her off directly. Explain how you dressed a superhero like a prostitute, like a stripper? She's in her early 20s. She fought her way from Des Moines to New York, passed every layer of your selection process, beat out God knows how many competitors to stand here. She has powers. She has courage. The night before last, she beat the shit out of 2 harassers with her bare hands. And then you tell her, no, your powers don't matter, your courage doesn't matter. First, you've got to show your tits to the audience? Why don't you come to work naked? Madeline's smile stiffened. This is the result of market research. The merchandise sales for female superheroes. Don't give me that market research bullshit. Benjamin stared at her. If you've got the guts, design a deep V supersuit for A-Train. Make translucent wear a thong on camera. Or have Homelander save people naked. Film that. Why does Starlight have to dress like this? Because she's a woman? Because you think a woman's body is worth more than her powers? Fuck you. Madeline forced down her anger. Benjamin shouted, Ashley. Ashley, who had been shrinking by the door, practically sprang inside. Here. Make Starlight's supersuit according to her original design. She wears whatever the hell she wants. If anyone dares make an issue of her body again, I'll throw their desk out from the 56th floor. Yes, sir. Ashley nodded like a woodpecker. I'll handle it immediately. Right away. Madeline still wanted to say something. Her mouth opened, but under Benjamin's stare, she finally shut it. When she turned and walked out of the office, her face was livid, and the sound of her high heels against the floor was twice as loud as usual. Benjamin did not spare her another glance. Starlight stood in the corner, watching Soldier Boy use the roughest language imaginable to say exactly what she had been feeling. He said her powers mattered. Her courage mattered. She herself mattered. Not her chest, and not the publicity. Every word that came out of his mouth was as coarse as sandpaper, yet it burned in her ears so fiercely that she almost wanted to cry. Her eyes were still red, but no longer because she felt wronged. Thank you, Mr. Soldier Boy. Go be a real superhero. If anyone dares threaten you, come to me. As long as what you're doing is right. Starlight nodded. She was very glad Vought had Soldier Boy. At dusk, someone knocked on the door of Benjamin's office. He looked up. Madeline stood in the doorway, wearing a deep red dress with an extremely daring cut. The neckline plunged even lower than Starlight's supersuit. She leaned against the doorframe, holding a glass of whiskey, her lips painted a much darker red than usual. She had spent the entire afternoon preparing for this entrance. In her view, Soldier Boy was also a man, and men always had weaknesses. Especially since Vought's records seemed to show that Soldier Boy liked mature women, just like Homelander. And she was very mature. Besides, when Soldier Boy had cursed her earlier, he had also said fuck you. Maybe he really did mean the fuck part. So if Madeline could not handle him through conventional means, she could try another way to handle Benjamin. Exactly the way Benjamin had cursed at her. Good evening, Mr. Soldier Boy. Her voice was lower than usual, the last syllable drawn out. I think there's been some misunderstanding between us. Why don't we? Benjamin looked up at her and said expressionlessly, you're on the wrong floor. Madeline's smile froze. You come to my office dressed like that for what? To discuss work? Or do you want me to fuck you? You're disgusting, you know that? You old hag. Benjamin looked her up and down, his eyes utterly unmoved. I don't care what you're trying to do. I'm not interested. The door's over there. Get out. You make me sick. Fuck. Madeline stood in the doorway, her fingers tightening around the glass until her knuckles turned white. Her lips moved, as if she wanted to say something. But Benjamin had already lowered his head and gone back to reading the file in his hands, as if she was not even worth as much of his time as a mistyped punctuation mark on the page. She turned and walked out. Then Madeline saw Homelander, his face dark as he stared at her. Madeline froze. Madeline. Homelander's voice was icy. You really disgust me. I really want to kill you. I can explain. I was going to look for you, but I couldn't find you, so get out. Get the hell out right now, before I change my mind. Move. Homelander lowered his head, forcing down his rage, and waved a hand. Madeline could only hurry away. When Homelander told someone to leave, they had to leave. If they did not, they might genuinely end up dead. That was something many employees at Vought had learned from experience. Late at night, Madeline sat alone in her office, holding the glass of whiskey she had failed to deliver. Outside the window, New York's night view was as dazzling as ever, but when she looked at those lights, she only found them glaring. Homelander no longer listened to her. Soldier Boy had cursed her into silence. Both father and son despised her. The alternative plan she had spent an entire afternoon carefully preparing had been cursed out of the room, and Homelander had even discovered it. The real key was still Soldier Boy, Vought's greatest threat. That man seemed to have almost no weaknesses. She had written that line about Soldier Boy in her earlier report to the board, but only tonight did she truly understand the weight of it. Perhaps Soldier Boy's only weakness was Homelander, but now Homelander had no weakness either. His weakness used to be a lack of love, but Soldier Boy's arrival had filled that gap. Because of each other, neither father nor son had a weakness. Damn it. They were too perfect. She took a sip of whiskey. The liquor rolled over her tongue, bitter as hell. Meanwhile, Benjamin was leaning back in his office chair, feet propped on the edge of the desk, scrolling through the latest roster for the 7 on his tablet. Deep had been fired. Translucent was missing. A-Train was lying low. Starlight had changed back into her new supersuit. Maeve had even sent him a message today, praising him for how well he had cursed out Madeline. Homelander, his son, had taken the initiative today to investigate Translucent's disappearance. He had also completely broken with Madeline. Vought was already beginning to lose control of Homelander, of him, and of the 7. He picked up the Coke on his desk, iced, then took a sip. Outside the window, New York's night sky glowed dim orange under countless lights, and the Hudson River flowed silently in the distance. He remembered what the legend had said in the apartment that day. Are you planning to sit down and have dinner with all of them? Dinner? Heh. It won't be long before they're kicked off the table. Fucking Vought. Benjamin was very pleased. Homelander had already arrived at the door and knocked. Tonight, Benjamin did not plan to take Homelander out just to drink. He was going for skewers and a late-night meal. There might not be much barbecue in America, but there were always Chinese barbecue places. This was not some small town. This was New York, the most prosperous city in the world. The next morning, Vought Tower, tactical briefing room. Madeline stood in front of an electronic screen, her fingertip sliding across a live aerial image. It was Midtown Manhattan, a 42-story commercial building. On the screen, the rooftop helipad looked like nothing more than a small gray square. Her expression was tighter than usual. It could even be called humiliation, or anger, mainly because the humiliation of that deep red dress last night, and the words "you're on the wrong floor," were still churning in her stomach. It had even almost gotten her killed by Homelander. Madeline was now very afraid of Homelander. Of course, what she feared even more was the flawless Soldier Boy. But she did not have time to digest her personal emotions. The situation is as follows. A 42-story commercial building. 6 armed gunmen have taken an entire law firm hostage on the 31st floor. NYPD negotiators have been dealing with them for 3 hours with no progress, so this is something our superheroes can help with. She paused, her gaze sweeping over everyone around the long table. Homelander leaned back in his chair, with Benjamin seated beside him. Maeve was there too, as well as A-Train, who had a race that afternoon, and Starlight, wearing her original supersuit. The police have requested support from the 7. According to the rotation schedule, this should be. Madeline slid her finger across the tablet. Homelander and Maeve. But she quickly continued. However, considering yesterday's press conference, Soldier Boy and Homelander are father and son. Soldier Boy's statement yesterday has already surpassed 400 million views across the internet, and the buzz on social media is still climbing. If we send them on this mission as a father-son team, the public impact will far exceed a standard deployment. She turned her gaze to Benjamin, the smile returning to her lips, though it was clearly forced. Of course, if Mr. Soldier Boy is unwilling to participate in this kind of field operation, I completely understand. I'll go. Benjamin picked up his shield, his voice flat. Madeline's brows lifted slightly. All the arguments she had prepared, about public image, Vought's strategic positioning, and the progress of lobbying for supes to enter the military system, were suddenly useless. Why was Soldier Boy so cooperative today? Homelander turned to look at Benjamin, the light in his blue eyes brightening by a degree. Really? I'm just sitting around anyway. Benjamin stood, hung the shield from his left arm, and glanced sideways at Homelander. Let's go. Don't keep the cops waiting too long. The guns in those men's hands are real. This isn't some damn performance. And later, don't carry me or hold me. I don't want people thinking I'm gay. Homelander sprang up from his chair a fraction faster than usual. It had been a long time since he had looked forward to a mission. Madeline watched the father and son walk out of the briefing room side by side and stood there in silence for a moment. Wow, Homelander's really eager, Maeve remarked. I think this is Soldier Boy's first field mission. By then, 3 full blocks of Madison Avenue had been sealed off. 3 layers of yellow police tape had been stretched across the area, and even under the noon sun, the red and blue flashing lights from the police cars were bright enough to make people squint. At least 20 police cars were parked in staggered lines around the perimeter. Both sides of the street were packed with people, the arms holding up phones so dense they looked like a moving forest. Just then, a red figure descended from the sky, his cape cutting a sharp arc across the New York skyline. The crowd erupted in an instant. But when people saw that beside the red figure, there was another figure in deep green, the noise turned into deafening cheers. Homelander landed inside the police cordon and released his arm from around Benjamin's waist. Benjamin looked around. This was his first real mission, mainly because this one was not an act. It's Soldier Boy. It's really him. I watched what he said at yesterday's press conference. He was so fucking cool. That face. I want to sit on it so bad. Oh, get lost. Like you'd ever deserve that. The 2 strongest supes came together, the original and the modern one. Those robbers are dead. Waves of noise rolled through the crowd. A few bold bystanders broke through the first line of tape and tried to squeeze forward, only to be stopped by police. Every reporter's camera turned away from the building and toward the father and son. Some live directors were screaming close up into their headsets. A middle-aged police officer in a bulletproof vest hurried over to meet them. His eyes were bright, but not with the fanaticism of someone seeing a superhero. It was the relief of someone seeing reinforcements arrive. Homelander, cape draped behind him, stepped forward and patted the officer on the shoulder. He did not use much force, but when his hand came down, the old cop's shoulder did not move an inch. He was steady. Captain, Homelander said, his voice not loud, but enough for the nearby officers to hear. You're the real heroes. We're just here to play a supporting role. All right, where are the gunmen? The officer looked flattered, even a little emotional. This was a superhero, and he was calling him a hero. Oh my god, please don't look at him like you want to sleep with him. All right, Benjamin remarked. Homelander froze for a second. The officer froze too, but quickly said, the gunmen are on the 31st floor. Our people have sealed off all ground exits. Benjamin nodded and turned to Homelander. Take me up. 31st floor. Roger that. Homelander reached out, wrapped an arm around Benjamin's waist exactly the same way he had when they arrived, bent his knees slightly, and shot upward from the ground. A burst of air exploded across the street, blowing the hair of several reporters who had gotten too close into birds' nests. One police cap that had not been secured properly was swept into the air, spinning 3 or 4 times before its owner jumped up and caught it. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers again, countless phones aiming at the red and green trail rising straight into the sky. The instant they approached, Homelander locked onto the window on the 31st floor. Benjamin smashed through it with the edge of his shield. The 2 landed in the corridor one after the other, their boots crunching over broken glass. Homelander walked in front, while Benjamin followed slightly behind and to the side, shield held before him. The door to the main office area was open. 2 robbers were inside. Their weapons were not bad. The leader was the first to turn around, and he saw the 2 figures who should not have been standing in the doorway. In less than a second, his pupils shifted from anger to terror. Phew. He never got to finish the second syllable. Homelander had already appeared in front of him in an instant, one hand gripping the barrel of his rifle. The metal flattened in his palm like paper. Damn, that's fucking fast. Benjamin cursed without thinking. He already had super speed LV1, yet he had barely seen Homelander move. Then again, Homelander's super speed was probably around LV5, almost as fast as a train. Homelander was very pleased, because he thought Benjamin was praising him. With his other hand, he pressed against the leader's chest and shoved him off the conference table, sending him crashing to the floor. The leader struggled to get up. If I were you, I'd stay down. Otherwise, your head might accidentally get crushed like a watermelon. Benjamin lifted his foot threateningly. The leader immediately closed his eyes. Right after that, Benjamin saw the second robber get knocked to the ground by Homelander too. Another instant movement. More dim super speed. Benjamin wondered if Homelander was trying to show off in front of him. His efficiency at taking down robbers was something else. Both robbers were already down. They were still alive, all their limbs still attached, but they had completely lost the ability to resist and were curled up on the floor in pain. Homelander stood up and turned to look at Benjamin. His blue eyes were very bright. Benjamin gave him a nod of approval. Homelander saw it and stood there looking even happier. The hostages are safe, and the robbers have been contained. Have the police tactical team come up and take over. Benjamin pressed his communicator as he spoke. When the 2 walked out through the building's main entrance, the cheers on both sides of the street were almost loud enough to overturn all of Madison Avenue. The officer came forward to meet them, and Homelander stepped up and patted him on the shoulder again. Hero, it's your turn. Then Homelander took Benjamin with him and shot into the sky. That afternoon, in Madeline's office at Vought Tower, on the tablet in front of her, footage from the mission scene was playing on a loop. The father and son advancing in perfect sync, controlling the situation efficiently without casualties, and the cheers they received when they walked out of the building. She turned off the video, leaned back in her chair, and closed her eyes. Vought had gotten everything it wanted from this mission, but the better they worked together, and the more the public embraced the father-son pair, the fewer cards Vought had left to play. She had to find a way to control Homelander. Madeline thought this to herself, but for the moment, she really had no good ideas. Right now, the fact that Homelander was not killing her was already good enough. The footage of the father-son team was replayed over and over online, its view count climbing higher and higher. That afternoon, the annual race between A-Train and Shockwave was held as scheduled at the Vought-sponsored MetLife Stadium. The circular track had been laid with a special supe-grade surface, able to withstand the intense friction heat produced by speeds breaking the sound barrier. The stands were packed, and the cheers were deafening. Benjamin sat in the reserved section for Vought executives, bored out of his mind, so he went down and swept his eyes over the press area. He did not see Huey. That was a little different from the original plot. A small change had occurred. Of course, Huey might still have joined the boys in the end. Otherwise, Translucent would not have been captured. As for the fan signing area, Starlight had changed back into her original, proper supersuit, so no one there was making crude comments about her body. Also, Starlight had not gotten to know Huey, since Huey had a girlfriend now. These three things were all minor details, but they were changes all the same. It was also worth mentioning that quite a few people came to Benjamin for autographs. Benjamin naturally would not refuse something so trivial, especially when it was young guys asking. Seeing those immature boys made Benjamin think of Homelander. The starting gun fired. A-Train shot forward like a blue bullet, with Shockwave close behind. Soon, A-Train crossed the finish line half a body ahead. The numbers on the big screen froze. He had won. Benjamin looked at A-Train's time on the screen, expressionless. That time was faster than A-Train's personal best. With a compound V booster shot involved, an improvement like that could not possibly have come from training alone. He had doped. He had not listened to Benjamin. After the event ended, night fell. A-Train drove a black sports car, with his older brother sitting in the passenger seat. The brothers had just turned out of the stadium's staff exit, ready to celebrate. The excitement on A-Train's face had not fully faded, but his fingers kept tapping lightly against the steering wheel. It was not an excited rhythm. It was an anxious twitch. He knew what he had done. Before the race, he had secretly injected himself with an enhanced dose of Compound V, an even larger dose than last time, because the previous dose was no longer enough to break through his limit. The effects had not completely faded yet. He could hear his heart pounding inside his chest, louder than the engine. The next moment, the headlights lit up a figure standing straight in the middle of the road ahead. A deep green supersuit. A white eagle diamond shield. Both arms folded across his chest. Benjamin stood in the center of the road. His expression could not be seen clearly under the glare of the headlights, but A-Train did not need to see it. His foot slipped off the gas, and his entire right leg trembled. The sports car slowly came to a stop. A-Train pushed open the door, got out, and took a step back. "Sir." His brother got out from the passenger side, still smiling. He had not noticed that A-Train had retreated half a step. "Soldier boy." His brother sounded excited. "Hey, sir, did you come to congratulate A-Train in person? That's huge. My brother beat Shockwave, did you see that? He was fucking A-Train." Benjamin's voice cut off that stream of flattery. He did not look at A-Train's brother. His gaze stayed nailed to A-Train like two spikes. A-Train took another step back. "You imp who nearly ran a woman over." Benjamin slowly walked toward him. His pace was not fast, but the pressure was suffocating. "Looks like you didn't take my words seriously. You drugged up piece of trash, relying on outside help just to become the fastest man in the world. Oh, no, wait. You should be second fastest. Because without drugs, you're nowhere near as fast as my son." He stopped in front of A-Train, less than a step away. The shield hung from his left arm, completely still. "You useless piece of shit. What I despise most is a wimp who takes shortcuts." As Benjamin said that, for some reason, he thought of the original body's father. Back then, the original body's father seemed to have said something very similar. The smile on A-Train's brother's face finally disappeared. He snapped his head toward his younger brother. He had warned him. He had warned him countless times not to take the drugs. Now Soldier Boy was standing in front of them, and every word out of his mouth confirmed the thing he feared most. "You." His brother opened his mouth, wanting to say something to A-Train, and also wanting to plead with Benjamin. But A-Train was already backing away, his knees trembling, his pupils darting wildly in their sockets. He wanted to run. Once he started running, no one could catch him. There were only a handful of people in the world who could. Soldier Boy could not fly, and he was slow. As long as A-Train activated his power. "If you fucking run, you never come back to the 7. A-Train's feet froze in place. His heart was hammering inside his chest. He knew the side effects of the Compound V booster shot better than anyone. Tachycardia was the mildest symptom. After that came arrhythmia, then myocardial fiber necrosis, and finally heart failure. And right now, fear was magnifying those side effects to their limit. He could feel his heartbeat getting faster and faster. "Sir." His brother stepped in front of A-Train, raising both hands to chest level, palms out, his voice humble. "I apologize for my brother. I really am sorry. He won't do it again. I promise. I promise for him. Really. Get lost." Benjamin finally turned his gaze toward him. "Or I'll punch your head apart. Don't hurt my brother." A-Train suddenly rushed out from behind his brother and stood in front of him. His legs were still shaking, and his heart was still pounding, but he stood there anyway, because this was his brother. Benjamin looked at him without saying a word, then threw a punch. The fist struck the side of A-Train's face with such force that his entire body flew sideways, bounced once off the road, and rolled twice before stopping. He lay face down on the ground, his mouth full of blood. Several of his teeth had shattered, and one rolled to the edge of his brother's shoe. His brother lowered his head and looked at that bloody tooth. His legs went weak, and he nearly dropped to his knees. Oh my God. God. How could you hit him? You. Better to be beaten to death by me than die in agony from a heart attack, isn't it? At least dying by my hand is a little more honorable. Benjamin cursed coldly. And from the look of that dose, it's almost time. When it happens, A-Train, you'll clutch your heart and die in unbearable pain. Even if you somehow survive, you'll be lying in a hospital bed like a cripple. And Shockwave? He'll become the fastest man in the world, join the Seven, and enjoy all the glory you used to have. The whole world will praise Shockwave and spit on you, the drug cheat. Then Shockwave will bring your girlfriend to your hospital bed to show off. He might even kick you out of that bed. And you'll only be able to watch helplessly as your woman and your enemy, right there on your hospital bed. Stop. Please, sir, please don't say any more. A-Train curled up on the ground, both hands clutching his chest. Blood and tears mixed across his face. Soon, his heart began pounding at a frequency he had never experienced before. Every beat slammed pain through his chest. Then his eyes rolled back, his body twitched once, and he went still. His brother stood frozen, watching his younger brother collapse on the ground. His lips trembled, and his whole body swayed as if the bones had been pulled out of him. Benjamin glanced down at A-Train, then looked up at his brother. Fuck, why are you still standing there? Give your damn drugged up brother CPR. Then call a fucking ambulance. His brother immediately dropped to his knees, stacked his hands over A-Train's chest, and began pressing down desperately. As he performed compressions, he called emergency services with a trembling voice. When the dispatcher's voice came through the phone, he suddenly realized something. The thing Soldier Boy had said. Everything about Shockwave replacing his brother, the heart attack, the hospital bed. It did not seem like simple insults. He had been telling his brother in advance what would happen if he kept doping. In an incredibly brutal way, he had shown him the end of that road ahead of time. He looked up at Benjamin. Maybe he had come to save A-Train. Benjamin had just turned the corner and was about to take out his phone to call Homelander. But when he looked up, he saw a blonde man in plain clothes walking toward him not far away. His steps were light, and that signature smile hung at the corner of his mouth. How did you know I was here? I just happened to be passing by, Homelander said, stopping in front of him with both hands in his pants pockets. He tilted his head slightly. What are we eating tonight? Benjamin looked at him. Barbecue. The place on the corner. Charcoal grilled. Homelander fell into step beside him, and the two walked side by side through New York's early autumn night breeze. The street lights stretched their shadows long, one ahead and one behind. Without capes, and with the shield left back at the office, the two large men in plain clothes walking down the street looked just like an ordinary father and son heading out for dinner after work. No one recognized them. Or rather, even if someone did, they were not entirely sure. After all, they were only passing by and had not taken a close look. The barbecue shop's owner was a Chinese man in his 60s. He watched the two big men squeeze into a cramped booth, one ordering an entire rack of beef ribs, the other ordering 3 servings of grilled chicken wings plus 2 skewers of grilled chili peppers. Smoke from the charcoal fire drifted out of the kitchen, mixed with the charred aroma of cumin and sizzling fat. The owner set 2 glasses of iced beer down heavily on the table, foam sliding down the sides. Then his pupils suddenly tightened. Holy shit. You two, are you Homelander and Soldier Boy? Benjamin raised an eyebrow. Can I get your autographs? Sure. Luckily, there were not many people in the barbecue shop. Otherwise, after the owner's shout, everyone probably would have swarmed over. Eat. Don't fucking hold back. Benjamin picked up a rib and took a bite, grease running down the corner of his mouth. He wiped it casually with a napkin. Anyway, with our bodies, it doesn't matter what junk food we eat. If our cholesterol gets too high, the liver metabolizes it on its own. If cancer cells show up, the immune system kills them on the spot. Being happy is what matters. Homelander picked up a skewer of chicken wings and took a bite. The crisp, charred skin crackled lightly between his teeth. He chewed twice, then suddenly stopped, staring at the chicken wing in his hand. What's wrong? Not good. No. Homelander swallowed the chicken wing, his voice half a degree softer than before. I was just thinking, if you hadn't been taken away, could I have done this when I was little too? Benjamin set down the rib in his hand, picked up his beer, took a sip, and said nothing. It's not a big deal. Homelander quickly pulled at the corner of his mouth, as if trying to smooth things over himself. I just thought of it suddenly. It's not a big deal. I was just curious. It really isn't a big deal. Benjamin set his beer glass on the table. The bottom of the glass hit the wood with a dull thud. It's not too late to make up for it now. After dinner, we'll go to a model shop. A model shop. Model airplanes. Didn't you say that script you're shooting next week has won? Homelander put down the chicken wing. He picked up his beer and took a large gulp, his Adam's apple bobbing twice. When he set the glass down, there was still beer foam at the corner of his mouth, but his blue eyes were shining a little too brightly under the dim lights. 2 kits won't be enough, he said. Buy 4. That way, if we mess one up, we'll have spares. You're pretty fucking organized. Anyway, you're paying. Fucking Vought still hasn't paid me. When they were almost done eating, Homelander stood up. I'll go pay. Go on. Once I get paid, I'll treat you back. The two left the barbecue shop and walked along the street toward the model shop. The New York night wind carried the damp chill blowing in from the Hudson River, cool and comfortable against their faces. Someone was playing guitar outside a small bar by the road. Broken bits of melody drifted out through the half-open door, mixed with the clink of glasses. Across the street, a little girl in a pink dress was running toward them. She looked about 5 or 6, with 2 little blonde braids and a double scoop ice cream cone in her hand, 2 wobbling balls of cream perched on top of the cone. She ran very fast, her face wearing the kind of expression only a child with her favorite snack could have. A very cute little girl. Yay, my favorite double scoop ice cream. Mia, slow down, don't fall. Her mother chased after her with shopping bags in hand. The little girl was not watching the road. Children her age had no idea what watch the road even meant. Holding up her ice cream, she rushed around the corner and slammed straight into Homelander's leg. Splat. Both scoops lost their support at the same time and smeared solidly across Homelander's pants. From his thigh down to his knee, a white waterfall of cream now hung all over his pants. The cone rolled onto the ground and was crushed into pieces under the little girl's shoe. Mia looked down at her empty hand, then looked up at the tall blonde man in front of her. The corners of her mouth twitched twice, and she burst into tears. My ice cream. Oh my god. It's Homelander. Mia's mother caught up, almost dropping the shopping bags in her hands. Her face turned pale instantly. Her lips trembled as she said, I'm so sorry, Mr. Homelander. My daughter is still little. She doesn't know any better. I'll pay for your pants. Homelander looked down at the melting cream on his pants and did not move. He looked at the little girl crying her heart out in front of him, and an image flashed through his mind. An image that did not exist. Because he did not have that memory at all, it could only be something he imagined. A man in a deep green supersuit walking ahead, and a little blonde boy following behind with an ice cream cone in his hand, taking small steps as he desperately tried to keep pace with the big boots in front of him. He had never followed anyone with an ice cream cone in his hand. But right now, this little girl could. Homelander crouched down. He met the little girl's eyes and reached out with his right hand, wiping the tears from her face with his thumb. What a cute girl. Homelander sighed softly. The little girl looked up, snot still hanging from her lip, but she had stopped crying. She had also realized that the person in front of her was a superhero, and not just any superhero, but the strongest one. Plenty of kids in her class liked to imitate Homelander and pretend to take off into the sky. Sorry. The corner of Homelander's mouth curved up. There was no trace of PR training in that smile. My pants accidentally ate your ice cream. Here, go buy another one. Buy a few triple scoop ones. He took a $100 bill from his pocket, folded it once, and tucked it into the little girl's chubby palm. The little girl looked down at the bill in her hand, then looked back up at the blonde man in front of her. The tears in her eyes had not even dried, but her mouth had already split into a huge, gap-toothed grin. Superhero? Mr. Homelander, thank you, I love you. Homelander reached out and pinched her other cheek. All right. Don't fall next time. If you'd fallen on this soldier boy's pant leg, you might have gotten yelled at. The corner of Benjamin's mouth twitched. Fuck you. The little girl turned and ran back to her mother, waving the $100 bill over her head and shouting, Mommy, Mommy, the superhero father and son gave me money to buy triple scoop ice cream. Mia's mother stood in place, looking at the melting cream still dripping down Homelander's pants, then at the $100 bill in her daughter's hand. Her lips moved slightly. Mr. Homelander really is a good superhero, she murmured to herself. Mia tugged at her mother's hand and looked up. Mom, I want a Homelander figure. We'll buy one, we'll buy one. We'll buy the biggest one. Mia's mother crouched down, pulled a tissue from her bag, and wiped the snot and tears from her daughter's face. There was still a trace of tension in her voice, but the corners of her mouth were already lifting. We'll buy a soldier boy one too. A father and son set. How about that? We'll get the most expensive one. Thank you, Mommy. I love you. I love you too, my good girl. Mother and daughter turned the corner hand in hand, the little girl's golden braids bouncing under the streetlights. Her laughter drifted back from far away, clear as bells stirred by the evening wind. Benjamin stood a few steps away, watching all of it. He walked over and handed Homelander a tissue. What did you mean by that? I couldn't yell at a little girl that small. I saw you yell at Starlight before. Homelander took the tissue and wiped the cream on his pants twice. The more he wiped, the worse it smeared, so he simply gave up. Fine. Benjamin shrugged. He stood there, watching the mother and daughter disappear around the corner, and fell silent for a moment. She has a nice smile. That little girl. Yeah, I used to find it annoying when kids cried. Homelander crumpled the dirty tissue into a ball and tossed it into a roadside trash can. That's what we fucking call growth. Benjamin turned and strode toward the model shop. Come on. Buy 4 sets. If we mess one up, we'll have spares. Homelander followed, his steps a little lighter than before. The street lights cast the shadows of the 2 large men across the late-night New York sidewalk, one ahead and one behind, occasionally overlapping. Fuck you, Madeline. You goddamn bitch, you old whore. Fuck, fuck. Benjamin kicked open the door to Madeline's office, and the door slammed into the wall with a loud crash. Madeline had been sitting behind her desk with a cup of coffee in hand. Startled by the sudden kick, she spilled half the cup across the desk. She had no time to wipe it up. She stood, her expression shifting from shock to confusion, then from confusion to blank bewilderment. Mr. Soldier Boy, what is the meaning of this? You've got the fucking nerve to ask me what I mean. Benjamin strode to her desk, planted both hands on the surface, and leaned forward. Homelander and Maeve went to rescue a hijacked plane. Why the hell didn't you tell me? Madeline opened her mouth. She glanced down at the coffee spreading across the desk, then looked back up at Benjamin. Her mind raced, but she could not figure out what she had done wrong. There are only 3 hijackers on that plane. Homelander and Maeve are the 2 strongest supes in the 7. Sending them to handle 3 hijackers, I don't see what the problem is. Of course you fucking don't. Benjamin slapped the desk. The coffee cup jumped, then toppled over completely. Dark brown liquid spilled across the surface and dripped onto the hem of Madeline's skirt, but she did not dare wipe it off. You know they're 2 supes. You know they're the 2 strongest members of the 7. Did you ever think about my idiot son's personality? Did you ever think that if he starts fighting inside a cramped plane, he could very easily destroy the whole damn thing? Madeline froze. Her expression went from confusion to utter blankness. She actually began searching her mind for that possibility, and then realized she had never considered it at all. Then what should we do? Madeline asked. A thought crossed her mind. If things really reached that point, she could only hope Homelander would leave no one. So hurry up and give me the fucking location. Benjamin straightened and jabbed his fingers hard against her desktop twice. The plane over the Atlantic. Real-time location. Now, move. Madeline hurriedly opened her tablet. She swiped across the screen, moving quickly. A small red dot appeared on the map, slowly traveling along a curved route. Here, 38 degrees north, 71 degrees west, altitude 38,000 feet. The location keeps changing. Benjamin glanced at the coordinates, then turned and headed out. When he reached the door, he stopped and threw one line over his shoulder. Hurry up and contact Deep. Deep. Madeline's voice carried a trace of uncertainty. He isn't a member of the 7 anymore. Forget it. I'll contact him myself. Benjamin slammed the door behind him without looking back. In the hallway, Benjamin pulled out his phone while walking and dialed Deep's number. The phone rang several times before it connected, and Deep's cautious voice came through. Sir, I've already been fired. I don't think I've done anything wrong recently. Shut up and listen. Benjamin's voice was low, his speech extremely fast. Get to the Atlantic immediately. 38 degrees north, 71 degrees west. There's a hijacked plane in the air. Homelander and Maeve are on board. Homelander? He can handle it himself. He can't. He might break the plane. You wait below. If something happens to the plane, you're responsible for rescuing people. There are over 100 lives on that plane. If things really go wrong, Homelander can bring people down to you instead of having to fly them all the way to shore. Don't you fucking love the ocean? Don't you love fucking dolphins? Send those damn dolphins out of the Atlantic to rescue people. That's your specialty. If you do this well, I might let you back into the 7. Deep was silent on the other end for 2 seconds. Then his voice changed, becoming serious in a way it had never been before. I understand, Mr. Soldier Boy. I'll go take a look right now. I'll make sure it's handled, as long as Homelander is willing to bring people down. Benjamin hung up, feeling restless. He did not know what would happen by the time he arrived. Had Homelander already destroyed the plane's controls? Had he already chosen to abandon everyone? Had he already decided to bury the truth for the sake of his approval rating? Only yesterday, Benjamin had said, that's what we fucking call growth. If Homelander pulled this on him today, then that so-called growth would be one hell of a fucking joke. Benjamin immediately sent Deep a shared link with the real-time coordinates. 38,000 feet above the Atlantic Ocean. A passenger plane was flying smoothly above the clouds. Inside the cabin, 123 passengers and 6 crew members were living through the longest 40 minutes of their lives. 20 minutes after takeoff, 3 hijackers had pulled out their weapons. The plane had been hijacked. Then the cabin door was violently torn open. Air rushed in, oxygen masks dropped all at once, and before the passengers' screams could fully leave their throats, a figure in a blue supersuit and a red cape had landed steadily in the middle of the aisle. His cape whipped back in the violent shift of cabin pressure, and his blue eyes shone in the dim cabin light like 2 ignited shell casings. Behind him, Maeve landed as well, her combat boots striking the cabin floor as her knees bent slightly to absorb the impact. The first criminal was sucked out through the cabin door before he could react. The second turned to fire, but Maeve's hand had already clamped onto the back of his neck. With a twist of her wrist and a crisp crack, his body went limp and collapsed into the aisle. As for the third criminal, Homelander's laser eyes had already burned straight through his chest. The 3 criminals were dealt with. Homelander flicked his wrist, walked to the cabin door, grabbed the door panel with both hands, and pulled it shut. The pressure difference vanished, and the screams gradually died down. He turned to face the cabin full of shaken passengers, opened his arms, and put on a standard smile showing 8 perfect teeth. The crisis is over. You're safe. The cabin erupted into deafening cheers. Some people covered their faces and cried. Some collapsed back into their seats, gasping for air. Others shouted, "Long live Homelander," and "I love you, Homelander." Homelander stood in the middle of the aisle, accepting the applause and praise pouring in from every direction. The curve of his smile was higher than usual. Good. When he got back tonight, Benjamin would definitely be even prouder of him. He was always being called a wimp, but today, he had pulled off something damn impressive over the Atlantic. 3 lives. No, 3 criminals, all eliminated. The hostages were safe and sound. What else could his father say? This was fucking growth. Go check the cockpit, he said to Maeve. The two pushed open the cockpit door. The captain was still being held hostage by a 4th hijacker. Just like in the original plot, Homelander shot the hijacker and accidentally sliced through the plane's control panel. Every indicator light on the control panel flashed at once, then half of them went dark. The altitude reading on the instrument panel jumped twice, then began to drop. What did you do? Maeve's voice tightened sharply. I don't know. Shit. Homelander stared at the panel that had been cut in half by his heat vision and jabbed a few buttons with his finger. No response. He jabbed a few more times. Still no response. The plane lurched hard. Screams erupted through the cabin again. Maeve grabbed the cockpit doorway to steady herself and looked at Homelander. The controls are broken. Homelander did not answer. He stood there, staring at the control panel, the confidence in his blue eyes deflating as quickly as a punctured balloon. It was over. Those 3 words exploded in his mind, hotter than the heat vision that had just burned through the hijacker's chest. He had screwed up. Just moments ago, he had wanted to make his father proud. Now he had screwed up the entire plane. The image of Benjamin shaking his head in disappointment surfaced again, and he could almost hear his father's voice. Look at yourself. You really are a complete and utter wimp. Lift the plane. Maeve's voice pulled him back to reality. Lift the plane? How? Homelander turned around, frustration spilling into his voice. There's no point of leverage. We're in midair. Where am I supposed to put my hands? If I use force, I'll just punch straight through it. Even if I try to lift the plane, my whole body will go through the entire thing. Maeve was silent for a moment. Then get in front of it and push it level. Push it? At my speed, if I hit it, the plane either flips over or gets punched through. After thinking about it, Maeve had to admit that would not work either. She looked out the cabin window at the endless Atlantic below, her mind racing through every possible option. The descent was becoming more and more obvious. The body of the plane was tilting downward at an irreversible angle. Then one at a time, Maeve said, take the passengers down one by one. To shore. Or to one of the islands below. 123 round trips. Homelander looked back at the cabin full of people, then out the window at the endless Atlantic. We're in the middle of the Atlantic. Then what do you suggest? Maeve's voice rose too. I don't know. I said I don't know. Homelander shouted, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. He was Homelander, the most powerful supe in the world. He had super speed, super strength, heat vision, flight. He could do anything. But facing a falling plane and a cabin full of ordinary people, none of those abilities were worth a damn. Listen, Maeve lowered her voice and leaned closer. If Soldier Boy finds out about this. Homelander's expression turned incredibly ugly in that instant. He'll know I screwed it up. No, I just built a model airplane with him yesterday. Homelander's voice suddenly lowered, almost as if he were talking to himself. He'll know. He knows everything. The passengers in the cabin began screaming again. Women and children were crying. Men were pounding on the armrests. An old woman began reciting the Bible. Homelander walked down the aisle. He had to calm the passengers. No matter what, he had to stabilize the situation first. He reached the middle of the cabin and was just about to raise his hands to signal for everyone to be quiet when a familiar little girl's voice came up from below. Mr. Homelander, you're going to save us, right? Homelander's feet froze in place. Mia was sitting by the window. 2 golden braids, a gap-toothed smile, a pink dress. The little girl who had smeared a double scoop ice cream all over his pants on a New York street corner yesterday. She had said, "Superhero, thank you, I love you." Her mother had later bought her a triple scoop ice cream, along with a Homelander and Soldier Boy father-son action figure set. Right now, those eyes were looking up at him. Not with fear, but with trust. When he first arrived, he had not even noticed her. Oh my god. He crouched down. "Sweetheart, what are you doing here?" Beside Mia, her mother held her tightly. The mother's eyes were red and swollen, clearly from crying earlier, but the moment she saw Homelander crouch down, her lips trembled, and she forced out a smile. We're on a trip." Homelander reached out and lifted Mia into his arms. The little girl wrapped her arms around his neck, her cheek pressed against his shoulder armor, her cold little hands clutching the fabric on the back of his supersuit. He looked back at Maeve. Maeve was leaning against the cockpit doorway, watching them with her lips pressed tightly together. Homelander held Mia in his arms. The little girl's arms were wrapped around his neck, her cheek pressed against his shoulder armor. Her body heat came through the supersuit, warm and real. Homelander suddenly realized something. He seemed to have no way to save everyone on this plane. Even if he flew as fast as he could, there was no time to ferry them all out one by one. No matter how strong he was, he could not support a passenger plane with no proper point of leverage. He could not fix the plane. He was clearly the most powerful supe in the world, yet here he was, holding the little girl who had smeared ice cream on his pants yesterday, unable to do anything. Homelander's breathing grew heavier. He began gasping for air, his chest feeling as if something were pressing down on it. Mia shifted in his arms and softly called, "Mr. Homelander," but he did not respond. His blue eyes were unfocused. Maeve stood by the cockpit door, watching Homelander hold Mia while gasping for breath. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but nothing came out. She had almost never seen him unable to breathe like this. His phone rang. It was Homelander's private number. He pulled the phone from the lining of his supersuit, and one contact flashed on the screen. "Father." He gently placed Mia back in her seat, stood up, walked to the rear of the cabin, and answered. "How's the mission going?" Benjamin's voice came through. Homelander gripped the phone. He opened his mouth, desperately wanting to say, "I'm fine. Mission accomplished." Everything went smoothly, but he couldn't. He couldn't bring himself to face his father. The plane's malfunctioning. His voice was not loud, but everyone in the cabin heard it. After a brief silence, fear exploded through the cabin like a bomb. Men shouted, women cried, and pale-faced flight attendants tried to maintain order, but no one listened. Someone curled up in their seat, clutching their head and screaming, "I knew it." Benjamin's voice was not disturbed by the noise. It remained steady, though his words came a little faster. "Oh, fuck. Listen, Homelander. I already prepared for this. It's not that I don't trust you. It's that I thought a body as powerful as yours inside a fragile plane was very likely to cause trouble, and sure enough, there's still time. Keep yourself together." When you and Maeve set out, I had already spoken with Deep. Deep has sent a group of dolphins to wait along the plane's flight path. No matter how fast the plane is moving, there are damn dolphins waiting ahead. You start taking the passengers down immediately, one by one. You can take 2 at a time. It'll be faster. You don't need to bring them all the way to shore. Just bring them down to the surface of the water. Those damn dolphins will take them to shore. Did you hear me? Homelander held the phone and said nothing. His breathing had not fully calmed, but the panic in his eyes slowly began to recede. Deep? That waste of space. Maeve sounded curious from the side. She had heard what was said over the phone. "Did you hear me?" Benjamin asked again. "I heard you," Homelander said. Then he hung up, turned, and faced the cabin full of panicked passengers. He tucked the phone back into the lining of his supersuit and took a deep breath. "Everyone." His voice became clear. "There's been a small accident. The plane was indeed damaged by those criminals, but don't worry. I'm Homelander. Every single one of you will be safely brought down to the surface of the ocean. Deep has already sent a large number of dolphins to wait there. The dolphins will take you to shore. Do you understand? What about our luggage?" "Damn it, you idiot. Fuck, you're still thinking about luggage now," a middle-aged man shouted back at the person who had asked. "We're lucky if we get out alive. Fuck." Homelander turned to Maeve. "You stay on the plane and keep order. I'll take people down. Open and close the cabin door each time. Don't let the airflow suck anyone else out." Maeve nodded once. She looked at this strangely unfamiliar Homelander. If it had been the old Homelander, he absolutely would have chosen to abandon the plane. There would have been no further discussion. She walked to the cabin door and gripped the handle. Homelander went to Mia and her mother, bent down, lifted Mia with one arm, and wrapped his other arm around her mother's shoulders. "Close your eyes," he spoke gently. Mother and daughter closed their eyes at the same time. Maeve pulled open the cabin door. Air howled in, and Homelander shot upward, his red cape drawing a straight line through the sky. He slowed above the ocean, the sea wind carrying salty mist against his face. Looking down, he saw a long line of gray dorsal fins across the water. At least dozens of dolphins floated quietly in formation, lined up like soldiers waiting for inspection. Sitting on the back of the lead dolphin was a man. The Deep. He was wearing his blue-green supersuit, and behind him sat a second-tier speedster supe. He was not as fast as A-Train or Shockwave, but for this rescue mission, he was more than enough. Otherwise, Deep's own speed would never have been sufficient. Besides, by the time Homelander and Maeve had arrived, Deep had already alerted a large number of dolphins nearby. "Not bad, Deep." Homelander landed on the surface of the water, his combat boots steady on it as if he were standing on concrete. "You do have a brain after all. Mr. Homelander, this is what I should do," Deep said ingratiatingly. Homelander gently placed the mother and daughter onto the back of the lead dolphin. Mia opened her eyes and looked down at the smooth gray skin beneath her, then at the pair of small eyes blinking at her. Her mouth opened into a delighted "Oh, Mom, it's a dolphin? A real dolphin?" "Yes, baby. Superhero Deep came to save us too. When we get back, I want to buy a Deep figure. We will. We'll buy the most expensive one, baby. Thank God." "Mom, no. It was Superhero Homelander, Superhero Deep, Soldier Boy, and Maeve who saved us." Homelander glanced at Mia. Then he continued. "After the rescue succeeds, I'll suggest to Soldier Boy that you return to the Seven." After saying that to Deep, Homelander wasted no more words and shot into the sky. 1 trip. 2 trips. 3 trips. Homelander moved like a red meteor, darting back and forth between 38,000 feet in the air and the rolling surface of the Atlantic. He took 2 people each time, completing each entry and exit within 3 seconds of Maeve opening the door. Maeve stood by the cabin door, counting heads. Open the door, close the door. Open the door, close the door. One passenger after another was delivered to the ocean's surface, where the pod of dolphins caught them. Then Deep quickly guided the dolphin formation over the waves toward the coast. By the 60th trip, everyone had been taken off the plane. He picked up the final passenger and Maeve, then flew out of the plane just as it was about to crash. Before long, the setting sun had dyed the Atlantic a dark gold. On the ocean's surface, more than 100 dolphins formed a spectacular formation. Each carried 1 or 2 soaked but very much alive humans on its back as they surged toward the east coast in a mighty procession. The second-tier speed Supe and the Deep led the formation from the front, constantly adjusting their pace on the crests of the waves to make sure not a single dolphin fell behind. On a beach somewhere along the east coast, reporters had already gotten the news. Cameras of every size lined the entire shoreline. A live broadcast helicopter circled overhead, and a CNN breaking news banner scrolled across the screen. Homelander, Maeve, the Deep, and Soldier Boy successfully rescue all 123 passengers from crashed passenger plane. No casualties. On the beach, the passengers sat wrapped in blankets inside makeshift rescue tents. Some clutched hot coffee and cried, while others recounted what had just happened to the cameras, exaggerating so much they sounded like they were describing a Hollywood blockbuster. Mia bounced up and down on the sand. This was the most exciting moment of her life. Falling from the sky, then riding a dolphin. She would have plenty to brag about to her classmates. Homelander stood at the very front of the beach. The sea breeze had blown his hair into a mess, but he was smiling. Maeve stood to his left, pulling a piece of seaweed tangled in her hair free and tossing it onto the ground. The Deep stood a little farther away, leaning against a large dolphin. The dolphin rubbed its snout against his shoulder, and he reached out to pat its smooth forehead. The sea breeze swept in from the Atlantic, carrying salty, fishy mist across the beach and tangling the reporter's hair and microphone cables. The roar of the live broadcast helicopter's rotors thundered overhead. At that moment, Benjamin walked out from the crowd. He had also been brought over by a second-tier speed Supe. Of course, that guy's speed could not compare to A-Train's, nor to the second-tier speed Supe from earlier, but carrying a big man in a dark green supersuit here within 2 hours was still no problem. Benjamin's own speed still was not enough. According to his analysis, Homelander and A-Train should both be super speed level 5. Shockwave was level 4, close to level 5, while these 2 second-tier Supes were probably level 3. Homelander was standing at the front of the beach, answering several reporters' questions, when he caught sight of the dark green figure from the corner of his eye. He immediately turned and waved hard. Benjamin walked up to him and looked him over. Good job. Next time, be a little more fucking careful, alright? This accident could have been handled much better. Homelander nodded, his lips moving. I was just attacked by the hijackers. The hijackers damaged the plane, sir, Maeve said calmly as she walked over from the side. Soldier Boy, of course, knew it had not been the hijackers, but with the live broadcast still going, they could only pin the blame on them. Benjamin glanced at Maeve, then at Homelander. Forget it. Just be more careful next time. Yes, I will. Homelander nodded. The reporters had already crowded in. Camera lenses glinted in the setting sun. More than a dozen microphones were thrust toward Homelander at the same time, and questions swarmed toward him like a nest of hornets that had just been kicked. Homelander cleared his throat, straightened his back, and put his standard smile back on his face. Benjamin stood beside him. Mr. Homelander, why did the aircraft's control panel fail? It was the hijackers. Homelander's tone was steady and certain. During the firefight with the hijackers, they destroyed the cockpit control panel. It was an unforeseeable accident. After realizing the plane had lost control, I immediately contacted my father, Soldier Boy. He advised me to transport the passengers one by one, while also coordinating with the Deep to lead a pod of dolphins for support on the ocean surface. Throughout the rescue operation, Deep and his marine mammal team played a crucial role. A bespectacled male reporter shoved his microphone a few inches closer. That doesn't add up. How did Soldier Boy know to dispatch the Deep in advance? Based on the timeline, the Deep set out even before the aircraft's control panel was destroyed. Does that mean you knew ahead of time that something would happen to the plane? Was this all an elaborate publicity stunt? Homelander's smile froze. The corner of his mouth twitched. He had saved 123 people, flying trip after trip, with the sea breeze blowing so much salt into his supersuit that his back was still wet. He had carried Mia down from 38,000 feet and placed her on a dolphin's back without even messing up a single strand of her little golden braid. And now this reporter was asking him whether it had all been a stunt. Anger flickered deep in Homelander's blue eyes. He stared at the bespectacled reporter, his pupils narrowing slightly, his fingers curling unconsciously at his sides. He could burn a coin-sized hole through this man's head in a tenth of a second. For some reason, the bespectacled reporter suddenly felt a chill across his forehead. But soon, Homelander regained a little of his composure. No, that's not it. Homelander's voice remained steady. It's just that Soldier Boy is extremely smart. He considered the possibility that an accident might happen, so he had Deep set out in advance. After all, I am the most powerful. That still doesn't make sense. Another reporter cut him off. It was a female reporter in a gray trench coat, and her tone was even sharper than the man with glasses. Soldier Boy deployed Deep in advance, and then the plane's control panel just happened to be destroyed, and the pod of dolphins just happened to be directly beneath the flight path. That is far too convenient. Can you explain why rescue resources were already in place before the accident even happened? Veins bulged on Homelander's forehead. And what about compensation for the passengers? A third reporter pushed forward. They lost all their luggage. Some lost laptops, some lost important documents, some. Benjamin's gaze shifted slightly. Something was wrong with these reporters. Were they not Vought's reporters? Or was someone targeting Vought? Butcher's side did not have that kind of capability right now. These reporters were definitely Vought's. In other words, they were not targeting Vought. They were targeting Homelander. Although Homelander had indeed damaged the cabin, he had also unquestionably saved everyone. Compared to what happened in the original story, this was already much better. Besides, Vought would compensate these people for their losses. For these reporters to be this aggressive, they were absolutely targeting Homelander. They might even be targeting him. Enough. Benjamin's voice was not loud. He stepped forward, placing himself in front of Homelander, and swept his gaze over the reporters still trying to push closer. The bespectacled male reporter met his stare, and his microphone instinctively drew back half an inch. Listen. Benjamin's voice was rough. Homelander could have abandoned everyone and flown away with Maeve. That would have been the best option for him. Everyone on that fucking plane would be dead, and no one would know what happened. Homelander could have made sure this had nothing to do with him. He took a step forward. The bespectacled reporter took a step back. But he didn't. The criminals sabotaged the plane, and he saved every person who should have died. 123 people, not one missing. And now you stand here, looking at the man who saved 123 of your own people, and ask him if it was a stunt. He took another step forward. The female reporter also took a step back. Say one more fucking word, and I'll twist your heads off right now and throw them into the sea. Fuck you. The beach went completely silent for 3 full seconds. Only the sound of the tide and the distant roar of helicopter rotors remained. The bespectacled reporter's lips trembled. The microphone slipped from his hand and hit the sand with a dull thud. The female reporter lowered her head, shoved her recorder into her pocket, and did not dare look up again. The other reporters all retreated half a step. No one dared respond. They were used to superheroes smiling and waving in front of the cameras, saying, "It's what we should do." They were not used to an old soldier in a dark green supersuit standing in front of them saying he would twist their heads off and throw them into the sea. And the look on his face convinced every one of them of one thing. He was not making an empty threat. He seemed completely serious. Homelander stood behind Benjamin, staring at his father's broad back as it shielded him. The reporter's accusations still buzzed in his ears. The violent rage in his heart had not fully faded. Homelander stood there and watched his father curse them out for him. He looked down at the footprints in the sand, the corner of his mouth shifting slightly. Then he raised his head and straightened up again. Maeve stepped in to smooth things over. "All right. We absolutely would not spend this many resources to stage some stunt over an ordinary hijacking, okay? As for the control panel being destroyed, that's something even we superheroes never want to see, but it did happen. So Vought International will provide appropriate compensation for all passenger losses. We have no reason to spend this much money on a stunt that achieves nothing. Uncle, Auntie, Homelander is a hero. He saved me, and my mom. He saved all of us. Without them, we might have died at the hands of the bad guys. You're not allowed to slander my hero." Mia ran over and hurriedly shouted in her young voice. The beach interview video blew up that very night. Homelander stood in front of the microphones and said, "The hijackers destroyed the plane's control panel." The reporter pressed him, asking, "Was this an elaborately staged publicity stunt?" Then came Soldier Boy's line, "Say one more fucking word, and I'll twist your heads off and throw them into the sea." The clip was cut into countless versions and spread like wildfire across Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube. 6 of the top 10 trending topics were related to the incident. Public opinion was currently split into 2 camps. One side believed this was not a stunt at all. Soldier Boy was right. Homelander could have simply abandoned those 100+ people, but he saved them, every last one, and the rescue had been handled properly. Vought would even compensate the passengers. Everything had turned out fine. Soldier Boy's rant at the reporters was crude, volatile, and violated every PR guideline imaginable. But that rough honesty was exactly what made countless fans feel vindicated. However, the other side was louder. They believed all the suspicious details pointed to one fact: Soldier Boy had deployed the deep in advance, which meant they had known the plane would get into trouble ahead of time. If it was not a stunt, there was no way they could have known something would go wrong in advance. 123 people had taken a walk past death's door, only to be expected afterward to worship their rescuers with gratitude. That, in itself, was manipulated fear. This side kept attacking Homelander and Maeve on social media. Homelander and Maeve's approval ratings began to fall. Even the Deep was baffled. He was supposed to be making his return to the 7, yet his already mediocre approval rating had dropped again. Benjamin's approval rating barely moved. His outburst at the reporters made some people think he was real, while others thought he was rude. The 2 sides were about equal and cancelled each other out. But there was one thing everyone agreed on: with Soldier Boy, there was nothing you could do. He did not play the PR game. He did not cooperate with public opinion manipulation. He did not care what anyone said about him. He had no weakness to attack, because he had never cared what people thought of him. At 2 in the morning, the bad news came. 2 rescued passengers, an elderly couple in their 70s, had been sent to the hospital for examinations that evening. At different times later that night, both suffered sudden cardiac arrest and died after resuscitation efforts failed. The doctor's preliminary diagnosis was that the extreme fear they experienced during the high-altitude fall had placed too much strain on their hearts. The news hit the already churning sea of public opinion like a depth charge. Every media outlet that had still been watching from the sidelines erupted at once. The CNN night news anchor read the opening line that would later be quoted again and again in a heavy voice. 123 people rescued, 2 dead. Is this the price of heroism, or the sacrifice of a publicity stunt? On social media, accusations drowned out every attempt at defense. Someone dug up a photo of Mia, the little girl who had clung to Homelander's neck on the plane. Someone edited her face into black and white and added the caption, "What if she had been the one who died because of this stunt?" By 3 in the morning, the post had been shared 20,000 times, and the comment section was full of people crying. The deaths of the 2 elderly passengers turned the earlier doubts about a stunt from conspiracy theory into solid evidence. If the mission was not a stunt, why had rescue forces been deployed in advance? If it was not a stunt, why did people still die even after the rescue forces were in place? Homelander's approval rating updated at 3:17 a.m., down 6 percentage points. The PR department intern on night shift thought the system had glitched when he saw the number. He refreshed it 3 times, and the result was the same every time. Homelander sat on the floor of his apartment, his back against the base of the sofa, his phone clenched in his hand. On the screen was the graph of his approval rating. The red line plunged straight down like a cliff, like a wound burned open by laser eyes. He had been staring at that line for a full 20 minutes. To save those people, Homelander had flown more than 60 trips back and forth between the sky and the sea. He had held Mia in his arms. He had placed her mother on a dolphin's back, and then 2 elderly people died. It was not his fault. The doctors said it was cardiac overload. But everyone was saying, if Homelander had not staged a stunt, if he had not made the whole thing so big, if he had warned the passengers in advance, those 2 elderly people would not have spent those long 2 hours in terror, would not have gone into cardiac arrest, and would not have died. Homelander parted his lips and murmured, "I did everything I could." He said it to the empty air. Then Homelander buried his face in his knees. His back pressed against the base of the sofa, his cape crumpled beneath him. The phone screen went dark, and so did the falling red line. Along with all those accusing words, Homelander began to feel like he could not breathe. He even found himself wondering whether it would have been better if he had abandoned all those people back then. Benjamin had not slept, because the direction public opinion was taking was clearly wrong. The sudden deaths of the elderly couple were tragic, but public opinion had placed both lives entirely on the stunt account and aimed all its fire at Homelander. The narrative around the incident was too neat to be natural. Someone was pushing it from behind the scenes. Vought clearly needed to get supes into the military. It clearly needed the public to maintain a positive impression of superheroes. Yet at a time like this, it was allowing, even fueling, a public opinion lynching against Homelander. They would rather damage the company's short-term interests than take a shot at Homelander and him. No, their main target was still him. They were trying to drive a wedge between him and Homelander by making Homelander suffer, because if it were not for him, Homelander's approval rating would not have dropped by that much. Interesting. They were willing to wound themselves? Why? Is it because I'm too much of a threat? Benjamin snorted. Outside the window, New York's night sky was stained a murky orange-red by countless lights, and the W logo atop Vought Tower still glowed tirelessly. Soon, he called Homelander. At 2 in the morning, the hallways of Vought Tower were quiet. Madeline stood outside Homelander's apartment, clutching a manila envelope so tightly her knuckles had gone white. Before coming here, she had injected herself with a dose of heart-stabilizing medication. The stuff could keep her heartbeat steady even when her emotions spiked. It was bad for her health, but Madeline had no choice this time. She had to do it, because she no longer had Homelander's trust. Madeline knocked on the door. When there was no response, she used her key and let herself in. Homelander sat on the floor, his back against the base of the sofa. His cape was crumpled beneath him. He raised his head, his eyes rimmed red. "Get out." Madeline did not back away. She gently closed the door, her voice soft. "My sweet boy, I know you're hurting. I came to check on you. I told you, right now, this instant." Homelander rose from the floor. His eyes began to glow red, 2 dangerous points of light appearing at the edges of his pupils. "Get out." Madeline felt her scalp prickle, but she did not leave. She could not leave. If she walked away now, Vought's self-sabotaging public opinion campaign would all have been for nothing. To drive a wedge between this father and son, Vought had gone so far as to stab itself. It would rather let the push to get supes into the military stall, rather let the company's short-term interests suffer, than miss the chance to hammer a wedge between Homelander and Soldier Boy. And tonight, she was the one holding the hammer. "Homelander, have you ever thought about something?" Homelander stared at her without speaking. "If it weren't for Soldier Boy, your approval rating never would have dropped this much. Tonight, so many people wouldn't have stopped supporting you. They wouldn't have stopped loving you." Homelander's lashes trembled. The red light in his eyes did not fade, but he did not fire. "Think about it." Madeline took a step forward. "Soldier Boy's approval rating has stayed high the entire time. No matter how loud the public gets, his numbers haven't moved an inch. And you saved people. You saved everyone. You flew back and forth, carried that little girl, placed her on a dolphin's back, and then your approval rating dropped by 6 points. All of this is his fault. The reason he came back was to replace you. He wants to become the most beloved supe in the world. Without him, if the plane had really gone down, all you would have had to do was abandon those 100+ lives, and no one would ever have known. Would your approval rating have fallen then? Homelander was silent for a while before he said, "What exactly are you trying to say? Soldier Boy is my father. He wouldn't hurt me." Madeline raised the manila envelope in her hand. Her fingers paused on the flap for a second before she opened it and pulled out several yellowed pages. In the dim light, the paper had an aged brownish yellow tint. The corners were curled, and the pages were packed with black typewritten text. "He isn't your father, sweetheart. He's only someone who shares your blood. That's all. He never raised you for a single day. He never changed your diaper once. He never sat by your bed when you had nightmares. You and him are just strangers. Strangers related by blood." She paused, then turned the pages around so Homelander could see the bright red top secret stamp printed on them. And besides, how much could a traitor really care about those 100+ lives? Haven't you always wanted to see his real file? It's right here. I didn't want to give it to you before only because I was afraid you couldn't handle it. Soldier Boy, your father, is a traitor. He defected to the Soviet Union. He betrayed the United States. His goal from the very beginning was to come back and destroy you, to make your approval rating fall, to make you lose everyone's love, and then to replace you. That is Soldier Boy's real purpose. Homelander lowered his head and looked at the pages. The dense lines of text cast fine, broken shadows under the light. They really did look authentic. "Madeline," he suddenly said, his voice becoming very soft. "What? So none of this was a stunt, right?" He raised his head, his blue eyes fixed straight on her. "It was only because I followed Soldier Boy's arrangement that people misunderstood it as a stunt." "Yes," Madeline said, a trace of urgency slipping into her voice. "But Soldier Boy really did. Was Vought involved in this?" Homelander cut her off. The corners of his mouth slowly curved into a smile. "For example, pushing the PR campaign, deliberately smearing me." Madeline felt the heart-stabilizing medication starting to fail. Fear made her heartbeat quicken. The medication kept the change faint, but it was definitely there. It was fine. Homelander probably would not notice. The expression on her face did not shift at all. That gentle smile remained unchanged. "Of course not, sweetheart. How could Vought ever hurt you? You're the most important person to Vought." Homelander smiled. "Madeline." He spoke softly. "Every time you lie, the corner of your left eye twitches. Sometimes twice. Did you know that?" Madeline opened her mouth, and her heartbeat sped up again. In truth, how could Homelander possibly know that much detail? But the two subtle changes in her heartbeat had already told him everything. Pfft. Two red beams pierced through her eyes. Two cleanly burned holes appeared where her eyes had been, the edges still ringed with dark red embers. Her body froze. The pages in her hand drifted down and scattered at Homelander's feet. The yellowed pages hit the floor, and the accusations of treason and defection to the enemy were stained dark red by her blood. She fell backward and crashed onto the marble floor, dying exactly the same way she had in the original show. Except in the original show, it had been because of Homelander's son. This time, it was because of Homelander's father. Homelander looked down at her. The red light in his eyes slowly faded. He crouched down, picked up the pages from the floor, and tore them in half without even looking at them. Then he tore them into quarters, letting the fragments fall beside Madeline's body. Homelander's eyes were bloodshot as he stroked Madeline's cheek. It was obvious that killing Madeline had hurt him. "Madeline, do you know something? You're the best liar I've ever known." He continued speaking to those empty eye sockets. "I thought you would never deceive me in this life. But in the end, you still lied to me, and there are some things you should never have touched. My family. They're my family." He stood, stepped over the body, and pushed open the apartment door. The door shut behind him with a heavy, muffled thud. "I got a few comments about the dialogue sounding unnatural. Do you think I made it a little too literal for the world of the boys? People usually don't complain about my translations, but a few comments did mention that, so I'm not sure if I missed the tone here. What do you think?" The motion sensor lights in the hallway flickered on one after another under the weight of those heavy footsteps. Homelander was not flying. He was walking. He had just come out of his apartment, Madeline's blood still on his hands. Madeline was dead. Homelander's feelings for Madeline could never be summed up in a few words. Madeline had been like a mother to him. She had once been the person closest to him in this cold tower, the one person who could give him warmth, even if that warmth was fake. She was the woman who had always stood in the front row below the stage and nodded at him whenever he gave his standard smile for the cameras. He knew it was fake. He had always known. In fact, Homelander's super hearing had caught the moments when Madeline's heartbeat sped up countless times. When she lied, when she was afraid, when she schemed against him, that heart pounded like an engine with the gas pedal floored. Every time, he heard it clearly. Every time, he chose to tell himself it was excitement. Because she was the only mother Homelander had. Even if she was only his mother in form, he needed a mother too badly. A person without a mother was like a ship without an anchor, drifting at sea, liable to be blown away by any gust of wind. But now, he had killed her with his own hands. Even in her final moments, Madeline had still been lying. She had still been throwing mud on his father, trying to make him believe a traitor would not care about those 100+ lives. She had treated him as a tool right up until she died. And he had finally stopped being that blind, gullible wimp. A false mother who had always deceived him, or a real biological father who genuinely wanted what was best for him. Homelander knew exactly which one to choose. Even so, he was still sad. In Vought Tower, the lights were still on in the office of the SUPE executive director. Homelander pushed the door open. Benjamin was leaning back in his office chair with a glass of Coke in his hand. He looked up and saw Homelander standing in the doorway, his cape hanging crookedly, his eyes red as if they had been scraped raw with sandpaper, and a few drops of dark red liquid staining the cuffs of his supersuit. Benjamin set the Coke on the desk and looked him up and down. What the fuck is this? Why do you look like your parents just died? Homelander ignored the thunderous insult from Benjamin, even though Benjamin had cursed himself in the process. I killed Madeline, Homelander said slowly. Benjamin picked up the Coke and took another sip, his expression barely changing. Why? She came to see me. Homelander still stood in the doorway without coming in, as if waiting for permission. His voice was hoarse, and he spoke very slowly. She brought files. She said you were a traitor. She said you were a Soviet spy. She said the reason you came back was to replace me. She said, you never raised me, that you and I are strangers. She said my approval rating dropped because of you. He paused for a moment. Then I asked her whether Vought was behind my approval rating falling. I asked her whether Vought had been involved. She said no, and then her heartbeat sped up, so I killed her. That's all. Benjamin set down his Coke. So you killed her because she lied. Not only that. Because of you, too. Homelander said it slowly. She wanted to slander you. Vought wanted to slander you too. I wouldn't allow it. You're my family. Benjamin leaned back in his chair and fell silent for a while. Homelander killing Madeline had been unexpected, but it also made sense. Madeline was going to die sooner or later. Even if she had not died now, she would eventually have died at Homelander's hands for deceiving him. Homelander had already changed because of his arrival. This whole thing is obvious. Benjamin spoke slowly. That Vought chose to hurt itself just to drive a wedge between us, father and son. They lowered your approval rating, then tried to use Madeline to control you while you were vulnerable. Going this far with self-sabotage, they really went all in. Looks like my return scared the company. It scared Edgar too. I understand all that. Come in. Don't stand in the doorway. Homelander finally stepped inside and sat down on the sofa. His posture was still the same habitually straight-backed one, both hands resting on his knees. But he was not as stiff as before. He let his back settle slightly against the sofa cushion. It was the first time he had truly relaxed while sitting in his father's office. But you did well. Benjamin's voice softened a little. I was worried that damned old whore would get you under control again. She didn't. You chose to resist. For you, that's progress. Good progress. Homelander raised his head. His eyes were still red. But my approval rating. Homelander had begun to stop grieving for Madeline, but he was still grieving over his approval rating. Homelander still cared about his approval rating. He still cared what the public thought. 6 percentage points, right. Benjamin cut him off, then suddenly laughed. Do you know why your approval rating has always been lower than mine? Even when you were at your peak. Why? Homelander had always treated Benjamin as an idol. Not only because Soldier Boy was powerful, but also because Soldier Boy's approval rating had always been the highest, far higher than Homelander's even at his own peak. Because, you soft little bitch, you've never shown people who you really are. Benjamin spoke slowly. Except in those recent interviews, aside from those few times, every single thing you said was according to the PR department's script. I've seen it. Your smile was rehearsed. The angle of your wave was designed. Even the pitch of your I love you was probably adjusted by some sound engineer. When you're that fake, pathetic, and weak, it'd be a fucking miracle if your approval rating were high. Homelander said nothing. His lips parted slightly as if he wanted to argue, but he could not find anything to say. Benjamin leaned forward slightly, his voice suddenly dropping. Only when you stop caring about those bullshit numbers, stop caring about some fucking approval rating, stop getting upset because 1 or 2 reporters give you a hard time, stop losing sleep because someone on Twitter calls you a stunt, will you become stronger and get what you truly want. Otherwise, for the rest of your life, you will be controlled by Vought, by rich people, by those in power, and even by the very people who support you. You're a real superhero, not some puppet being controlled all the time, and not like those whores who spend every day trying to please men, sleeping with one man after another, only to end up dying miserably from disease. A real superhero. Homelander froze for a moment. It was the first time he had heard anyone put it that way. To be his real self, not a fake version of himself. Vought had never taught him that. Then again, the people at Vought were not his family. In their eyes, he was probably just an excellent product. I understand. Homelander looked at Benjamin, his gaze gradually becoming serious. From this day forward, he would become his true self, not a puppet controlled by Vought. Good. Then remember that. Be your real self. Homelander stood up from the sofa. He walked to the door, then stopped and glanced back at Benjamin. Homelander opened the door and walked out. The footsteps in the hallway no longer had the heavy, dragging sound they had when he came in. Benjamin sat alone in the office. He leaned back in his chair and suddenly remembered something. In fact, even in the original show, Soldier Boy's approval rating had always been higher than Homelander's. It was not because Soldier Boy was better at managing his image. On the contrary, it was because he never managed his image at all. It was not until the original show, after Homelander completely abandoned his approval rating and stopped caring about those things, that he delivered that classic line in a speech, "I'm stronger, I'm smarter, I'm better." Only then, with that completely unconcerned attitude, did his approval rating soar, even surpassing Soldier Boy's highest approval rating. After Homelander left, the system notification sounded in Benjamin's ear. Benjamin was looking forward to it. He desperately needed super speed and flight. You allowed Homelander to experience a father's education and guidance. Although he still cares deeply about his approval rating, your teaching made him understand that only by being his real self can he break free from Vought's control. Homelander envies you for being able to completely break free from Vought's control. He envies you for having no personality flaws. But while he envies you, he also loves you. Reward obtained, Anesthetic Immunity LV6. Current abilities. Nuclear Blast LV4, can release high-intensity radioactive energy, incinerating everything and erasing compounds within the target's body. Super Strength LV6, possesses the super strength of a top-tier supe. Super Defense LV5, invulnerable to blades and bullets, immune to conventional firearms and most superpower attacks. Self-Healing LV5, extremely high cellular activity, capable of rapidly repairing fatal injuries. Radiation Resistance LV5, completely immune to nuclear radiation and all harmful rays. Super Speed LV1, possesses the speed of an ordinary supe. Anesthetic Immunity LV6, immune to the vast majority of toxins and anesthetics, including Novichok. Ageless Longevity, the body remains forever at its peak state. Where the fuck are my super speed and flight? Fuck you, system. Fuck you. Benjamin's face was icy as he kept cursing. Still, at least one of his weaknesses had been patched. He would no longer be knocked out by Novichok, the military nerve agent used in the original show to put Soldier Boy under. From now on, aside from flight and speed, he had no weaknesses left. After Homelander left, Benjamin soon finished getting a feel for his new ability and called Edgar. The phone rang once before it was answered. "Hello, Benjamin." Stan Edgar's voice came through the receiver. His tone was no different from usual, as if nothing had happened tonight. Benjamin leaned back in his office chair, his feet propped on the edge of the desk, spinning an M1911 he had dug out of the armory. Under the desk lamp, the barrel gave off a cold blue sheen. "Edgar, I'm really starting to think I should twist off your head and your family's heads, chop them all up, and feed them to the dogs." The other end of the line went quiet for half a second. "This was an accident, Benjamin." Edgar's tone remained that infuriating calm. "Madeline was responsible for all of this. And Madeline is dead. She got what she deserved. As for the online public opinion, VOD International will handle it. Only an idiot would believe you. I'd sooner believe you and your family are getting dragged into bed by 10 homeless men tonight." Benjamin did not waste time agonizing. He set the gun on the desk. "Since you decided to make a move against me and my son, it's only fair that I hit back once, right? Calm down, Benjamin, this is all just a misunderstanding." Benjamin hung up. He picked up the M1911, grabbed the shield from the back of his chair and strapped it to his left arm, then walked out of the office. Late at night, the streets of New York were nearly empty. Benjamin did not call for a ride. After thinking about it for a moment, he figured his speed was still not fast enough yet. It was only LV1. He might as well take a shared bike. He scanned one outside Vought Tower, and while he was scanning the QR code, the app even popped up with a new user coupon notification. He impatiently dismissed it, swung onto the seat, and pedaled toward Manhattan's Upper East Side. Benjamin had long since gotten the addresses of every member of the board of directors, each of their home addresses, daily routes, and security details. He had figured all of it out within his first 3 days on the job. The first stop was a townhouse on the Upper East Side. The director who lived there was Howard Kramer, 63 years old. He had been on Vought's board of directors for 22 years and had been one of the directors who voted to sell Soldier Boy to the Russians back then. Benjamin parked the shared bike on the street corner, climbed over the wall, and pried open the back door lock with the edge of his shield. While he was at it, he knocked out the 2 second-tier supes guarding the place. Howard was in his study reading financial reports. When he heard the noise and looked up, he saw a figure in a dark green supersuit standing in the doorway. The whiskey glass in his hand slipped loose and shattered on the floor. "Soldier Boy, how did you get in?" "I walked." Benjamin stepped forward and crushed his Adam's apple with one punch. There were no extra words. Howard collapsed onto the desk, his glasses falling onto the carpet, the lenses smeared with his own blood. The second stop was on Park Avenue. The third was on Central Park West. The fourth was in Tribeca. Benjamin rode the shared bike through the Manhattan night. At each address, he parked on the corner, climbed over the wall, did the job, climbed back out, and kept riding. The route history on the bike-sharing app drew one jagged line after another across the map of Manhattan. By 4 in the morning, every name on the board of directors list had been crossed off except Edgar's. The final man's body lay beside his own swimming pool, his head smashed open by Benjamin. Benjamin crouched, wiped the blood from his hands on the corpse's suit, then straightened and looked at the moon reflected in the pool. Why leave Edgar alive? Not because he would not kill him. Benjamin just wanted to save that old thing for last. He wanted Edgar to watch as his Vought was brought down bit by bit by him and Homelander. He wanted Edgar to sit in his office every day, terrified, never knowing when that bald eagle diamond shield would come smashing through his door. A punishment more painful than death was waiting for Death. Of course, Benjamin also needed Edgar alive to take the blame for Vought's downfall, so the old man was still useful. He rode the shared bike back downstairs to Vought Tower and locked it. The app popped up with 2 notifications. This ride totaled 47 kilometers and burned 830 calories. Congratulations on breaking your personal longest ride record. Please pay $20. Fuck you, $20 fucking dollars? Why doesn't this stupid piece of shit app just rob me? Benjamin stared expressionlessly at the notification, paid it, then shoved his phone into his pocket. His salary had not even been paid yet. Damn Edgar. Next time, he would make Edgar advance his salary. Otherwise, he would go rob Edgar's family. Early the next morning. The 7 conference room in Vought Tower. The Deep stood at the door of the 7 conference room and took a deep breath. Today, he had changed back into his blue-green supersuit. But his head was bald. When he'd been fired before, he still had hair. But after spiraling into a mix of grief, rage, and full-on emo despair, the Deep had a meltdown and shaved it all off. He had shaved off all the hair on his head and body, except for his beard. Still, being bald had its advantages. After saving more than 100 people yesterday, the Deep had not even needed to wash his hair. At that moment, his bald head reflected a ridiculous shine under the conference room's cold white lights. Starlight sat on the left side of the long table. When she saw the Deep walk in, her brow furrowed, and her fingers unconsciously tapped twice against the tabletop. She had no good feelings toward this man at all. After all, he had once tried to make a move on her in this very conference room. But when she thought of him riding a dolphin ashore at sunset on the Atlantic yesterday, she took a deep breath and forced that disgust back down. Forget it. He had saved people yesterday. The main reason was also that Soldier Boy had stopped the Deep, so he had never succeeded. Otherwise, Starlight would definitely have been far angrier. Starlight was different from the original show right now. She had not been bullied by the Deep, had not gotten involved with Huey, and had not seen Homelander's vicious side. With Soldier Boy here as well, she still approved of the 7 for now. Maeve sat beside Starlight, holding a cup of black coffee. She glanced at the Deep's bald head. The corner of her mouth twitched, but she did not laugh out loud. A-Train was not there. He was still in the hospital. Benjamin's punch had knocked out several of his teeth, but what truly kept him bedridden and unable to move was his heart problem. The doctors said the residual dose of Compound V booster shot in his body had reached a dangerous level, and he would need to remain in the hospital for observation for at least a month. Homelander sat to the right of the head seat at the long table. The head seat belonged to Benjamin. Homelander swept his gaze over everyone in the conference room. No one mentioned Madeline. Good. The door opened. Benjamin walked in, his shield hanging from his left arm and a cup of iced coffee in his hand. Ashley followed behind him. She was the junior supervisor from PR. She hugged a stack of documents to her chest, wearing a pair of high heels that did not quite fit. She was so nervous that sweat had beaded on the tip of her nose. Sit. Benjamin pointed to one of the seats at the long table. That seat had once belonged to Madeline. Ashley froze. Sir, that was Ms. Madeline's. Madeline left last night. A few members of the board of directors did too. They went to a better place. Benjamin sat down in the head seat and leaned his shield against the armrest. Starting today, you'll take over her work. Any questions? Ashley nearly dropped the documents in her arms. She fumbled to place them on the table, pulled out the chair, and sat down. The expression on her face kept switching between surprise and terror. And no problem at all, sir. Thank you, sir. I won't let you down, sir. The Deep sat near the door along the long table, rubbing his smooth bald head, confusion written all over his face. Madeline left? Several board members left at the same time? Wasn't that a little too much of a coincidence? Went to a better place? He rubbed his head again and decided he did not really care. He had never liked Madeline much anyway, and he liked the board of directors even less. The important thing was that he was back. He was now a member of the 7. The Deep lowered his head and looked at the glass of water in front of him. His own bald head was reflected on the surface, like a sea urchin that had just been fished out of the water. Finally, the Deep could not help it. Curiosity got the better of him, and he looked up to ask, did they all go to Orlando? Benjamin and Homelander both stared hard at the Deep at the exact same time. I'm sorry, sir. I was just curious, Deep said hurriedly. Only then did he realize something was wrong. Starlight kept her attention on Benjamin and ignored the clown that was Deep. The handsome older man was lifting his coffee cup, sipping from it while flipping through the agenda Ashley had handed him, as casual as if he were sitting in his own living room. The matter between Starlight and Deep had not truly been settled, but as long as Benjamin was sitting in that chair, Deep would not be able to stir up any trouble. She was absolutely certain of that, because she trusted Soldier Boy. Meeting started. Benjamin set down his coffee cup. First item, Deep rejoins the team. 1 month probation. If he does anything again during probation, he's out. Any objections? None, Starlight said, calm and decisive. She had not expected herself to say the word so quickly, but once it was out, she found it was not that hard. None, Maeve said. None, Homelander said. Deep looked around, stood up, and bowed to everyone. Thank you, everyone. I won't do it again. Deep looked at Benjamin gratefully, with a hint of eager obedience in his eyes. Benjamin frowned slightly. Seeing that look, he leaned forward. Do you want knee pads? Deep. What, sir? The way you're looking at me makes it seem like you're about to kneel down and give me head, so I was asking if you wanted knee pads. Embarrassment spread across Deep's face. Starlight almost burst out laughing from the side. I'm sorry, sir. I don't. Then sit the fuck down and stop looking at me with those creepy, disgusting eyes. You really are a stupid fucking fish. Just looking at you pisses me off. Disgusting. Benjamin cursed him out. Deep hurriedly sat down and no longer dared look at Soldier Boy with that excited stare. Second item, translucent is still missing. Deep, you investigate it. Yes, sir, Deep said at once. He had to prove himself. He absolutely had to find translucent. In truth, translucent's remains should have appeared long ago, according to the original plot. But because Deep had been kicked out, the discovery of those remains had been delayed a little. It did not matter. Sooner or later, they would run into the boys. Third item. Benjamin opened the tablet Ashley had handed him, glanced at the latest data, then turned the screen toward everyone. Public opinion from last night has reversed this morning. Homelander's approval rating has started to recover. From its lowest point, it's already climbed back 4 percentage points. Maeve and Deep are the same. Their approval ratings are starting to recover too. Good performance. Keep it up. Everyone in the conference room looked up. Homelander stared at the red curve on the tablet as it began climbing upward, his lips moving slightly. His expression did not change much, but his body straightened involuntarily. Benjamin put the tablet back on the table and picked up his coffee cup. Edgar had backed down. Those negative trending topics had been wiped clean overnight. The major media outlets had started using the same line to clear Homelander's name, and even the female reporter who had questioned whether it was a stunt had posted a long apology statement. He had not figured it out from the news reports. He had seen it in the rhythm of the public opinion data curve. This was not a natural reversal. Someone had flipped a switch, and the hand holding that switch had to be Edgar's. All right, meeting adjourned. Anything else? Benjamin swept his gaze around the room. No one spoke. Homelander was very pleased by the rise in approval rating. Then that's it. If there are any follow-up details, Homelander and Ashley will handle them. Everyone got up and left one after another. That afternoon, Deep returned alone to Dolphin Bay. Waves washed up the beach and retreated again, leaving thin streaks of white foam behind. In the distance, several dolphins floated lazily in the shallows, basking in the sun. One of them recognized him and let out a sharp whistle. He crouched beside a reef, and then he saw a box. He lifted the lid. A sickly sweet stench of rot rushed into his nose. Deep fell backward onto the sand, because inside the box were the dismembered remains of Translucent. 2 hours later, in the 7 conference room, the zinc alloy box sat in the center of the long table. No one spoke. Homelander stood directly in front of the box, arms folded across his chest, his blue eyes locked on it. His expression was not grief. It was fury. Zinc alloy. His voice was pressed low. I can't see through it. They specifically chose a material my X-ray vision can't penetrate, put Translucent's body parts inside it, and left it on a beach Deep often visits. There was a line engraved inside the box, "This is for you." He raised his hand and tapped the lid with his fingertip. It wasn't written for the 7. It wasn't written for Vought. It was written for me. Someone killed one of my men, put his body parts in a box I can't see through, and made it very clear they were coming for me. Starlight stood by the window with a hand over her nose. She had only seen Translucent's name in her onboarding briefing, so she could not say she had any real feelings for him. But the thought of a person being blown apart and stuffed into a box still sent a chill down her spine. Maeve stood beside her, looking down at the box in silence. Homelander turned around, his gaze sweeping over every face in the conference room before stopping on Deep. You investigate this. Maeve will go with you. Deep rubbed his bald head and nodded. Maeve did not hesitate either, answering, got it. Deep felt like he had been incredibly busy lately. Maybe it was because A-Train and Black Noir were both absent, so he was being worked to death. He had to deal with pressure from Homelander and Soldier Boy, and complete one mission after another. Deep was mentally exhausted. He only hoped Maeve would not put pressure on him during the mission too, Deep thought to himself. Deep and Maeve accepted the order and left the conference room. Once the door closed, only Homelander, Starlight, Ashley, and Benjamin remained in the room. Benjamin had been sitting in the head seat the entire time without saying a word. Benjamin stood from the head seat and hung the shield from his left arm. You're getting involved in this? Homelander turned and asked. No. You, Maeve, Deep, and Starlight can handle a small matter like this. Benjamin walked to the door, then paused. I have something else to do. Also, if there's anyone suitable to join the 7, Homelander, you can let them in if you think they're a good fit. No need to ask me. Ashley, don't make decisions on your own. Follow Homelander's arrangements in everything. There's no need to kick A-Train off the team for now. If he gets a healthy heart, he might be able to run at his old peak speed again. Yes, sir, Ashley quickly nodded. Benjamin pushed open the conference room door, his footsteps fading steadily down the hallway. Benjamin returned to his office, leaned his shield against the desk, and took a manila envelope from the drawer. Inside was Crimson Countess's address, which the legend had given him. That was right. Benjamin intended to take revenge. Blood for blood. Even if it had happened to the original body, Benjamin still wanted to deal with it to avoid leaving future trouble behind. There were also the TNT twins, Tommy and Tessa. The two of them had to be together to trigger their energy explosion. Back in the Nicaraguan jungle, the last thing he had seen was the siblings standing side by side in the smoke, their hands clasped together, bright electric light bursting in their palms. Mindstorm. His greatest ability was not combat, but burrowing into your mind and digging out what you feared most. Back then, he had used his psychic power to briefly suppress Soldier Boy's consciousness, giving the others a chance to act. Crimson Countess, the original body's ex-girlfriend, the woman who betrayed him. The address the legend had scribbled on that note. He had not been there yet, but he remembered every word. And then there was Black Noir. He was already dead. Homelander had punched straight through his chest. The first name on the blood debt list had been crossed off permanently. It's time, Benjamin muttered to himself. Stan Edgar sat in his private conference room, a brief message flashing on the tablet screen in front of him. Soldier Boy has left Vought Tower and gone out alone. He read the message 3 times. Then he set the tablet down and picked up the encrypted phone on the desk, the one that was never connected to any network. He's on his way. Edgar's voice was steady and calm. This is our last chance. If he comes back alive this time, all of you, me, and Vought are finished. There won't be a second chance, and there is no backup plan. Today, he dies in Pennsylvania. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Then a woman's hoarse voice sounded. Do you know what it cost us last time just to get rid of him? This time, you don't need to get rid of him. If you can kill him outright. He can't be killed. We couldn't kill him. The Soviet Union couldn't kill him either. Novichok is ready. Edgar said it plainly. The nerve agent the Russians developed back then, specifically for Soldier Boy. 1 dose is all it takes to knock him out. I've already had the agent delivered to you. Another silence followed. Then the woman asked. Who's coming? Besides you, the TNT twins, Tommy and Tessa, and Mindstorm. Edgar listed the names one by one, as if counting rotten debts from an overdue ledger. And a few supes I hired separately, some domestic, some overseas. They're strong. You don't know them, and you don't need to know them. They're my people. They're paid to do a job and won't ask questions. All you need to do is one thing, cooperate. If you could send him into a Russian cage back then, you can send him back into one today. The call ended. Edgar placed the encrypted phone on the table and picked up the glass of whiskey beside him. The ice had already melted, diluting the amber liquor into a cloudy pale yellow. He glanced at it, then set it down without taking a sip. Edgar was nervous, though he still looked calm on the surface. But from the day Benjamin stepped into Vought Tower, he had been preparing for this moment. He had contacted every member of Payback in advance. He had secured the Novichok supply chain long ago. The other supes either owed him a favor or a debt, or they were simply his own people. Some were even as powerful as Maeve. He had been holding these people in his hand like a deck of moldy playing cards, waiting for the day he would finally turn them over. Today was the last card. If it failed, the game was over. In a remote suburb of Pennsylvania, Crimson Countess's residence was hidden inside an abandoned resort surrounded by maple trees. She had once been Vought's hottest female superhero, with her own ruby-studded supersuit and a weekly interview in People magazine. Now she made a living selling goods on live streams, hawking expired cosmetics and old autographed photos of herself. $19.99 a set, free shipping if you bought 3. She even took some shady private one-on-one live stream jobs on the side. When Benjamin pushed the door open, the place was empty. The coffee on the table was still steaming, and half an unextinguished cigarette rested in the ashtray. A single slipper stuck out from under the bed, left behind in a hurry. He glanced down at the coffee cup and touched the side with the back of his hand. Still hot. She had just left. Or rather, just run. Ran fast, fuck. He muttered under his breath. If he had super speed LV5, he might have caught up. Then he heard footsteps outside. A lot of footsteps, closing in from different directions through the maple grove, crushing fallen leaves in a dense, brittle rustle. Someone snapped a dead branch. Someone whispered under their breath. Someone was adjusting the safety on a gun. Benjamin's expression did not change. He took out his phone and opened an app. Then he turned and walked out of the room, removing the shield from his left arm and holding it in front of his chest. His phone was hidden in his supersuit, the camera aimed right outside. At the edge of the maple grove, people were stepping out from the shadows. Payback, along with faces he had never seen before. Crimson Countess stood at the very front. 40 years had passed, and she had aged a lot. Her blonde wig could not hide the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, and the curve of her lips, the one he had once praised as beautiful, now held only bitterness. She wore a cheap red dress, its color matching her codename, though several sequins had already fallen from the hem. When Crimson Countess saw Benjamin step out of the trailer, her pupils still shrank involuntarily. To Crimson Countess's right stood a brother and sister. They were holding hands, a tiny flicker of electric light glowing in their palms like a crushed star still struggling to stay alive. Tommy and Tessa, the TNT twins. Without holding hands, they were just 2 perfectly ordinary middle-aged people, unable to blow up even a cockroach. Behind them stood a balding man in a faded plaid shirt, both hands in his pockets. Mindstorm. He looked the least remarkable of everyone there, but he had been the key to bringing Benjamin down back then. His greatest ability was not combat. It was slipping into your head and digging out the thing you feared most. Back then, he had used his psychic power to briefly suppress Soldier Boy's consciousness, giving the others a chance to move. Of course, he might still be able to control Benjamin now, but not for more than a few seconds. At this point, even half a second would be impressive. As for gunpowder, he had not come. Besides them, there were at least a dozen people Benjamin had never seen before. Some wore combat suits, some wore ordinary clothes, and some had obvious supe traits. One woman's hands reflected a metallic sheen in the afternoon sunlight, a little like starlight. A short man twirled a ball of constantly shifting liquid energy around his fingertips. Supes hired by Edgar. Benjamin did not know them, and he had no intention of getting to know them. Dead people did not need introductions. Benjamin. Crimson Countess spoke, her voice hoarser than he had imagined. You shouldn't have come back alive. I didn't plan on coming back alive either. Benjamin held the shield across his chest, his voice flat. Before I blew those Russian bastards sky high, I never thought I'd walk out of that lab alive. But I did. And then I remembered all of you. You things that betrayed me. I'm going to blow every last one of you to hell. His gaze swept over every face at the edge of the maple grove. Crimson Countess, his ex-girlfriend, stood across from him, her fingers trembling slightly at her sides. The TNT twins, electric light still flickering in their palms. Mindstorm, hands still in his pockets, his eyes studying him. The ones still alive were enough for him to kill today. Then footsteps sounded behind him again. Not from the maple grove, but from the abandoned main road of the resort. Benjamin glanced sideways. Another dozen or so people were filing out from behind the broken walls of the abandoned hotel. These pieces of trash are Vought's too, right? Edgar sent them to deal with me. Benjamin held the shield across his chest. His voice was not loud, but every word landed firmly in the silence at the edge of the maple grove. Fuck. I fought for America. I bled for Vought. I gave so damn much to my country, to Vought. And what did I get? I was betrayed, packaged up by you people, and sold to those fucking Russians. The Russians tortured me in a lab for 40 whole years. AK barrels fired into my mouth, blades stabbed into my eyeballs and corneas, blowtorches burned my body, all kinds of radiation experiments. Then I crawled out of that hell, came back to America, hadn't even gotten my ass warm in a chair yet, and now fucking Vought wants to get rid of me again. Huh? Why? Fuck you. The edge of the maple grove fell silent for a moment. Wind passed through the maple leaves, lifting a few dead leaves into a spin. Because we hate you. Crimson Countess's voice sharpened. The curve of her lips, once something he had praised as beautiful, was now filled with venom. You know exactly how you treated everyone back then. You think being strong means you can order anyone around? You think because you're powerful, you get to act like you're everyone's father. Soldier boy. The supe sent by Vought, standing behind her, spoke with undisguised mockery in his voice and slowly clapped twice. I have to admit, you really are powerful. Normandy, the Ardennes, Nicaragua. Your combat records in Vought's archives are half a meter thick. But honestly, you're uncontrollable. That's the point. Vought doesn't need an uncontrollable hero, no matter how many merits he has or how strong he is. If you can't be controlled, you get removed. This is business, not a personal grudge. He spread his hands and smiled. Though for us, it counts as a personal grudge too. You've beaten too many of us and blocked too many people's path. And no matter how strong you are, we are Vought's real reserves, including the members of Payback. You are not leaving today. So, every member of Payback, and all you supes Edgar sent, have you thought this through? You're going to gang up on this country's hero while the entire American public, and my son Homelander, are watching. A cold curve lifted the corner of Benjamin's mouth. He raised his hand and pointed his thumb at his own chest. In the pocket on the front of his supersuit, a phone camera was aimed directly at everyone. The livestream was still running on the screen, and the viewer count was climbing at an exponential rate. Benjamin took out the phone. The crowd at the edge of the maple grove froze at the same time. Crimson Countess's red dress stirred in the wind. She stared at that dark camera lens, unable to say a word. From the moment Benjamin stepped out of Crimson Countess's trailer, he had hit the livestream button on Vought's official account. As the original supe returning to Vought, Benjamin naturally had his own dedicated livestream channel. Vought's PR department had set it up for him on his first day. The profile picture was the black and white photo from the Normandy beachhead, and the bio read, America's first superhero. It was just that the account had never gone live before. Its follower count had simply been sitting there. Of course, the people at Vought had never believed a man over 100 years old would know how to use this kind of high-tech. The problem was, Benjamin was very good at using it. The stream was not exactly steady. The camera shook slightly as Benjamin moved, but it was clear enough. In the footage, the members of Payback had just stepped out from the shadows of the trees, while the unfamiliar supes Vought had hired closed in from the resort's main road. Every face was captured clearly. More than 30 people against one soldier boy. The viewer count in the upper right corner was already close to 10 million. With this much traffic, even anyone who missed the stream would hear about this nationwide scandal by the end of the day. At the same time, the live chat exploded. What the fuck is happening? Why is Soldier Boy being surrounded by Payback and Vought supes? Wait, what did he just say? He was betrayed by Vought? Betrayed by Payback? Sold to the Russians and tortured for 40 years? Then he came back, and now Vought is trying to betray him again? Vought, what the fuck are you doing? Fuck, I believe every word Soldier Boy said. Look at where those people are standing. They already had him surrounded. This wasn't spur of the moment. This was an ambush set up in advance. Crimson Countess. That's his ex-girlfriend? She brought a whole group of people to surround him? What kind of fucking person does that? Soldier Boy fought for this country? Normandy? The Ardennes? A World War II hero. And this is how Vought treats him? Betraying one of its own founding heroes? This company is rotten to the root. And they fucking betrayed him twice. Holy shit. I feel like Soldier Boy is kind of a clown. The comments in the live stream rolled by at insane speed, every line burning with anger. Before long, plenty of people started spamming for Homelander. Where's Homelander? Isn't Homelander Soldier Boy's son? Why isn't he going yet? Your dad is surrounded. Where the fuck are you? At Homelander, your father is being surrounded by dozens of people in Pennsylvania, and you're still sitting in Vought Tower. Homelander, watch the live stream? The phone in your dad's chest pocket is streaming. Open it and you'll see. He's facing an entire soup squad alone. I don't care what messed up shit Homelander has done before. If he doesn't fly over and help his dad today, I'm never supporting him again. At the same time, Homelander stood before the long table in the conference room, still thinking about how to find Translucent's killer. The next second, the door was shoved open. Ashley rushed in. Her heel caught on the threshold, and she nearly fell face first onto the carpet. She held up a tablet, the screen still flickering. Her face was a complicated mix of panic and urgency. Homelander? Look at the live stream. Soldier Boy is being surrounded. Homelander turned his head. His blue eyes landed on the tablet she was holding up. On the screen was a maple grove in the remote outskirts of Pennsylvania. His father's live stream was surrounded by people. Crimson Countess, that old woman in a cheap red dress, his father's ex-girlfriend, the TNT twins, and Mindstorm. There were also more than 30 unfamiliar faces he had never seen before, closing in from the edge of the maple grove and the resort's main road. The encirclement was tightening inch by inch. Homelander's pupils suddenly contracted. Of course he recognized those people. They were the traitors who had betrayed his father back then and handed him over to the Russians like a gift. And now, there was another group of soups hired by Vought. Benjamin's voice came through the tablet, rough and steady. So, have you thought this through? You're going to surround this country's hero while the entire American public is watching. Then came the comments. I don't care what Homelander has done before. If he doesn't fly over and help his dad today, I'm never supporting him again. Homelander stared at the comments on the screen, the edges of his pupils beginning to glow red. His pupils trembled slightly, and a scorching dark red light had already started to gather around the edges of his irises. Homelander's fingers tightened around the tablet's edge. The glass screen cracked under the pressure of his grip, and then he tore the entire tablet in half. My tablet? Ashley screamed internally, then stumbled back a step, her back hitting the conference room doorframe. She saw that red light. After working at Vought for so many years, Ashley knew exactly what that red light meant. Ashley, good job. After all, by doing this, Ashley had completely chosen Homelander and Soldier Boy over Vought. With that, Homelander turned, bent his knees slightly, his cape swaying behind him, and smashed straight through the conference room's floor-to-ceiling window. The moment his flight speed broke the sound barrier, a ring of white vapor burst outward, rattling several windows on the upper floors of Vought Tower. Soon, Homelander became a straight red streak, cutting through every cloud above New York. The remote outskirts of Pennsylvania. The edge of the maple grove. Crimson Countess's face was twisted with rage. She stared at the camera still flashing from Benjamin's chest pocket. Soldier Boy had started a live stream. The whole country was watching them. When did you? From the moment I walked out of your room. Benjamin's voice was flat. That damn live stream channel Vought made for me. Looks like I've got quite a few fans. So, bitch, want to say hi to the camera? Crimson Countess's lips trembled violently. She was finished. Not just her. Everyone standing here. All their faces were on the live stream. What are you all standing around for? The soup leader sent by Vought was the first to snap out of his shock. He jerked his hand forward, his voice frantic. Attack? Are you waiting for Homelander to come slaughter us? Knock Soldier Boy out, lock him up, take him, and run. The soups at the edge of the maple grove snapped back to themselves. Everyone closed in. I dared to come here alone because I was never fucking scared of your numbers. I'll blow every last one of you to hell. A blazing golden light appeared in Benjamin's chest. Golden light burst from the center of his chest in an instant, like a sun that had been suppressed for 40 years finally tearing through its shell. The light pierced through every gap between the branches and leaves of the maple grove. The air began to tremble. Some kind of energy was about to break free. The first member of Payback to react was Mindstorm. His pupils suddenly widened, and he staggered back 2 steps. The back of his plaid shirt was instantly soaked through with cold sweat. Run. His voice cracked from the shout, but it was already too late. A golden shockwave erupted outward from Benjamin, roaring forward like a miniature star going off. Around the nuclear blast, a visible ripple spread through the air, expanding outward with devastating speed. The ground of the maple grove was ripped up in whole sheets. Dirt, gravel, and snapped tree roots tumbled through the air. A rusty pickup truck parked beside the room was lifted by the shockwave, flipped twice in midair, then smashed into the wall of a nearby abandoned hotel. The wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. Some of the people there had been far enough away and fast enough to run. Some had not been so lucky. There were more than 30 people present. Nearly half were directly caught in the shockwave. Quite a few of that half were mercenaries hired by Vought. They did not even have time to turn and run before the golden light swallowed them. Once the light swept over them, they vanished. Because nuclear blast represented absolute destruction. Anyone without enough physical durability or super defense would be wiped out on the spot. Those with enough super defense would lose their powers instead. It was an absurdly powerful, almost broken move. Based on Benjamin's guess, they would need at least super defense LV4, otherwise, they would be erased along with the nuclear blast. After releasing the nuclear blast, Benjamin felt a little drained. Fortunately, perhaps because nuclear blast had risen to LV4, he was not especially weak. At the very least, compared to the first time he had unleashed the nuclear blast, Benjamin was in much better shape. Benjamin looked around. Some people were still alive. They struggled up from the ground, staring down at their hands, their faces full of confusion and fear. Some could no longer feel their powers. One tried to ignite flames in his palm, but nothing appeared. Another tried to activate the metallic layer on his skin, but his skin remained soft. Their compound V receptors had been burned away by the nuclear radiation. Their powers had been completely erased from their genetic chains, turning them back into ordinary humans forever. Unless they were injected with compound V again, they would never regain their abilities. Benjamin walked over unhurriedly, one step after another, crushing the heads of the supes who had been reduced to ordinary people. Soon, Benjamin noticed that Crimson Countess had just barely escaped the range of the shockwave. She was lying behind the upturned roots of a maple tree, half her face caked with mud, her mouth full of sand and bits of grass. She raised her head and saw the scene left behind after the shockwave passed. The truck that had been thrown aside. The supes lying motionless on the ground. Some of them had their heads crushed by Soldier Boy as he walked past. Then she saw the golden afterglow still slowly fading from Soldier Boy's chest. Damn it. Her voice shook violently, full of fear. It's the lab. The Russian laboratory? They modified Soldier Boy's abilities. Correct. Now I'm going to blow your fucking head off. The moment she heard that, Crimson Countess's scalp went numb. Soldier Boy was running toward her. She made an instinctive judgment. Soldier Boy did not have super speed. His speed was the same as an ordinary person's. He was just an old soldier. Her speed could not compare to a speedster like A-Train, but she was still much faster than an ordinary person. She could run from him. She had run from him before. But as she ran, Crimson Countess realized something was wrong. Benjamin was getting closer. In a straight sprint, Benjamin was more than twice as fast as what she had seen with her own eyes 40 years ago. He was still far slower than most supes with super speed, but for an old soldier who had once been as slow as an ordinary person, this speed was already unreasonable. Shit, fuck, don't come any closer. In the end, Crimson Countess failed to get away. Benjamin closed in and threw a punch. This was not the kind of restrained blow he used when bullying someone. His fist smashed straight through Crimson Countess's face. Her nasal bone shattered first, then her cheekbones. Finally, the entire structure of her skull collapsed under his fist. Her body flipped once through the air and landed heavily in the mud, with nothing left above the neck. In truth, as Soldier Boy's ex-girlfriend, Crimson Countess should not, logically speaking, have been bullied by him or hated him. Unfortunately, in the original body's memories, the original body had discovered that Crimson Countess had cheated on him. Not with just one person, but with several, including white and black men. That was why the original body had bullied Crimson Countess. To be honest, where did she get the nerve to resent him? She was lucky he had not beaten her to death back then. At the edge of the maple grove, Mindstorm crouched behind a maple tree that had been snapped in half by the nuclear blast. His forehead was covered in sweat, and the armpits of his plaid shirt were soaked through. He had almost been caught in that shockwave just now. He had only survived because he had been standing the farthest away. He looked at Crimson Countess's corpse, then at Benjamin as he drew back his fist and straightened up. His lips trembled several times. Holy fuck. His voice was hoarse, as if he were talking to himself, but everyone nearby who was still alive heard him. When the hell did Soldier Boy get this fast? No one answered him. But that was exactly what everyone wanted to know. Speed had once been Soldier Boy's greatest weakness. He could withstand any attack, but his movement speed was no different from an ordinary person's. Now that weakness was being filled in bit by bit right in front of them. Compared to other supes with super speed, he was still slow, but compared to the Soldier Boy from before, he was already far faster. The Russian laboratory had not killed him. The Russian laboratory had made him even more terrifying. Use the Novichok. Mindstorm shouted. From sheer terror, beads of sweat rolled down his temples. In a head-on fight, all of them combined were not enough for Soldier Boy to kill. They had to use Novichok. Now, immediately. At his shout, the dozen or so survivors finally snapped back to their senses. The soup leader sent by Vought poked his head out from behind the wreckage of the overturned pickup truck and pulled a silver-white metal canister from a side pouch on his tactical vest. The canister was not large, slightly smaller than a beer can. A line of small Russian text was printed on its surface, along with a faded red skull symbol. Edgar had obtained it through special channels and had someone modify it. The original Novichok needed close-range pressure contact to take effect, but Edgar's weapons experts had added a dispersal device to the canister. It was basically like a smoke grenade. All they had to do was throw it near Soldier Boy. The leader pressed the release button on top of the canister. Then he threw it. The canister arced through the air and landed precisely less than a meter in front of Benjamin's feet. The instant it hit the ground, a built-in dispersal mechanism popped open. Pale blue smoke gushed from the vents around the canister and slowly spread along the ground. Novichok itself was colorless and odorless. But when this improved batch was produced, a blue dye had been deliberately added to the agent for no other reason than to let the user see the range of the gas and avoid accidentally inhaling it themselves. Under the afternoon sunlight, that pale blue smoke gave off an eerie fluorescent glow. It was like a poisonous mist that should not exist in this world. He got hit. The soup leader clenched his fist, his voice filled with the wild joy of someone who had barely survived. He can't get away now? One breath of Novichok is enough. The word stuck in his throat. Benjamin lowered his head and looked at the smoking metal canister on the ground. His expression did not change at all. Then he bent down and picked up the canister of Novichok. Benjamin gripped both sides of the canister, aimed the nozzle at his mouth, and under everyone's stunned gaze, took a hard inhale. Blue smoke was drawn into his lungs, breath after breath. The level of the toxin inside the canister dropped at a visible speed. What are you doing? Mindstorm shouted. Benjamin casually tossed the empty metal canister to the ground. He wiped the remaining blue droplets from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, then casually rubbed the poison on the back of his hand against his supersuit. Novichok. His voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. A fourth-generation binary nerve agent secretly developed by the Soviet Union. In Russian, it means newcomer. What exactly did you think this was going to do? Everyone who saw it felt their scalp go numb. Mindstorm crouched behind the broken maple tree, his lips trembling violently. Maybe it was because all those Soviet experiments and torture had failed to kill him. Instead, they had caused some kind of change in his body that none of them could understand. Maybe it was tolerance. Maybe the receptor structure for compound V in his body had been rewritten. Maybe 40 years of repeated exposure had made Novichok as harmless to him as water. What kind of monster had the Russians created? Edgar had gotten his hands on the toxin and thought he was holding a trump card. But in Soldier Boy's eyes, that card was not even worth a scrap of paper. Everyone. Mindstorm stood up from behind the broken maple tree. Run now. After shouting that, he turned and rushed backward first. But very soon, Mindstorm stopped. Because someone was blocking his retreat. A red cape slowly fluttered in the wind at the edge of the maple grove. Homelander walked toward them slowly with his hands clasped behind his back, his boots crunching over the fallen leaves. Those terrifying blue eyes glowed with a dangerous red light. The red light circled slowly around the edges of his pupils, like a lit fuse. Mindstorm's legs went weak. Homelander. Mindstorm's lips trembled as he forced out the name. The Votsoops behind him who had not had time to run also froze in place. Then they all saw that figure walking toward them with his hands behind his back. Some dropped their guns. Some collapsed straight to the ground. The soup leader who had thrown the Novichok canister stood at the very front. He knew better than anyone what had happened. Homelander had flown here from New York. He had come to save his father. And just now, they had actually tried to use Novichok to knock out his father. The leader opened his mouth and explained hoarsely, Homelander, we were just following orders. It was Edgar. Edgar told us to. Homelander did not look at him. His gaze passed over everyone and landed on the figure in the dark green supersuit standing in the middle of the maple grove. Benjamin was still standing there, his shield held in his left hand, the empty Novichok canister lying by his feet. There was not a single wound on him. His supersuit was splattered with plenty of blood, but none of it was his. Seeing this, Homelander finally relaxed. He murmured to himself, my father was betrayed by you once before, and I wasn't there. This time, I am. 5 minutes later, the soil at the edge of the maple grove had been soaked dark brown with blood. Bodies lay scattered across the ground. Some had holes burned through their chests by laser eyes. Others had their skulls smashed by a shield. As for the TNT twins, those two useless pieces of trash had already been killed by the nuclear blast. Mindstorm lay on his back, his plaid shirt soaked through with blood. His eyes were still open, his mouth slightly parted, but he was completely dead. The soup leader sent by Vought lay face down beside him, a coin-sized hole burned through the back of his head by a laser. Not one of the soups Vought had hired, including every member of Payback, escaped the Maple Grove. As for the livestream, it had shut off a while ago, mainly because when the nuclear blast went off, the phone happened to be right over his chest. Homelander stood among the corpses, the red glow in his eyes slowly fading. He shook the blood from his hands, wiped it on his supersuit, then turned and walked toward Benjamin. Benjamin was pulling his shield out of Mindstorm's corpse. Why the fuck didn't you tell me? Homelander's voice was sharper than usual. He stood in front of Benjamin, his cape snapping in the wind behind him, both hands hanging at his sides. From the look of him, Homelander was still tense. Tell you what. Tell me you were going to get revenge. Homelander spoke faster and faster. Tell me, you were going to take on Payback alone. When you left Vought Tower, you never planned to call me. I could have helped you. I could have fucking helped you. Why did you come alone? Homelander truly felt wronged. He could not understand why his father had not told him. His tone grew more and more agitated. The maple grove went quiet for a moment. A few maple leaves that had not been swept away by the shockwave still clung to the branches, rustling softly in the wind. Benjamin looked at Homelander, at the red glow in his eyes that had not fully faded. Homelander was furious, his chest rising and falling. Benjamin glanced at his fists as they clenched and loosened, and found it almost funny. Asking my own son for help? What the fuck is that if not being a wimp? Benjamin slung the shield over his left arm and wiped the blood from his chin with the back of his right hand. Besides, even if you hadn't come, it wouldn't have been a big problem. I could handle all of them on my own. If I hadn't come, a lot of supes would have escaped. You would have left behind a lot of trouble. A lot. Homelander did not back down. A lot of them are faster than you. And you don't have heat vision, laser eyes, or anything like that. Mindstorm hid all the way in the back just now. If I hadn't circled around to cut him off, he would have already crawled into the resort sewers. Some of Edgar's supes were fast too. Benjamin shrugged. Homelander had a point. His speed really was no match for many supes. Facing more than 30 supes on his own, he could wipe them out, but he could not guarantee that none would slip away. If Homelander had not come, at least 5 or 6 would have escaped today. Then they would hide, wait in the dark for their next chance, and turn into future trouble. Even if that trouble was a joke. Dad. Homelander's voice suddenly lowered, his tone even carrying a trace of humility. I'm your son. We're family. This seemed to be the first time Homelander had called him Dad. Benjamin looked at him and did not speak right away. The expression on Homelander's face was completely serious. All right. Benjamin set his shield on a nearby tree root. Don't give me that fucking sentimental look. I'm not. The way you're looking at me makes it seem like you want to fuck me. Jesus Christ. At that, Homelander's expression instantly shifted from hurt to confusion. Then his lips moved, his brows drew together, and a look of deep disgust appeared on his face. No, that is not what I meant. No. A while later, Benjamin watched that wounded look on his face grow worse and slowly walked up to him. He raised his right hand from his side, reached around Homelander's neck, and pressed his palm against his back, patting him a few times. All right, my good son. Stop being so damn sentimental. You look like a wimp. Homelander froze, and all his anger, tension, and unhappiness slowly disappeared. His hand hovered in midair for 2 seconds before slowly rising and settling on Benjamin's back as well. He lowered his head and buried his face against his father's shoulder. The rough fabric of the dark green supersuit scraped against his cheekbone, and his eyes burned hot. Just then, 3 sharp sounds cut through the air above the maple grove. Benjamin immediately let go of Homelander, stepped back, and looked up. 3 second-tier speed supes from Vought landed first on the muddy ground at the edge of the maple grove, crushing a few dead branches underfoot. Benjamin recognized 2 of them. During the earlier plane rescue, one had carried Deep, and one had brought him here. They had sprinted all the way from New York to Pennsylvania, and all 3 were gasping for breath. The one who had carried Deep earlier bent over with his hands on his knees, sweat dripping from the tip of his nose onto the ground. Behind the 3 speedsters were 3 more people, Maeve, Deep, and Starlight. After all, A-Train was still in the hospital. Maeve walked at the front. She glanced at the bodies scattered across the ground, then at the blood splattered over Benjamin and Homelander. Her expression barely changed, and she gave a slight nod. Deep looked around, clicked his tongue, and seemed to be wondering about something. Maybe he was marveling at how powerful Homelander and Soldier Boy were. Starlight wore her golden battlesuit, her long blonde hair tied into a high ponytail. Admiration appeared in her eyes as she looked at Soldier Boy. How the fuck did you all get here? Benjamin asked. Deep stood up perfectly straight. His voice no longer carried that oily, ingratiating tone from before. He sounded very serious. Sir, we were all worried about you. We watched the live stream. More than 30 people were surrounding you by yourself. So I thought we should come together as backup. Maeve and Starlight agreed, so we found 3 fast runners and rushed all the way here. He paused, looked down at Mindstorm's corpse by his feet, then at the Vought leader whose head had been burned through by a laser. His bald eyebrows lifted slightly. But you and Mr. Homelander are just too strong. We only just arrived, and you'd already taken care of every enemy. Not a single one left. Maeve nodded. That's right, sir. We came here thinking we'd fight beside you, but after we got here, we realized all that was left was cleanup. Though the idea was mine and Starlight's. Hearing that, Deep smiled awkwardly. Starlight smiled brightly. Soldier Boy, Homelander, I'm so glad you're both okay. When that golden shockwave went off at the end of the live stream, the feed cut out for 3 seconds. We all thought something had happened. Starlight admired Soldier Boy deeply. Just now, she had almost thought Soldier Boy was finished. That had been more than 30 supes. Even Homelander might not necessarily have been able to handle that. At that moment, Homelander stood beside Benjamin and looked at the 3 people in front of him. Maeve, Starlight, and Deep. His gaze lingered on Deep for a long while. Deep's bald head reflected the sunlight, looking ridiculous, but he stood there panting, clearly nervous. What had this man been like before? Nothing but a piece of trash, the wimp his father had called a worthless fucking fish. A failure who had dragged his suitcase out through the side door of Vought Tower after being fired. In the past, Homelander had often bullied Deep, intentionally or not. Not because he hated Deep, but because Deep was cowardly and disgusting. Deep was the softest wimp in the 7. But now, that softest wimp was standing in the remote outskirts of Pennsylvania, gasping for breath after coming all this way to save his father. Even if he had not been the one to suggest the rescue, he had come in the end. Of course, there were Maeve and Starlight too. Homelander had not expected the 2 of them to come save his father either. Thinking of that, Homelander felt his throat tighten. His teammates from the 7 had all come. Not because of Vought's orders, not because Edgar had deployed them, and not because the PR department had arranged some staged performance. They had come on their own, for his father, and for him. You. Homelander opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the words caught in his throat. He had rarely ever said anything sincere to his teammates. Bullying and threats, sure. Stop getting so fucking sentimental. Jesus, the way you're all looking at me makes it seem like you're about to start an orgy. Benjamin sighed helplessly as he walked past him. Maeve, Starlight. Evening. Vought Tower. The elevator doors opened on the 82nd floor. The hallway was unnaturally quiet. Benjamin walked in front, his shield hanging from his left arm. Homelander followed half a step behind him, the hem of his cape brushing the floor and dragging out a long, thin red reflection. Maeve, Starlight, and Deep walked farther behind. Maeve had her arms crossed, while Starlight moved with a light spring in her step. When they came back, they had heard that Soldier Boy and Homelander were going to do something big, so she was looking forward to it. Deep, meanwhile, had a small, slightly dried piece of bird shit stuck to his bald head. No one told him. At the end of the hallway was Edgar's private office. The door was open. Stan Edgar sat behind his huge solid wood desk, dressed in a crisp suit, his tie perfectly knotted. A glass of whiskey sat on the desk. Beside it, a phone screen glowed, playing a live stream. That was right. Edgar had started a live stream too. At that moment, the viewer count was still climbing, and dense lines of comments covered the entire screen. Edgar, you're the biggest disgrace in VOT's history? Betraying a World War II hero, are you even human? Fuck you, Edgar. Soldier Boy risked his life for this country, and you hid in your office and handed him to the Russians like a gift. Edgar, I hope your whole family fucking dies. The police are on their way, Edgar. You're not getting away today. The whole country is watching you. This old bastard still has the nerve to sit there drinking? Look at him acting all respectable, like nothing happened. His face looks like it's saying, I don't care. He really doesn't care. People like that are the scariest. Edgar, where are your board of directors members? Oh, right. They're all dead. Now you're the only one left. How does that feel? Homelander and Soldier Boy are almost there. Aren't you going to run? Oh, you can't. You're just an ordinary person. You fucking deserve this. Edgar's expression did not change at all. He raised his glass and took a sip, as if he were reviewing financial reports on an ordinary work night. In truth, Edgar had considered many options, but this was the best solution. He had contacted Stormfront, but unfortunately, Stormfront had no intention of helping him. As for Newman, how could she possibly deal with Soldier Boy and Homelander? Edgar knew he had reached the end of the road. More importantly, he had provoked an enraged Soldier Boy and an enraged Homelander. Right now, both of them were beyond Vought's control. That was the key. Perhaps the live stream could still save his life. Benjamin walked into the office. Homelander followed behind him. When he saw Edgar's calm face, the red glow at the edges of his pupils began to tremble faintly again. Everyone, this time, I lost. Edgar's voice was as steady as if he were presiding over a meeting. He set the whiskey glass on the desk and slowly said, Benjamin, I underestimated you. Or perhaps I overestimated myself. You fought over 30 supes alone and still managed to live stream it for the whole world to see. Soldier Boy, your reputation for being uncontrollable is well deserved. So is your strength. You truly are formidable. He raised a finger and pointed at the phone on the desk, where the comments were still rolling wildly. Because of my actions, the American public and the police will not let me off. So I've already called the police. They're on their way. You don't have to kill me, and you don't need to. Killing me may damage your approval ratings, and you've only just managed to bring them back up, haven't you? He leaned back in his chair, folded his hands on the desk, and shifted his gaze from Benjamin to Homelander. Edgar continued, Vought is yours now. And Ashley's. She's on your side, isn't she? She's a smart woman. She chose the right side. As for me, I will spend the rest of my life in prison. That is the best outcome for everyone. For you, for Vought, and for the public. The sound of elevator doors opening came from the hallway. Ashley hurried over with several of Vought's remaining mid-level executives and stopped abruptly at the office door. When she saw Edgar still sitting behind the desk, she instinctively shrank back half a step, then stepped forward again. The executives behind her were far less composed. Some had sweat all over their foreheads, their suit collars darkened by perspiration. As for Maeve, Deep, and Starlight, they stood behind Homelander and watched the show. Maeve was curious. Based on what she knew of Homelander, he would probably only place Edgar under house arrest. He likely would not kill him. But Benjamin. So Maeve was very curious about what Benjamin would do. Under the gaze of every core member of Vought present, Benjamin slowly walked over to Edgar. He reached out, picked up the phone on the desk, and closed his fingers around it. The sound of the screen shattering was like a nut being crushed underfoot. The metal frame crumpled in his palm like paper. Shards slipped through his fingers, fell onto the carpet, bounced twice, and rolled to the edge of Edgar's shoe. You think I care? Edgar looked up at him. His expression still did not change, but his eyes flickered slightly. Wait. We can still talk. The terms can still be negotiated. Homelander, your father has returned to your side. Don't you want to know about your son? The moment those words left his mouth, Homelander's pupils contracted. Son? What son? He had a son? Vought's executives had been deceiving him all along. Could it be, his father, himself, and even his son had all been persecuted? Had Vought persecuted his entire family? Benjamin reached out and clamped his fingers around Edgar's head. The intense pain left Edgar unable to speak. Homelander watched Benjamin prepare to kill him and almost told him to wait, but he quickly realized something. Now that his father had taken control of Vought, what information could possibly be out of reach? And even if Edgar refused to talk, there were others who knew, like Dr. Vogelbaum. Besides, right up to the final moment, that old bastard Edgar was still trying to negotiate. Still believing that anything could be traded with leverage and terms. Utterly ridiculous. Benjamin tightened his fingers. The sound of Edgar's skull cracking burst through the silent office. Several mid-level executives went pale as paper. Ashley clenched her fingers until her knuckles turned white, but she did not move. Her eyes stayed fixed on Edgar's corpse. Soon, Edgar's body slid down from the back of the chair. His suit crumpled, his tie twisted to one side, and his elbow knocked over the whiskey glass. Homelander stood in the doorway, staring at Edgar's corpse as the red glow in his eyes slowly faded. Before long, the police arrived. After receiving a call from Edgar himself, the NYPD rushed to Vought Tower as fast as they could. More than a dozen officers in bulletproof vests filed out of the elevator. When they pushed open the office door, Edgar was lying on the floor, already cold. The lead officer looked at the body on the floor, then looked up at Benjamin and Homelander. His mouth opened slightly, but he had no idea what to say. Ashley knew it was her turn. She walked forward slowly, straightened the collar of her suit, and greeted the officers with her most polished professional smile. "Officers, I'm truly sorry you came all this way for nothing. Mr. Edgar just committed suicide by smashing his head into the wall." She raised a finger and pointed to a barely noticeable dent in the wall beside the desk. He couldn't bear the thought of the prison sentence waiting for him. In a state of extreme remorse and fear, he chose to end his own life. None of us had time to stop him. It's truly tragic. Ashley continued, her voice full of sorrow. The officer looked at her, then at Benjamin and Homelander, then at Edgar on the floor with his shattered skull. He wanted to say something, but forget it. Edgar had gotten what he deserved. In the end, he only waved his hand and had his subordinates take photos, make a record, and remove the body. Ashley stood at the office door and watched as the medical examiner loaded Edgar's body onto a stretcher and carried it out. On the surface, she maintained her professional composure, but the way her chest kept rising and falling gave her away. From a small manager under Madeline who was ordered around at will, to taking over Madeline's position overnight, to now becoming Vought's public-facing CEO, she had bet on the right side at every single turn. She had chosen Soldier Boy, she had chosen Homelander, and now, Stan Edgar's body was being zipped into a body bag and pushed into the elevator. From this moment on, the top of Vought Tower belonged to her. On the surface, of course. But Ashley was still beyond excited. In the hallway, Benjamin leaned against the wall, his shield by his feet. Homelander stood beside him with his arms crossed. Maeve and Starlight stood at the other end of the hallway. Maeve was quietly saying something to Starlight. Starlight said, "Maeve, we should be able to become real superheroes now, right?" Maeve nodded, a light appearing in her eyes as well. She had given up for far too long. Now, she felt that maybe she could become a real superhero too. Maeve felt the way she had years ago, when she had first joined Vought. Homelander looked at everyone in the hallway and suddenly spoke. "Dad. You just said, stop being so fucking sentimental. What about it? Spit it out if you've got something to say. You were being sentimental too." The corner of Homelander's mouth shifted slightly, revealing a smile. "You hugged me first." Benjamin was silent for a moment before retorting, "That's because you were about to cry, and I couldn't stand looking at it." "I wasn't crying. Your eyes were red." "That was from the laser eyes." "Fine. Laser eyes, then." Benjamin gave him a light shove, then turned and walked toward the elevator. "Let's go. Barbecue tonight. You're paying. Everyone else, follow." Homelander followed, his steps light. Deep scratched his head and asked, "Sir, can we come too?" When he saw Maeve and Starlight following along, Deep froze. Homelander was actually treating everyone to dinner. Oh shit. He had never experienced this before. I don't eat seafood," Deep added, then quickly followed them. This time, the Asian owner of the barbecue restaurant did not see just 2 superheroes. He counted them. 6 in total. Benjamin, in his dark green supersuit, walked at the front. Behind him came the blonde man in the red cape, a female warrior, a blonde girl with a high ponytail, and a bald man in dark green. The owner was extremely nervous. He forced down his wildly pounding heart, silently pushed 2 tables together, added 2 more chairs, then turned and went into the kitchen to chop up 2 more racks of ribs. Smoke from the charcoal drifted out from the kitchen, mixed with the charred aroma of cumin and sizzling fat. 6 glasses of ice-cold beer lined the table, foam sliding down the sides and leaving rings of water on the wood. "Starting today, does Vought belong to you?" Homelander asked, raising his beer glass. He sat on Benjamin's right, his cape removed and draped over the back of his chair. Although Edgar's words still bothered him, Homelander knew this was not something he could rush. Sooner or later, he would ask Vogelbaum and the others about it. And when the time came, he could bring Soldier Boy along too. After all, this was his grandson. Benjamin picked up a beef rib and took a bite. Grease ran down the corner of his mouth, and he casually wiped it off with a napkin. "You're half right. But it's not just mine." He put the rib back on the plate, then drew a circle on the table with his finger, including everyone sitting there. "It fucking belongs to all of us." Maeve, Starlight, Deep, and the others all looked at Soldier Boy. Vought used to be a fucking pharmaceutical company. Benjamin raised his beer and took a sip, foam clinging to his upper lip. To be exact, it made compound V. Every one of your powers came from Compound V. They weren't natural. They weren't given by God. They were produced in Vought's factories. Most of you were injected when you were kids, so you don't even remember. We're just fucking drugged up drug dealers, not some naturally born superheroes. Benjamin could not be bothered to keep the secret anymore. The boys would leak it before long anyway. No, to be precise, Starlight would. But even if Starlight never joined the boys, someone else definitely would. So rather than hide it, Benjamin might as well say it himself. Besides, he already had the perfect scapegoat. Everyone was shocked, except Homelander. The chicken wings on the grill were turned over, and oil dripped onto the coals, bursting into a small shower of sparks. No one spoke. So Vought needs to transform. Benjamin set his beer glass down heavily, the base striking the table with a dull thud. From a disgusting, damned pharmaceutical company into a real superhero company. From now on, it does one thing only, train people who already have powers into real fucking heroes. I understand. Homelander nodded. There was no hesitation in his tone. In his heart, Vought was already rotten. Whatever decision Benjamin made, he intended to agree with it and carry it out. After all, he was his dad. You understand? What about all those supervillains you created by spreading Compound V everywhere? You need to clean up that mess. You let them loose, so you bring them back. Don't be irresponsible. Just like me. Back then, I jerked you into a cup, and now I'm back, aren't I? If it weren't for fucking Vought, I wouldn't have come back this late. Fuck. Homelander was silent for a moment, then nodded again. I know. I'll find them one by one. Once you find them, don't rush to kill them. They were victimized by Vought too. Compound V was injected into their bodies as an experiment, and many of them had no idea what they would become. Benjamin picked up a grilled corn cob and poked at the char marks with his chopsticks, his voice lowering a little. Of course, I'm talking about the ones who didn't do anything bad after getting their powers. Capture them alive, bring them in, and focus on calming them down. Tell them all of this was that bastard Edgar's doing. And if they want to go back, my chest blast can strip away their powers and let them live as normal people. Oh, right. Especially that Asian woman supervillain. Homelander looked up. An Asian woman. He thought back to the bad things he had done before, placing an Asian woman in New York as a supervillain. He just had not expected Soldier Boy to know about something that specific. That was right. Kimiko. Benjamin was referring to supervillains. In the original show, Homelander had created many supervillains by distributing Compound V everywhere. Kimiko was one of them, and so was the Syrian terrorist who could blow up his entire body. To be honest, Benjamin did not know whether the boys had found Kimiko yet. According to the plot, maybe they had, but they had not fully gotten Kimiko to accept them. That Syrian exploding supervillain could be killed, no problem. But with Kimiko, the best outcome would be bringing her into Vought and training her into a superhero. Of course, Kimiko would most likely be unwilling. But even if she refused, Benjamin would still have to remove her powers and send her back to her country. By the final battle in Season 5, Kimiko had actually awakened the same chest blast as him and successfully erased Homelander's powers. This was not just to make it up to Kimiko, it was also to prevent that shitty ending. His powerful son should not die in such a pathetic way. Now that he was here, he could definitely prevent that tragedy. You know what I'm talking about. Be a real fucking superhero, Homelander. Got it. Benjamin pointed at Homelander and spoke seriously. On the other side of the table, Starlight's hand stopped beside her beer glass, her fingertips trembling slightly. Her lips moved twice. The first time, no sound came out. The second time, she finally squeezed the words out. Sir, what do you mean? She looked at Benjamin, then at Homelander, before her gaze returned to Benjamin. Pharmaceutical company, supervillains, and Compound V. What are those things? From what you're saying, our powers aren't natural. They were made in a factory. Her voice trembled with fear. I've been able to make my hands glow since I was little. I thought it was a gift. My mother thought it was a gift too. No. Did my mother sell me to Vought for experiments and let them inject me? Maeve said nothing. Her expression looked terrible. She picked up her beer, took a large gulp, then set the glass back down. The sound of its base hitting the table was heavier than usual. Sweat began to bead on Deep's bald head. Then what are we? Products. You used to be products. Benjamin looked at him. What you become from now on depends on you. Starting today, I'm shutting down Vought's factories. There will be no new Compound V injections. Those who have already been injected can choose to keep being heroes, or they can choose to quit. Either way, no one gets to use Compound V to hurt anyone again. This isn't a request. It's an order. Starlight lowered her head and looked at her hands. Under the light, her fingertips glowed gold. That was the power she had possessed since childhood. Products. Superheroes. Starlight had been inspired by Soldier Boy's words, but she was still deeply hurt. She hated her mother. It was even possible her father had left because her mother sold her to Vought. What about our press conference? Homelander asked, breaking the silence. It goes ahead as planned. Benjamin said, oh, right. We might as well reveal Compound V at the press conference. Let that damned Edgar take the blame. He's dead anyway. Dead men can't argue. Then tell everyone that Vought used to be a pharmaceutical company, that it secretly produced a compound that granted superpowers, and that it injected large numbers of people without informed consent. The mastermind behind it was Stan Edgar and the former board of directors. Now Edgar is dead, the board of directors has been dissolved, and Vought will fully disclose all information on Compound V, cooperate with the federal investigation, and compensate every victim. Maeve leaned back in her chair and let out a long breath. She had been holding that breath for 10 years. Maeve asked, "You're going to turn Vought's deepest secret into a press release?" "Not its deepest secret." Benjamin raised his beer and took a sip. "It's its stinkiest fucking wound. If you don't rip open a wound, it'll never heal. If Vought wants to fucking transform, the first step is to cut out the rotten flesh and show everyone you're doing it." "Fuck." Deep whispered, "Sir, this will destroy Vought's stock price. It'll destroy Edgar's Vought stock price. Not our Vought. Besides, Vought doesn't need to survive on its stock price. What Vought fucking needs is credibility. From now on, every one of you wimps needs to stand in front of the public and let them see sincerity in your eyes. You need to make them understand that you're not acting. You're truly doing good." "We will, sir." Starlight lifted her hand from the table, raised her beer glass, and clinked it against his. Maeve's glass came next. Deep hesitated for a moment, then clinked his glass too. As for Homelander's glass, it had already been waiting there. 5 glasses came together amid the charred aroma of charcoal and the greasy smoke of grilled meat. Although Homelander still did not quite understand why Benjamin had to make things so complicated. Hadn't he done plenty of good deeds before too, the sort of things superheroes did, even if most of them had been staged? But it did not matter. Soldier Boy was his father. He would do whatever his father told him to do. Wasn't it only natural to listen to his father? The Asian owner felt his scalp go numb, his whole body trembling. What the hell had he just heard? The charcoal fire at the barbecue restaurant slowly faded to a dull red glow on the late-night streets of New York. The Asian owner began clearing away the plastic tables and chairs outside, stacking the empty beer glasses one by one. Maeve and Starlight left first. Maeve was going back to catch up on sleep. Starlight said she was taking a day off to go see her mother. After hearing the truth about Compound V tonight, she still had not fully recovered, but when she said it, her hands had already stopped shaking. Of course, Starlight was still going home to tear into her mother. Deep naturally returned to his own place too. Little Octopus was waiting for him. Benjamin and Homelander walked at the rear. The autumn night in New York carried a chill blown in from the Hudson River. Someone was playing guitar outside a small roadside bar, and the broken melody leaked through the half-open door. The streetlights stretched their shadows one in front of the other. The outlines of the dark green supersuit and the red cape were pulled long under the dim yellow light. The two of them did not say much, but Homelander enjoyed this atmosphere. That afternoon, they had fought side by side through more than 30 supes in the Maple Grove in Pennsylvania. Every scene was still fresh in his mind. Some of those people had even been strong enough to go a few rounds with Maeve. For that final ambush, Vought really had taken out every trump card it had hidden away. But in front of him and his father, those trump cards had been nothing. Because they were the two strongest supes in the world. The strongest of the original generation, and the strongest of the modern era. They had stood on the same battlefield, back to back, father and son fighting together. No one could last a minute against them. Thinking of that, Homelander could not help laughing. Jesus. Benjamin glanced sideways at him and could not help cursing. "Are you fantasizing about that old whore again? Why the fuck are you smiling like a creep?" The smile on Homelander's face instantly froze, then twitched twice. "Fine." Benjamin still spoke as harshly as ever, but he was long used to it. The two of them walked a little farther. Homelander followed behind Benjamin with light steps. Right now, Homelander was like a little boy who had finally caught a chance to be alone with his father. He held it in for a while, but in the end, he could not resist. "What kind of person was my grandfather?" Benjamin's steps paused. He turned his head to look at him. "Why are you suddenly asking that?" Benjamin suddenly remembered those ugly memories from the original body. "I'm just curious," Homelander said, perfectly justified. Benjamin did not answer. After a few seconds of silence, he finally spoke slowly. "Have you seen The Legend of Soldier Boy?" "Of course." Homelander's eyes lit up. "I've watched it at least dozens of times. No, hundreds of times. I remember every shot. That movie is complete bullshit." Homelander froze. Benjamin kept walking, his tone very flat, as if he were talking about something unrelated to him. "My father owned half the steel mills in the state. Rich, powerful, the kind of man everyone tiptoed around. Then I got expelled from school. Guess I was never exactly the academic type." Homelander remembered the times he had been beaten by Soldier Boy, and his steps unconsciously quickened until he caught up beside Benjamin. "Did he beat you then?" Homelander asked, a strange expectation in his voice. "Like you beat me?" Benjamin glanced at him and laughed. "No, he never laid a finger on me." Homelander blinked, not quite understanding. Logically, if his father was a violent man, then his father's father should have been too. "He couldn't be bothered with me," Benjamin said. "He said I embarrassed him. Said I was a waste. After that, he wouldn't even say a word to me." Homelander slowed down and looked at Benjamin. He said. Benjamin's tone remained calm. "I wasn't worthy of his surname." The street was quiet for several seconds. Homelander opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he did not know what. "What happened after that?" Homelander asked. "After that, I used his connections to get to Dr. Vought and took part in the Compound V experiment." Benjamin shrugged. "You know the rest. I succeeded. I became a superhero. The most powerful superhero in the world. Strong enough that even Vought feared me. Hearing that, Homelander immediately asked, "Then what did your father say?" "He had to be proud of you by then, right?" Benjamin did not answer right away. He took 2 more steps before speaking. "He said I took a shortcut." Homelander's expression froze. He said a real man doesn't need shortcuts. Homelander stood there, motionless. A lot of things suddenly surged into his mind. Those white laboratories, cold instruments, needles, data records, and all those days when no one treated him like a human being. He had never seen the side of the original Compound V experiment, but Homelander knew it must have been cruel. Maybe even crueler than what he had gone through. Homelander had grown up in a laboratory. "Your father was a bastard." Homelander's voice was heavy. Benjamin's brow twitched, and he turned to look at him. "How the fuck is that taking a shortcut?" Homelander strode in front of Benjamin, his face flushed red with anger. "God knows how brutal the original Compound V experiment was. You endured it, you survived, you became the strongest person." He pointed at Benjamin's chest. "You didn't take a shortcut. You're a real man." "Not a single fucking word your father said was right." Benjamin smiled. This was the first real heart-to-heart he had ever had with Homelander, but he felt that maybe it did mean something for Homelander's education and growth. Just as Benjamin was about to say something, his steps suddenly stopped. Homelander stopped too. The street light shone onto the road ahead, illuminating the figure of a woman. No one knew how long she had been standing there. It was as if she had stepped straight out of the night. Her dark brown, shoulder-length hair fell loosely over her shoulders. Her features were sharply defined, carrying a heroic edge that time had worn down but not dulled. She wore a well-tailored dark trench coat, the belt neatly fastened, both hands in her pockets, her posture straight. "Ben." The woman spoke. Benjamin's pupils contracted slightly. Because this was Stormfront, Clara, the original body's lover. According to the original show, Stormfront should have appeared later, around the beginning of Season 2. He had not expected her to appear now. "Clara, looks like Edgar notified you before he died." He shifted the shield to his left hand, his voice still calm and steady. Stormfront slowly walked over and stopped in front of Benjamin. The emotions surging in her eyes were far too complicated. "Yes," Stormfront said, "he notified me. He wanted me to deal with you." The corner of her mouth moved slightly as she said, "That disgusting black man. I originally wanted to kill that damned old black man with my own hands. But I figured his life was best left to you. After all, he was your enemy, not mine." Benjamin was silent for 1 second. Then his right fist flew out without warning. Benjamin's fist slammed solidly into Stormfront's left cheek, hard enough to send her flying sideways into an empty trash can by the roadside. "Fuck you," Benjamin cursed. Homelander stood where he was, his eyebrows lifting half an inch. Aside from Maeve and Starlight, basically everyone around him had been beaten by Soldier Boy at some point. So he was not surprised Soldier Boy hit someone. What was strange was, this woman named Clara climbed up beside the trash can, covering the side of her face that had been knocked crooked. A trace of blood seeped between her fingers, but the corners of her mouth were rising. Even more bizarrely, there was excitement in her eyes. Is this woman enjoying it? Homelander frowned, completely unable to understand. Even after seeing plenty of freaks, this stranger's reaction still exceeded his comprehension. "I know you have a lot of resentment, Ben." Stormfront straightened her dislocated jaw and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her finger. "Because of those 40 years. I really didn't know back then. If I had known, I would have saved you. I swear, if I'm lying to you, I'd rather turn into a black person. Believe me, okay, Ben." Benjamin stopped. He knew this woman. Stormfront was a racist to her bones. In her eyes, white blood stood above everything, especially white supes. To her, whiteness was above all, and supes were above all. So white supes ruling the world was Stormfront's goal. For her to make that kind of oath, turning into a black person, carried more weight than any other vicious oath she could swear. "I'll barely believe you." Benjamin lowered his fist and said coldly, "What are you looking for me for now, you damned racist? Listen, I think your ideas are childish. Supes are still people. They don't stand above everyone else. I won't agree to that plan of yours. Not the old me, and not the current me." Stormfront's face had already recovered about 70 or 80%. She rubbed her still aching cheekbone, her eyes showing that she had expected this all along. "I knew you'd say that." She shrugged, her tone casual, as if she were discussing something completely unimportant. "Well, what I actually wanted was to join the Seven." Just as Benjamin said, in truth, the original body had not agreed with Stormfront's views either. The other 3 original teammates, Bombsight, and the others, had not agreed either. Otherwise, Stormfront would not have waited until Homelander's era to return. Benjamin looked at her and shook his head. "You can't join either." "Why?" Stormfront's voice rose sharply. Her brows drew together as she said softly, "Ben, come on. We used to be husband and wife. Did you forget?" Her breathing was a little uneven, her chest rising and falling beneath her trench coat. "We fought side by side for so many years, and now you're telling me that your wife can't join your team." Homelander stood behind them, quietly watching the drama unfold. So this was his father's former wife? He studied Stormfront and could sense that she was fairly powerful. Judging by the look of it, she might even have a near-immortal constitution like his father. Of course, Stormfront still was not as strong as he was. He was sure of that. As for Benjamin's immortality, that was no longer a secret, not to the public. After all, Benjamin was that powerful. Benjamin said, fine. Let me ask you something first. You're on a mission, and you happen to see a black man and an Asian man passing by. What do you do? Stormfront did not even blink. Take care of them on the way, of course. Fuck. Benjamin closed his eyes and took a deep breath, utterly speechless. Stormfront, this is exactly why I won't let you join the Seven. If you could get rid of those extreme views, maybe I'd agree for the sake of our old relationship. But if you join, VOD is fucking finished. I'm trying to make it a real superhero company, do you understand? A real one, not an act. Your ideology is completely opposed to what I'm trying to do, so get the fuck out of here. My god, Ben. Stormfront tilted her head and looked at him. The smile on her lips faded, replaced by disappointment and confusion. When the hell did you become this childish? Superheroes? Don't make me laugh. This world has never run on justice and kindness. If justice and kindness mattered, why have there been so many wars throughout human history? Why? Everything comes down to power. Supe power. We stand above ordinary humans. That is a fact, not something you can pretend doesn't exist. You insist on building some superhero company and playing house with those weak little cowards. Who knows? Maybe once we supes are in charge, there won't be any more wars, and fewer people will die. Homelander rubbed his chin. Why did that sound kind of reasonable? Benjamin raised his hand again. This punch was heavier than the last, and Stormfront flew backward once more, slamming into a streetlight pole. But Stormfront did not fall. Instead, her eyes grew brighter with excitement. Many years ago, Stormfront had asked Benjamin to hit her too. Of course, he might have hit her even harder back then. Ben, listen. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her voice turning even softer. I know you really want to have some fun with me. It's been a long time since but don't get too worked up. I promise you, I'll control myself from now on and play this superhero make-believe game with you. Okay, Ben, let me join the Seven. Benjamin looked at the flush spreading across her striking face and fell silent for a moment. He was simply speechless. He even suspected this might have been why Clara had fallen for him back then. Stormfront was the kind of woman who felt good after getting beaten up. He had no idea how the original body had fallen in love with someone like this. In the world of the boys, there were plenty of insane people with insane powers, and not a single one of them was normal, except for him. He lowered his fist. Get the fuck out of here. Report to VOT tomorrow. I'll have Ashley release some new rules for VOT supes. If you don't follow them, I'll beat the shit out of you again, then kick you out of the Seven. Got it? Hey, baby. Stormfront wiped the last trace of blood from her face. The smile on her lips had fully returned, even carrying a faint satisfaction left over from the beating. Just beating me up is fine. That's a reward for me, isn't it? As soon as she finished speaking, her body shot up from the ground. Electric light flickered around Stormfront. Her trench coat billowed behind her, swelling into a full arc in the rushing air. A moment later, Stormfront cut an almost invisible trail across the New York night sky and quickly vanished into the lights of Manhattan. Fuck. Damn superpowered flight. I hate flying. Hearing that, Homelander's face went stiff. He held back his laugh, unless he wanted to get beaten up by his old man. Soon, the two finished their walk and returned to their own apartments. Homelander had wanted to live with Benjamin, but Benjamin rejected him and even called him a wimp, so he gave up on the idea. Besides, they saw each other every day. And sometimes, when Homelander came home late after drinking, he could pretend to be drunk and have his father take him back. As soon as Benjamin returned, the system's voice sounded. You allowed Homelander, who has been lonely for half his life, to experience what father-son affection feels like, especially through the scene of father and son fighting enemies side by side. You also helped him understand what friendship is. Although you did not tell him at first, he does not hate your lies or expectations, because in his eyes, perhaps they are proof that you love him. Reward, Super Defense LV5 upgraded to LV6. Benjamin was already too tired to even curse at the system. Brooklyn, New York, in a dimly lit basement. The smell of smoke, motor oil, and old newspapers mingled with the damp, musty air. Butcher leaned against the wall. An unlit cigarette hung from his mouth. His arms were folded across his chest as he silently stared at the few sheets of paper on the table. I still think we should consider bringing in Soldier Boy. Huey sat on a folding chair across from the pool table, gesturing with both hands. I mean, he saved my girlfriend right in front of me. He could have just ignored it, but when A-Train came charging over, he grabbed a bucket of oil and went straight in. That wasn't for show, Butcher. That was real. He might actually be a real superhero. A real superhero. Billy Butcher took the cigarette from his mouth and held it between his fingers. Listen to yourself, Huey. Soldier Boy is Homelander's dad. His biological father. The whole damn country knows it. And Homelander, you're saying we should recruit Homelander's own father to take down Homelander. He put the cigarette back in his mouth and gave a cold laugh. Fine. You go ask him first if he's willing to beat the shit out of his own son for a few sewer rats like us. I'll be right here waiting for the good news. After all, this Butcher was different from the one in the original story. Back then, Butcher met Soldier Boy first and only learned about the father-son connection afterward. Even after Soldier Boy found out Homelander was his son, he still meant to kill him. But things were different now. Soldier Boy cared about Homelander, and the whole country knew it. Okay. Huey's voice dropped. I just think Soldier Boy isn't really a bad guy. The way Vought treated him today, attacked by people sent by his own company, betrayed by his former teammates. Anyone would hate Vought after that. Maybe Vought really will change because of him. Butcher stared at Huey like he was looking at a kid who had just wandered out of a fairy tale. You think those bloody superheroes are going to change? Jesus fuck, you really are that naive. Don't start thinking Soldier Boy is some good guy just because he saved your girlfriend. Truth is, there isn't a single good supe out there. Every supe, once they have power, ends up doing evil. It's not that they choose to be evil. Power itself makes them evil. That's fucking human nature. That's why there shouldn't be any supes in this world. Not one. And why don't you ask Mother's Milk? His family died horribly because of Soldier Boy. You're too extreme, Butcher. Huey lifted his head, wanting to argue, but in the end, he only sighed. Robin was still alive. Every morning, she still came to the shop to bring him coffee, and she still teased him for putting an extra spoonful of sugar in his tea. He should have felt lucky. He should have been grateful. He should have forgotten all about supes and A-Train. But he had not. Huey still took Butcher's card, still sat in this basement, still stared at the pile of evidence against Vought in a daze. Even he did not know why he had come. Maybe it was because, deep down, he felt that some of what Butcher said about supes was true, but not all of it. Maybe that female supe is a victim. Frenchie leaned against the pool table. Vought's files say she lost control after being injected with Compound V. She didn't choose to become like that. She was just a test subject. A test subject is still a dangerous fucking test subject. Butcher waved impatiently. You're feeling sorry for a supe who can tear steel plates apart with her bare hands? Frenchie, are you fucking high? They still had not found Kimiko. Mother's Milk sat in the corner. He had not spoken the whole time, his eyes filled with hatred. He was on Butcher's side. After all, Soldier Boy had been directly involved in his family's deaths, even if it had been an accident. Butcher looked coldly at all of them and said, listen up, all of you. Once we find a chance to leak the truth about Compound V to the public, along with everything that happened today, Vought is going to take another massive hit. Soldier Boy and Vought's top brass are already at odds. This is a gift. Those bastards are tearing themselves apart from the inside, and we'll smash their shell from the outside. It's that simple. Vought will be finished before long. What Butcher did not know was that Benjamin was already doing the very thing he was planning. As he spoke, Vought's public relations servers were pushing a draft of an upcoming public statement to Ashley's tablet. The truth about Compound V would be revealed by Vought itself. Vought Tower, press room. There were still 40 minutes before the press conference officially began. But all 300 media seats were already filled. Reporters who could not get inside were packed into the hallway. Several rows of cameras and tripods blocked the entrance to the hall, and even the ceiling had been temporarily fitted with relay equipment for the live broadcast. It was not just New York. It was not even just the United States. Media outlets around the world were watching this press conference. Soldier Boy and Homelander being ambushed in Pennsylvania by supes sent by Vought's former president, and the truth behind superheroes. Either story alone would be enough to blow up the front page, and today, Vought's press conference would address all of it at once. Ashley stood in the backstage dressing room, adjusting the angle of her collar over and over in the mirror. Less than a week ago, she had still been a minor supervisor under Madeline, ordered around at will. Now, she was wearing a sharply tailored dark gray suit, about to face the cameras of the entire world as the new CEO of Vought International. Then Ashley took a deep breath and forced the last trace of trembling from the corner of her mouth. Benjamin sat in another chair, his shield leaning against the armrest beside him, a cup of iced coffee in his hand. Homelander stood next to him. When the lights came on, Ashley was the first to walk to the main podium. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ashley Barrett, the new CEO of Vought International. Her voice carried through the entire press room through the surround sound system. Camera flashes burst into a wash of white light as many of the reporters started taking pictures. Ashley paused briefly, then continued. Before today's press conference officially begins, on behalf of Vought, I would like to formally apologize to the American people and to everyone around the world who has ever placed their trust in Vought. A low stir spread through the audience. For decades, Stan Edgar and the former members of his board of directors systematically concealed the truth, deceived people, and betrayed Vought's heroes, employees, and the public. The following is a list of verified crimes. She opened the file in front of her and began reading through it one item at a time. First, Edgar and his former management sold Soldier Boy to foreign forces without informing anyone, causing him to suffer 40 years of illegal imprisonment and inhuman torture. Second, after Mr. Soldier Boy overcame immense hardship and returned to the United States, former Vice President Madeline and Edgar ordered the Seven to illegally hunt him down. Homelander later refused the order. Third, Edgar and Madeline manipulated public opinion, used illegal methods to distort approval ratings, and deliberately slandered multiple members of the Seven, including Soldier Boy and Homelander. Fourth, Edgar and Madeline mobilized more than 30 supe mercenaries, along with the remaining members of Payback, in an attempt to erase this World War II hero from the face of the earth. She turned to the final page, and her voice suddenly became slower and heavier than before. All of the crimes listed above are supported by a complete chain of evidence. All evidence will be submitted to the FBI today. Vought hereby promises to fully cooperate with the investigation, disclose all files, and provide compensation to every victim. The hall was silent for a moment before noise erupted through the room. Now, Mr. Soldier Boy and Mr. Homelander will take questions. The first female reporter called on nearly rushed to speak. Mr. Soldier Boy, Edgar sold you out to the Russians. What kind of torture did you suffer during that time? Benjamin pulled the microphone toward himself and fell silent for a moment. Then he briefly answered by describing the torture he had endured in Russia. Although he had already talked about it during the live broadcast, there was no harm in going over it again. The second reporter quickly asked, Mr. Soldier Boy, do you have the ability to live forever? After all these years, you look exactly the same as you did 40 years ago. Soldier Boy nodded. That's right. I do have the ability to live forever, ever since I became the original supe. Beside him, Homelander looked at Benjamin, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. Although he had already guessed that Soldier Boy had the ability to live forever, hearing Soldier Boy say it himself felt different. But then Homelander began to worry again. Maybe he did not have the ability to live forever. If several decades passed, would he end up leaving Benjamin? At that thought, Homelander grew unhappy again. The third reporter stood up with trembling hands. His question was for Homelander. Mr. Homelander, now that you know everything your father went through, how do you feel? Homelander took the microphone and said, I fucking hate the people who did this to him. I hate Edgar. I hate everything Vought used to be. He looked into the camera and continued, but more than that, I'm proud of him. Because my father crawled out of hell and came back to America. He endured all that torture, but it didn't break him. He is the strongest superhero in the world, and he is my father. After everything that's happened, my father and I will completely change the corruption and filth inside Vought. Together, we will build a real superhero company. The more Homelander spoke, the more fired up he became. When he finished, everyone below burst into applause, and brilliant light poured down over him. Homelander felt like he was in perfect form. Soon, the fourth reporter stood up. CEO Ashley, you mentioned that Vought needs to transform, as well as the truth about superheroes. Could you explain that in detail? Ashley nodded, turned to a new page in the file before her, and took a deep breath. Because what came next was the real bombshell of this press conference. Before I explain Vought's future direction, I need to confess to the public a truth that has been hidden for nearly a century. A secret Stan Edgar and Madeline Stillwell refused to reveal even to their dying day. Vought International began as a pharmaceutical company. In the early 20th century, its founder, Frederick Vought, developed a compound designated V. That is Compound V. Its function is to permanently rewrite human genes, granting ordinary people abilities beyond natural limits. Every superhero you know gained their powers from it. Supes were not born with their powers. They were not blessed by a miracle, and it had nothing to do with God. Every supe is a product made in a laboratory. She turned the page, her gaze sweeping over the breathless faces below. At that moment, the atmosphere completely changed. Everyone was stunned. Supes were just humans who had been injected? In addition, throughout his decades in power, Stan Edgar worked with Madeline Stillwell to secretly push forward a massive illegal injection program across the globe. Thousands of ordinary people were injected with Compound V without their knowledge. Among the victims were children, pregnant women, veterans, and the homeless. Edgar and Madeline treated them as test subjects. To this day, many superheroes still don't know that their so-called talent was actually just a numbered experimental record in Edgar's lab. The press room was so quiet that the airflow from the vents overhead could be heard. What's worse, Ashley's voice suddenly grew colder. Edgar and Madeline did not merely carry out secret injections on innocent people. They also built a global black market network for Compound V. They sold Compound V at high prices to criminal organizations, terrorist groups, and private armed forces, deliberately creating large numbers of supervillains. The existence of these supervillains became Vought's excuse to keep expanding its supe affairs. Edgar created the disasters first, then sent superheroes to solve them, gaining enormous profits and public influence in the process. It was a complete closed loop. And those victims who lost control after being injected never knew, even at death, that they were only pawns in a business plan. All of this was carried out under Edgar's orders, without the knowledge of the vast majority of Vought's board of directors. Before today, Vought's middle management, including myself, as well as all supes, knew nothing about these crimes. Hearing this, Homelander's expression remained calm. Although he felt a little guilty, Benjamin had told him that he needed to properly deal with the rotten things he had done and truly change. And these matters would be pushed on to the dead Edgar and Madeline. Although, to be fair, Homelander had done those things with Edgar's tacit approval in the first place. Ashley opened the final page of the file. Today, Vought will hand over all evidence of Edgar and Madeline's crimes, including their private communications, financial records, black market transaction ledgers, and secret experimental files, to the FBI in stages. At the same time, Vought announces that, effective immediately, the production, sale, and injection of Compound V will be completely stopped. Permanently. We will then dispatch superheroes to shut down every Compound V production line and black market warehouse under Edgar's name. From this moment on, no one in this world will ever again be turned into a supe by Compound V. The only business lines Vought will retain are supe affairs management and the operation of the Seven. Our goal is simple, to make sure superheroes are no longer products created in laboratories, but true protectors trusted by the public. Real superheroes. Another stir ran through the press room. Immediately after, thunderous applause erupted from everyone present. In front of the television, every member of the boys was stunned. Butcher muttered to himself, the thing we were fucking planning to do. Soldier Boy and Homelander actually did it first? Then what's the point of any of this? He still had a huge pile of evidence, just waiting to work with CIA Deputy Director Susan Rayner to bring Vought down. How about we all just go home and find our mums? Frenchie glanced at the others and asked. The contents of Vaught's press conference swept across every screen in the world within 24 hours. Superheroes were made with drugs. That sentence became the headline across every major media outlet, printed in bold, oversized font, paired with a photo of Ashley, Homelander, and Soldier Boy seated together on the press conference stage. CNN brought in 3 genetic ethics experts and a retired FDA official for a full 2-hour special. A Fox News host opened with the words "the biggest scam of the century," then spent 40 minutes tearing into the late Edgar. On social media, Compound V sat at the top of Twitter's trending list for an entire day, outstripping the presidential election and the World Cup draw. In the streets, in neighborhoods, and all over the internet, nearly everyone was talking about the same thing. Damn Vought. They lied to us for that long? Holy shit, those superheroes were all drugged up? My god, this is insane. Vought is fucking evil. First they framed an old hero and sold Soldier Boy to the Russians to be tortured for 40 years, then they mass-produced superheroes to trick us into buying merch. That limited edition Homelander poster set in my room cost me $200, and now you're telling me he was made in a lab with drugs. But the superheroes are victims too. They didn't know. Especially Homelander. Did you see his face at the press conference? He looked genuinely shocked. Almost sad. Maybe he went through all kinds of experiments and injections, and that's why he's so powerful. Poor Homelander. Poor superheroes. Honestly, those parents are even worse. Selling their own kids to Vought for money so they could be injected. But doesn't that mean the world is full of supervillains now? Will Homelander protect us? Of course he will. He's our superhero. With Soldier Boy and Homelander, father and son, there's no way they won't be able to manage Vought properly. I believe in them. Come on. For all we know, they're secretly working on Compound V behind the scenes too and just making dead Edgar take the blame. Anyone can talk PR. Vought changed its skin, but it's still Vought. Similar discussions were happening in every state, every city, and in front of every screen. Of course, Vaught's stock price inevitably dropped. It was not cut in half, but a 20 to 30% fall was enough to terrify any publicly listed company. The shareholders could not sit still, and investors blew up Vaught's finance department with calls. A few minor shareholders even publicly called for an emergency shareholders meeting. But the people who truly cared about the stock price were neither Benjamin nor Homelander. To them, they were them, and Vought was Vought. Besides, they did not belong to Vought. Unless Vought belonged to them. Benjamin sat in his office with his feet propped on the desk, holding a glass of iced cola. A tablet lay open on the desk, showing Vaught's real-time stock chart. The red line was sliding steadily downward. He glanced at it, lifted his cola, and took a sip. Then he went back to reading a file the legend had sent him about Crimson Countess and the liquidation of the estates left behind by the other supes who had once surrounded and attacked him. In the hallway, Ashley hurried past in high heels, clutching 3 stacks of files. Half her hair had come loose, and dark circles hung beneath her eyes. She cared about the stock price falling, but she cared even more about whether Vought could survive. After all, she was Vaught's new CEO now. The PR department's media statement is already on its 7th draft. She burst into her office and shouted at 2 assistants who had matching dark circles under their eyes. CNN's follow-up report wants a detailed breakdown of the Compound V victims. Did we send it? Fuck, I'm drowning here. One assistant silently pushed a cup of long cold coffee toward her. She picked it up, gulped down a large mouthful, and went right back to typing. Lately, she had been sleeping less than 4 hours a day. Not because anyone was forcing her, but because she could not stop. Her life had never mattered as much as it did now. Soldier Boy and Homelander had given her all of this, and she had to be worthy of the position. Besides, Edgar and Madeline were dead, the previous board of directors had been cleared out, and every mid-level executive in Vought who had survived the purge was watching her. She absolutely could not afford to make a mistake. On the other side of the same floor, in the Seven's conference room, Stormfront stood by her seat, looking around. Her features were sharp and defined, carrying a natural heroic air. So this is the Seven's current lineup. Stormfront glanced over the people around the long table. Maeve, Starlight, the Deep, and of course, Homelander. A-Train isn't here yet, Starlight said. She was a little curious about Stormfront. There was an easy, casual confidence about her that felt somewhat similar to Soldier Boy. Just then, the conference room door opened, and A-Train walked in. He had lost some weight after spending so long in the hospital. The teeth Benjamin had knocked out had already been replaced, but a faint scar still lingered at the corner of his mouth. He stood beside the long table for a moment, then pulled out a chair and sat down without saying a word. Stormfront looked at A-Train, a flash of disgust passing through her eyes. If A-Train had not been a superhero, if he had only been an ordinary person, Stormfront would have killed him the moment she saw him. Soon, Benjamin walked in through the door, his shield hanging from his left arm. As soon as Benjamin entered, everyone except Stormfront sat up straight. Homelander's posture was especially perfect. Stormfront, meanwhile, gave Benjamin a flirtatious look. Benjamin walked to the head seat and sat down, his gaze settling on the recently returned A-Train for a long while. You recovered? Yes, sir, A-Train said quietly. How's your heart? The doctor said it needs long-term observation. A-Train lowered his head and looked at his hands. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't listen to you last time. You didn't, Benjamin said. But you're the one who almost died. So that lesson worked better than anything I could have said, right? Yes. Good. Benjamin sat at the head of the table. I'll say this one last time. No one in the 7 is allowed to touch any compound V booster shots again. Hand over everything you've hidden before, and it'll all be destroyed together. Especially you, A-Train. If I ever fucking find out you got your hands on any dose of compound V through any channel again, I'll consider replacing you with Shockwave. This is your last chance. Yes, sir. A-Train nodded. Nearby, the Deep could not help laughing at A-Train's misery. It's not just compound V. The same goes for any form of drugs. Gambling and drugs are not allowed anywhere among our company's supes. Benjamin began emphasizing the company's discipline for managing supes. Homelander did not care much about any of it. After all, aside from his fondness for milk, he basically had no bad habits, and drinking milk did not count as one. He actually liked the rule. Homelander hated drug use himself. The only reason he had tolerated A-Train before was because A-Train had always been doing work for him. After Benjamin finished stressing the rules, he gestured for Homelander to speak. Homelander was still the captain of the 7, after all, and Benjamin did not want to steal too much of the spotlight. Benjamin's role was more about managing Homelander and Ashley. Homelander would manage the 7, while Ashley managed the company. Homelander nodded and said, everyone, the current official members of the 7 are Homelander, Maeve, Starlight, the Deep, A-Train, and Stormfront. He read the names one by one, pausing briefly when he reached Stormfront. There is still one vacancy. Black Noir is dead, and Translucent is dead too. But Translucent's death will not be made public for now. Deep, Maeve, has there been any progress in the investigation into Translucent? Maeve shook her head. They still had not found anything. Then keep investigating, Homelander said. As for the public, we'll say Translucent is carrying out a classified mission and won't be appearing in public for the time being. Once we find the killer and get more information, we'll decide what to do next. After the meeting ended, the members of the 7 got up and left one after another. Maeve and Starlight walked out of the conference room side by side, quietly discussing something. Before long, A-Train arrived outside Benjamin's office, looking hesitant. Mr. Soldier Boy. A-Train walked in, shut the door behind him, and stood in front of the desk with his hands hanging at his sides. I wanted to ask, can Popclaw and I make our relationship public? Benjamin froze for a moment. Popclaw, the woman A-Train had killed with his own hands in the original story. After the boys discovered Compound V, they threatened Popclaw into revealing where Compound V was kept. Then Homelander ordered her silenced, and A-Train carried it out. But in this timeline, the blame for Compound V had already been pushed entirely onto Edgar and Madeline, and Homelander had long since stopped the black market circulation. Popclaw did not have to die. You're asking me about something that small. Benjamin frowned and asked, who the hell cares about your private life? A-Train said quietly, Madeline said before that going public with my relationship would affect my market value and my future, and then affect the company's profits. The fans like A-Train single. Going public would make my approval rating drop, and sponsors would pull out. So she wouldn't let me tell anyone. Heh. Benjamin leaned back in his chair and said coldly, VOD has its own hands full right now. The stock is crashing, the PR department is working overtime until dawn every day. Who the hell cares who you're sleeping with? I approve. Go public if you want. A-Train blinked, clearly not expecting that answer. Benjamin had answered without the slightest hesitation. And besides, that dead old whore is already out of the picture, Benjamin continued. I'm the one running VOD now. With me, who you date and who you sleep with is your own business. As long as it doesn't affect your missions, and as long as you don't do drugs, don't shoot up, and don't run people over, handle the rest however you want. Thank you, sir. There was a sincerity in A-Train's voice that had never been there before. He looked at Benjamin gratefully. Aside from the fact that Benjamin liked hitting people, he really was far better than Madeline in every other way. While A-Train had been in the hospital, Popclaw had been busy running around and taking care of him. The reason A-Train had not made their relationship public before was not entirely because the company forbade it. He had also enjoyed the fan worship that came with his single image. Those female fans screaming, A-Train, I love you. Those young girls at races holding up signs that said marry me. All of it was vanity he had not wanted to give up. But during his hospital stay, only his brother and Popclaw came to see him. Maybe coming so close to death had made A-Train understand a few things. And there was one more thing. A-Train did not dare imagine, if Soldier Boy had not come back and Popclaw had done those things, would Homelander have spared his girlfriend? Probably not. One more thing. Benjamin cut off A-Train's thoughts, raised a finger, and pointed at A-Train's chest. Your heart problem doesn't look like something that'll be fixed just because you stop shooting up. Find a way to deal with it. The 7 has always been the world's top soup team. If your speed really can't keep up with Shockwave, or with other second-tier speedsters, then by that point, it might not be up to me. Homelander will consider replacing you with someone more suitable. Understand? A-Train gritted his teeth, his expression turning serious. He knew this was not a threat. Shockwave really was more stable than him, and there was nothing wrong with his heart. Yes, sir. I'll get my speed back. Get out. Benjamin waved him off. At the same time, Homelander was investigating something else. He had handed Translucent's case over to the Deep and Maeve, while he put all his energy into another lead. Before Edgar died, he had revealed one thing to him. Homelander had a son. Now Homelander finally had time to look into the truth. Through his own methods, Homelander found some rough information. He had a son, and the boy's mother was Becca, Billy Butcher's wife. Becca had once been Homelander's assistant. 8 years ago, Homelander overheard Butcher running his mouth about him and wanted revenge. Becca had also been drinking, and one thing led to another before they ended up in bed. After that, Becca disappeared. He had not taken it to heart, and everyone thought she was already dead. Butcher thought she was dead, and the whole world thought she was dead. But Vought had hidden her away, because Becca was pregnant, and the child was his. Homelander's child had been secretly hidden by Vought all this time, and the exact whereabouts of both the child and Becca pointed to one person, Dr. Vogelbaum, Vought's former chief scientist, and one of Homelander's creators. Back then, it was Vogelbaum who deceived Soldier Boy, telling him it was only genetic modification. In reality, from the very beginning, the goal had been to cultivate the most powerful supe in the world, Homelander. Now, creating him had not been enough for Vought. They also wanted to keep his son. Basically, 3 generations, grandfather, father, and son, had all been under Vought's control, though of course, the current Soldier Boy was definitely not. At that moment, Homelander's fingers were trembling slightly. Madeline knew about this. Edgar knew about this. All of them knew. They would rather have him shoot a family promo in front of a fake piano than tell him he really had a child. He buried his face in his hands, his breathing growing heavier and rougher until he was panting, his shoulders rising and falling with each rapid breath. Madeline was already dead, but he still wanted to kill Madeline. He hated Madeline. Homelander even wanted Doppelganger to turn into Madeline so he could shoot her dead all over again. Just then, Benjamin came to Homelander's side. He had noticed from far away that something was wrong with Homelander's mood. Starlight had just asked him to lunch, but for now, he could only check on his son first. Benjamin figured Homelander had found the truth on his own. As for this son of his, almost everyone in the company was under Homelander's control. Benjamin had given him extremely high authority. Basically, within Vought, Homelander now had the highest power after Benjamin himself. Finding out the truth had only been a matter of time. You okay? Homelander suddenly lifted his head, his eyes red as if they had just been washed out by laser vision. I'm fine. I'm good. Benjamin looked at him. You look like a junkie high out of his mind. No, you look more like a kid who hasn't had milk in at least half a month. For Homelander, going half a month without milk really would be the sky falling. Dad, I want you to come somewhere with me. Where? Dr. Vogelbaum's house. Homelander spoke slowly. Vought's former chief scientist, and one of my creators. He should know where my son, your grandson, is. He knows the whole truth. Benjamin did not hesitate. I'll go with you. He happened to have a score to settle with Vogelbaum too. That damn doctor had lied to him, saying it was only genetic research.